Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see all of you on this evening. Sorry, I'm thinking of multiple things here, but in my hat, my sunglasses on here. Yes, indeed. Weekending report starting, well, I guess actually at the right time. Maybe we should always do them on Saturdays. I don't know. I mean, this is technically the real end of the week. But of course, we usually do them on Fridays, and it's a little weird, but it's been a little bit of a weird week. Before we talk about everything we're going to talk about here tonight, we better do some shout-outs. Who do we got? HBX, Young Chris, Hermit Horologist, 123 in the YouTube chat. Man to the Pivot, close fourth. Randy Terpstra also here. Bad Lefty, Big Jerry, Boku SF. What else we got? Green New Deal, and Ducky, Gerb, and Vilmo Rygar on the Twitch. Anyways, as I mentioned, lots and lots to talk about here tonight. So many things. It's been a crazy week. The thumbnail and or title do not nearly do it justice. Oh, what a weird week. I think we've already covered some of the things. So we're not going to do absolutely everything, but history canceled by the Trump administration, apparently too radical. Extreme political activism happening in museums across the country. Another American murdered by an ICE death squad. Trump boys enriching themselves. Oh, we got no... I gotta keep talking. We have too many stories today. There we go. Yes. So many things happening. Trump boys enriching themselves. FOIA under attack. Mitch McConnell still missing. Weird happenings at the White House. Potential skyscraper collapses in New York City. Oh my god, so many things. Wildfires, floods, all over the United States. Fires also across much of Europe, at least Western Europe. UK, France, Spain, deadly wildfires there as well. Floods happening in anticipation of Typhoon Bavi even making landfall. A super typhoon, massive storm still barreling down on Eastern Asia. Politics and other sorts of happenings across the planet. Galactic contest in Clacton by sea, of all places. Oh, so many other things, including the Iran war being very much back on. Perhaps more on than it's ever been since the memorandum of misunderstanding ever got fake signed. Alright, people, let's get started. In that familiar place that's starting to feel weirder and weirder by the day. America.
In a scathing new report, the Trump administration accuses the leaders of the Smithsonian of being radical activists. The report, released by the White House Domestic Policy Council, claims the Smithsonian cannot be trusted to tell America's story honestly, adding, the leadership has moved the museum's mission away from straightforward historical education and scholarship toward an extreme political activism that seeks to transform our country. The report singles out the National Museum of American History, saying, it would benefit most Americans if the Smithsonian's flagship history museum had a label at every entrance that reads, "Warning, the exhibits in this museum were prepared by people who don't want you to love your country."
Stupid. The notion of being a more perfect
This is maybe one of the dumbest things. Oh, our timeline is so busted. It's incredible. What we need is a goddamn Surgeon General warning on the White House or on Congress. Or, I mean, I could come up with all sorts of places before you start putting them on museums. Places of learning and education. Oh, I put, on the front of every Trump business. Which we're gonna get into, actually. Oh, please.
Not the perfect union, is really what motivates me.
In an unrelated interview, the Secretary of the Smithsonian defended the institution's portrayal of America's history.
America's greatest strength, it's not running away from its history, but it's understanding how that history shaped us and continues to shape us.
Exactly. But President Trump has targeted museums and historic sites he says paints too negative a picture of America's past.
We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or a racist manner.
Last Friday, an appeals court cleared the way for the administration to replace the slavery exhibit at this historic home in Philadelphia, where George Washington enslaved 9 people. Critics say the administration is whitewashing U.S. history.
The story of slavery must be told here, there, and everywhere, as America acknowledges its 250th anniversary and talk about what a great country it is.
Oh, God. This is such a shameful moment that is just continuing to compound on itself. We've been watching the slow dragging of our history into this whitewashed, orange-washed version, whatever makes Trump and his buddies, Stephen Miller and Russ Vought, uncomfortable. They're just let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. That's I feel weird. I look at that picture, it makes me feel weird. I feel almost, I don't know what the word is for it.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Ah, yes, that's it. Shame. Shame. I almost feel shame. I mean, that's 100% what this is all about. Now, what I found fascinating, and somehow no one's been fired yet for this story. This was, let me look at this. This was Thursday, so just keep an eye out for Major Garrett over at CBS News. I don't know if Barry's gotten wind of this thing.
Welcome back to The Takeout. Welcome to the Conversation Corner. As promised, we're going to dig into this fight over history between the White House and the Smithsonian. There's brand new information on this. The head of the Smithsonian, Lonnie Bunch III, is rejecting a White House report that accuses the institution he leads, quote, of extreme political activism. According to new reporting in the Washington Post, Bunch told Smithsonian staffers the report, quote, is not a fair characterization of the work and totality of the National Museum of American History. Philip Kennicott has been following the story. He wrote an op-ed about it, which caught our eye. He is a senior art and architecture critic at the Washington Post. Philip, I'm glad to have you with us. You read the White House report about the Smithsonian and the Museum of American History. Explain to my audience what it says and what you find leaky about the assertions.
Right. So this is an effort by the administration to prove a claim that Donald Trump has been making.
I love the way that this story is done. To some degree, I have gained respect for Major Garrett since the old CBS News. I think everybody, like, I don't know, for those who've been watching the show long enough, I used to really pick on Major, partially because of his partially it was just his name, but also he's kind of a neolib annoying dude. But I feel like to some degree I've been seeing him do these weird ass stories over here at CBS where he like avoids saying certain words while engaging in particular stories. It's this weird line he's walking. I don't know if they're using AI over there to determine who's doing good and bad journalism. It almost feels like that's the case. Like he's like, all right, if I say leaky instead of corrupt, maybe I won't get flagged by Barry's AI.
Really?
You know, if I instead of lies, instead of false, instead of complete falsehoods, I say leaky in the claims of the president. Perhaps Barry won't notice.
The beginning of his second term, and that is that the Smithsonian is biased. It doesn't tell an uplifting story of American history. The exhibitions are divisive. The wall texts are not accurate historically. It does not actually prove any of those claims, but what it really does is announce, I think, the ambition of the administration to take over the National Museum of American History and the Smithsonian, and even more than that, to really change the way Americans are taught and learn history to a narrative of exceptionalism, and one that doesn't really have much room for any of the darker chapters in this country's life.
Be specific about darker chapters that you think the administration has wrongly accused of bias or political activism, and that nevertheless tell an important aspect of our history, though it may be uncomfortable.
Right. So again and again throughout the report, they say that the Smithsonian is putting too much emphasis on things like slavery, immigration, the rights of women, civil rights. All of these things they see as part of a national narrative of overcoming, of progress, of moving beyond these evils. As one example that I cited in the story I wrote for the Washington Post, they take the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. This is a really toxic piece of anti-immigration legislation that specifically targeted people from China who were coming in to prospect for gold,
China,
to work for railroads. If you look back and you look at the speeches and the rhetoric in America around that time, it is very clearly an overt act of white supremacy. The report faults the Smithsonian for connecting those two things, even though the connection is just painfully apparent.
And is it, from your vantage point, Philip?
Did you see what I mean about this is an epistemological fight. We've been saying this now for a little bit, but that is absolutely what's going on here. It is a full-on rewrite of history in a historical, a factual way that is intended to act essentially as white nationalist propaganda. Right? Because the fact is, it's not just that these guys, it's not like, you know, Trump and Stephen Miller are spending a hell of a lot of time at the Smithsonian Museum, right? Like they're not walking through, you know, what's it called? The National American not Science Center. God damn it. I can't think of words now. They're not walking through any museums. Let's be real. These guys don't care, right? They're not walking through any of the Smithsonian museums because there's multiple. And not the National Museum of American History, not the African American Museum. None of these things are actually of any interest to them, right? Like these guys are like solely focused on enriching themselves, but it's about narrative. It's about like literally incepting the next generation into a white supremacist version of American history, right? Like people go here to these places to get educated, to learn about things, right? School kids, like school, like, what are they called? What are they fucking called? The trips. The kid when they get on the bus. It's been so long now. God, I'm getting old. Help.
I'm staying in the race.
Field trips. There it is. I found it. I got there. Field trips, right? Like, you know, kids going on field trips, learning about their history are going to get an inaccurate, incomplete picture intended to foment into their young minds one in which white people didn't make any mistakes. And America did a great job from beginning to end. And we got here, but just by accident. You know, nobody fought, nobody died for their rights. And actually, you know, white people showed up here and Native Americans are like, oh, great to see you. Would you like the land? And they were like, yes. Oh, my fucking God.
Having read this report, that the administration is uncomfortable with the narrative
Thank you,
of America
everybody, for
overcoming its
helping with
flaws,
the work.
or just
Sorry, I didn't. It didn't come in handy, but thank you for trying, chat, with the field trips. Oh, my brain's a little mushy.
doesn't want to have any flaws highlighted at all?
Well, that's a good question. I think there's a certain amount of mixed feelings in the report itself. I think somebody who's been had their hand in this report realizes that they have to at least acknowledge these things. But overwhelming, the message is that these things are really so incidental as maybe not even to be worthy of mentioning in America's History Museum, or if mentioned only in passing and only relative to our having won the Civil War, our having passed the civil rights legislation, and so forth. They really don't acknowledge any unfinished business in the American project.
Is it possible, Philip, for this administration to take over this?
Okay. Now, as to that question which Major is asking, unfortunately, to some degree, this administration has a great deal of power. While the Smithsonian Museum has technically an independent board, they receive government money appropriated by Congress. And I think the vice president sits on the board, but is only one of many members. It's partly, what's the word? Like a symbolic kind of position, but he technically still has voting power and other shit like that. Could sway other members other way, like, you know, and considering the sort of wheeling and dealing of the Trump administration, I certainly wouldn't put it past them. But also Congress, right? Congress, which is currently still controlled by Republicans who are there to do everything that Trump wants. On a whim, Trump could be like, hey, you know, do the same thing you did to PBS and NPR, and there we begin. You know, that we would just be right back having to try and fight these things in court. But if Congress were to do it, it would be almost, I think it'd be almost impossible to stop it. It would have to be, it'd be another one of these stopped gears that we'd have to get turning again at one point, right? Because that is one of the things about all of this that is so frustrating to me, that's in the back of my mind. As we watch the Trump administration dismantle all of our government apparatuses intended to help educate, feed, house, heal, and or otherwise improve humanity. Like, we are going to be, if and when we ever get to the place where we are able to try and restart these things, we are going to be left picking up pieces, if there's any pieces left at those points, right? Because just like with USAID and a lot of the teams in Africa, like WHO teams of doctors and nurses and other aid workers, like, disbanded as a result of USAID not having funding. They couldn't pay for people to just sit there and twiddle their thumbs. Well, not twiddle their thumbs, but like, they couldn't pay people to keep doing their jobs, right? To keep doing all the things that they were doing, things that maybe would have prevented the outbreak still ravaging places like Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya. It's just, you know, and like, to get these things started back up, you're going to have to go find those people, right? And hope that they haven't taken up jobs in the private sector or are no longer reachable or whatever, right? Or that the, like, in the cases of, like, the museum, there is a whole other question here. It's not just about, like an on the ground apparatus of like teams or whatever else of like institutional knowledge. We're talking about like physical like objects and items, displays, right? Like physical history that under this administration, I mean, technically, who knows? But like they could do some crazy fucking shit here. You know, sell it off to Harlan Crow to like burn in a bonfire or something. I don't fucking know, but like my mind just starts like going off to crazy places. And under this administration, it doesn't feel that out of the realm of possibility. I see a lot of people in chat coming at this guy about his hair. I think the main problem with this dude's hair, not to get us too far off topic, I think the main problem with this dude's hair is that he's got to stop dyeing the top. Why is he so insistent? Like, why is he holding on to that so badly? We all can see it. We can all see what's happening. No, it's not fooling anyone, buddy. Like it's kind of off-putting, the gradient, right? Like it goes from like full brown down to full gray, and it's off. It's just something's wrong. It's just like just go all just like. Don't do that. Okay, but let's just for a moment, let's unpack a little bit of this. Take a look at some of these woke, anti-American displays at the National Museum of American History. It's a YouTube channel.
That's on YouTube.
Okay, I gotta mute this, unfortunately, because that's definitely gonna get a copyright. We'll just, hold on. Shit, how is this monitor somehow... God, that's precarious. Oh God, so woke. 9/11. A Ford vehicle, was that a cotton gin? No, that was oil. I think that was a fucking oil. I think that was an oil well. Or an oil pump, whatever it's called. Boxing gloves. The light bulb. Oh, it's so woke. Oh, God. Victorian era home. I think that was the Dust Bowl. The Star Spangled Banner. Oh, God. The wokeness of the Revolutionary War. It's too much. Oh, the American flag. I am overwhelmed with the woke. Not the Constitution. Please, no. Stop it. Subways, that's too much. That's too much, man. That's too much. Not a map. Not maps. And also, what the fuck is that? Trains? The wokest of things possible are trains. Public transportation of communists. I prefer cars. There we go. More cars. Oh, God. So much woke over here at the American Natural History Museum. Good. I'm overwhelmed by the woke. Oh, God. Oh, please help me. Please help me. The wokes are coming. The wokes are coming. What are we gonna do? Please help.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
No! Maybe it's this one. Oh. Maybe we just gotta inspect more of the museum. Maybe that just wasn't the full enough of a inspection. And that's long, long ago. Okay, that's like 13 years ago. Maybe a closer inspection. Now only 2 years ago. Ah, it's gonna be extra woke now. Wait up, hold on. Buckle up.
There are a grand total of 19 Smithsonian museums.
Elephants.
And of all 19 museums, this is likely the best of the bunch.
And fish.
The
Elephants
only
and
museum
fish.
that comes close is maybe the air and space.
This is the kind of wokeness we're talking about. Elephants, fish, and dinosaurs. We can't have this. We can't have elephants, fish, dinosaurs. It's crazy. Okay? Out of control. Everybody's saying it. How are America's youths to learn about their history with giraffes and goats and the wildebeest? Is that a chihuahua? Hippos, really? Come on. This is the wokest thing I've ever seen in my life. Bear? Really? Bears? Everybody knows how woke the bears are. Leopards are perhaps the wokest of cats. Everybody is saying it. So, maybe it's not that part of the museum. I don't know. We're gonna keep looking. We'll find it. At some point, we will find it. I'm sure of it. But it's not here, in this, or this room with the butterflies, or this one. Was that dust mites? I didn't quite catch that. Sedimentary layers? Geology? Oh, God. Not a man with a bird. Wait, hold on. I found it. I found the woke. Everybody, please hold. Please hold. I have found the woke.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Ah, there it is. Wait, no. God damn it. Don't you stop. You're screwing me. You are screwing me right now. Hope you know that. Wait, sir, there it is. Thank you. Look at this. One of the youths being actively incepted by the wokest museum on the planet. Thinking. This young man is thinking, just like this woke statue with the bird in the book. Young man with a phone and a backpack, very similar. When you think about it, almost the same. Thinking about things. What? Who knows? That's the problem. We don't know what they're thinking. And we don't have the Minority Report thought crime people to adequately handle these horrifying crimes. I found it. There we go. I found at least one example of the great wokeness. Thinking.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
It's a trans statue. You know what? Trans thinking statue with bird and book. That is very illegal in this America. Thinking thoughts with your brain of whatever gender you might be, and having a book and a bird, which is also alliteration. Another thought, okay? It's so many illegal things happening. Bird, book, boy. That's 3 B words.
This is ridiculous!
That statue was I have no proof that statue was not non-binary. And we're not going to be doing any transvestigations here. Okay? Whatever gender you think that statue was, it was certainly vague enough that I think you are entitled to think whatever the fuck you want about that statue. God damn it. Write that down for later. Honestly, I know I'm making jokes right now, but it's fucking disturbing to me that they are so upset about this. That they want to cancel the museum, or not the whole museum, just the whole thing is just so nonsensical that they want to just rewrite history. It doesn't, like they... Like, to some degree, like this administration is going in an authoritarian direction that we have not seen in this country. I don't think, at least in modern times, right? Like this whole thing is gotten way the fuck out of hand. And when I look at us rejecting the concepts of learning and education and progress, right? Just basic human progress, and just documenting shit that happened from people who supposedly have been complaining about fake news and liberal safe spaces. It's utterly crazy. But you know what broke my brain perhaps the most throughout all of this, like when I was like getting ready for this part of the stream today, is when I was looking for footage of the goddamn museum here. I found this clip from Smithsonian's own YouTube channel, the National Museum of Natural History, from 4 years ago, entitled Narrated Virtual Tour. Oh. David H. Koch Hall of Fossils.
A what now?
Yes. Yes. No, you're thinking, yeah, but your thinking is the thing that you should be thinking. Those of you who are arriving at the thought that I think you're thinking in your brain, you are correct. And for those of you who are like, what's going on? Let me clue you in. Think about the name of this particular exhibit. Who's it named after? David H. Koch. Who's that? Huh. Oh, right. This guy, who died 7 years ago, one of the Republican Party's biggest donors. The guy who I think helped found PragerU and was it the Daily Wire and like a number of other, like these. This exhibit was donated in memory of David H. Koch, the great American businessman and philanthropist. Oh, for the love of God. Too woke. Much, much too woke. David H. Koch, the wokest guy. Everybody's saying it.
Tiny fraction of Earth's history. The story of life on Earth is too big to be grasped in terms of human lifespans.
Exactly.
To understand.
Exactly. And we're not even going to watch this one because the footage is really bad. But when I saw this, I was like, dude, you have to be fucking kidding me. The irony is not missed. It is not missed. But the fact is of course, the thing that they are upset about is any and all history that does not center white men in a bright, shining light of unimpeachability. Places like, I don't know, the African American History Museum here in Washington, D.C.
For today's video, I'm going to show you a look inside of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which is a Smithsonian institution located in Washington, D.C. The museum first opened to the public in September of 2016 and is now one of the most visited Smithsonian institutions. Entry is free, but depending on the time of year that you visit, there could be a pass that is required.
You know, that statistic made me think and pause. I was like, oh, this is why. This is why they're so upset. Because the Black History Museum is more popular than the other museums. They're like, this is not fair. This is not fair. People care about the wrong history.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, my God. We have such a... Yeah, exactly, everybody. Idiocracy 2 playing in real life right now. You're witnessing it. Oh, God. Where's Owen Wilson? Luke Wilson? Luke. I think it's Luke. Whatever. Whichever Wilson brother. They're basically the same guy.
The museum is open every day except Christmas from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and is broken up in off-peak and peak season. Off-peak season is September through February, and timed passes are only required on the weekends. Those timed passes are available online 3 months in advance and are issued the first Wednesday of every month.
Yep. Okay. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I think we kind of get the point. This is a war on history that is critical of the nation of the United States, right? Like anything that even vaguely criticizes the American story that the Trump administration is trying to tell everybody, one that excludes immigrants, immigrant stories, black people stories, like it's just all of this is once again just an epistemological fight to rewrite history, to create a narrative, to structure literally the government and everything that touches it, that falls under its control. And anybody that they can scaremonger into falling into line, like into going along with the narrative. Because they need the narrative. They need this narrative. It's the one that they sold to get into power, right? Like, it is this white nationalist agenda that has to be held up by American exceptionalism. And any exception to American exceptionalism is indeed a threat to that narrative. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Christy. Museums are much too woke now. And the Trump administration is preparing to wage a full-on war against history and museums.
It's science.
Maybe it's so that we don't remember moments like this. Can't forget that last weekend was the 250th anniversary of this great experiment. Unfortunately, some of the results that we're seeing from this experiment, not so great. Like the display seen at America 250.
Events surrounding America's 250th birthday produced many memorable images. Fireworks lighting up the sky over the Capitol, crowds dressed in red, white, and blue, and military aircraft flying over Washington's many monuments. But one set of images has drawn attention for a very different reason. They show hundreds of masked, uniformed men marching through parts of Washington on the morning of the 4th of July. The men are members of Patriot Front. That's a white supremacist group formed in the aftermath of the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Images of members of the group riding metro trains alongside other passengers have since gone viral. Amna Nawaz spoke earlier with one of those passengers.
Roswell Encina was on the D.C. Metro, headed to an Independence Day celebration in Maryland on July 4th. The ride started out as expected. He saw people dressed in red, white, and blue, families getting on and off. But the atmosphere suddenly shifted when a massive crowd of men, all dressed alike, wearing masks and caps, filled the train. He soon found out those men were members of the white supremacist group, the Patriot Front. Getty Images photographer Finn Gomez captured this photo of Encina during that ride. Roswell Encina heads the U.S. Capitol Historical Society. That's a nonprofit and nonpartisan educational organization dedicated to preserving the history of the U.S. Capitol. And he joins me now. Welcome to the NewsHour. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So take me back to July 4th. You're on this train, you're headed to a celebration, you notice these men coming on the train, and this photo of you then goes viral. What's going through your mind at that moment in the picture?
Well, I was scared. I'd be lying to you if I told you I was trying to be strong. But, you know, when a massive amount of men who are masked, covered with sunglasses and a baseball cap, and you can't identify any of them, your natural instinct is to really just like, oh my goodness, what's happening? Who are these people? What are their intentions? What are they going to do in the metro? So I kind of made myself smaller.
When you look at that photo now, what goes through your mind?
I still have a hard time looking at myself in that photo. It's because, you know, people take photographs of you when you're smiling, when you're happy, maybe when you're sad or excited, but you never see yourself when you're scared. But I'm really hoping, you know, when people see my photo, most importantly, the photo of that African-American woman who was also surrounded by them, that they understand that we have our stories too, and our stories are part of the nation, and that we're all part of this United States.
There were those other photos, as you mentioned. There was one of a black man on a metro train ride, also surrounded by members of that Patriot Front. The black woman who you mentioned, who's since been identified by her family as Bernita Bolding. And I need to ask you about this because since she was identified, there has been a real wave of some very ugly, some racist comments about her and that photo. Have you seen anything similar, and do you worry about the response now that you're out speaking publicly about it?
Sadly, yes. I can't help but see the comments towards me, the comments towards her, and it's very discouraging. Some of them are like, well, they didn't touch him, you know, they left him alone, you know, he wasn't bullied physically. It's hard to understand what a person of color goes through in this country, especially when you're by yourself in a contained space, and that position you're put in and not knowing what's going to happen next, and that's how we felt.
Your own personal story is relevant here as well.
Yeah, this is the environment of fear and repression that the Trump administration, to some degree, is hoping to foment. Right? Like, this is, I mean, these are basically, I mean, they're not the Proud Boys, but they're basically, these are all the same guys that Donald Trump said stand back and stand by for January 6th, right? Like, these are all the same people who voted this administration into office, who want to be able to roam the streets like we're back in Jim Crow. You know, start having Klan rallies again, and you know, all these other fucking things. You know, when are the lynchings coming? Oh, that's right, we already have them. Well, I'm afraid I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We're gonna finish this a little bit more of this PBS clip, and then we'll talk about that.
That position you're put in and not knowing what's going to happen next, and that's how we felt.
Your own personal story is relevant here as well, because you were brought here as an infant. I know your father was in the U.S. military. You're a U.S. citizen, but you went back and forth between the Philippines a lot growing up. As we're talking about America's 250th and this whole conversation about what it means to be an American, how do you see your story fitting into that?
I think back to when my parents brought me here when I was an infant. My dad was in the U.S. Navy, as you mentioned, and they've always instilled in me the importance of civic engagement. My father, when I turned 18, we were just coincidentally, we were in the Philippines then, and like, we need to go out and vote. It was 1988, it was a presidential election, and I'm like, oh, sure. So we drove up to the U.S. Embassy, and we voted. And since then, I remember that day very clearly in my head, how exciting it was. You know, it's the most minimum thing you could do is go out and vote. Of course, everything beyond that is public dialogue. And that's what we try to do, at least at the Capital Historical Society. And
Yeah. This is one of these guys whose jobs is also under threat by the Trump administration. So basically his entire life is being upended by these people. But yeah, honestly, Boku, are you in the Discord? Because I know exactly what you're talking about with the wet pants thing. I can't find them. It's like they've scrubbed the internet of these things. Like, I literally can't find these stupid things. Also, no, those guys are not the Proud Boys. Also, the Proud Boys aren't the Proud Boys anymore either. That's the Patriot Front. I hate that I know all the different, like, at least just vaguely some of the differences between these guys. Like, I can at least identify at least 5 or 6 white nationalist groups off the top of my head in this country. Yes, no, I mean, if somebody can find the wet pants, somebody get it to me, but I can't find them. And we got to move on, unfortunately, to the death squads. The lynchings. Yep. One Houston area man was murdered in broad daylight by death squad. Death squads, I guess, is really it's like 2 units. Unfortunately, they have fallen out of the news, but we continue to have ICE running around our streets, doing all the same shit that they were doing before. We just have a media apparatus not doing enough to cover it, and it takes the literal deaths of human beings for them to notice. I, of course, have been trying to cover the different things that have been going on throughout all of this since the media went dark on everything. You know, from the Federalist facility in Minnesota to New Jersey and other things that have been happening across different states, shutting of Alligator Alcatraz, and I think 1,000+ people are still technically missing from that internment camp. We're living through history, and it's the worst kind, everyone. All of this stuff is, to some degree, going to make the history books, so long as they don't all get, burned in the process of this. It's all going to be the worst chapters.
A Texas family is demanding answers after a man was fatally shot on his way to work by an ICE agent. Lorenzo Salgado's son says he is a Mexican immigrant who has been living in the United States for 35 years with no criminal history.
CNN obtained video of the scene after he was shot, but I want to warn you, it is difficult to watch.
That's so up. I saw my dad's van, but no sign of him. I frantically called family, friends, loved ones to see if they can find any information. I saw a video posted on Facebook that he had been shot. I recognized him immediately. Not from his appearance, but from his voice, crying for help as he lay on the street, bleeding out.
ICE officials say they were conducting a traffic stop as part of a...
Yeah, they say that, but as it turns out, the more information that comes out about that, the less that story holds up. Also, ICE, not supposed to be doing traffic stops. That's not their job. This whole thing disgusts me to my core. And that young man shouldn't have to be living without his father. This man's family have just had, they just had someone taken away from them for no good reason. And the reason, the reasoning being used to justify all of this is disgusting. From the very heart of it. Going all the way up to the fucking Supreme Court. Because honestly, that institution is upholding all of this stuff. Not just upholding, creating the environment for all of this stuff to happen. Not just, upholding stuff when cases come. Like all the stuff that they've done up to now. including allowing national stop and frisk policy for brown people. It's fucking, it is fucking crazy.
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a 52-year-old homebuilder who was fatally shot by an immigration and customs enforcement agent in Houston, was not the intended target of the federal operation. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, said federal agents were looking for someone else when they attempted to stop Salgado Araujo's vehicle. Democratic U.S. Representative Sylvia Garcia says that the acting ICE director confirmed to her that Salgado Araujo, quote, was not a target.
I'm here to make sure that facts are not buried, that Lorenzo's family deserves answers, and my constituents deserve answers. We all Americans deserve answers.
According to his family, Salgado Araujo had lived in the U.S. for more than 35 years, had no criminal record, and was close to finishing the long process of obtaining legal status when...
This guy is an American. The only reason he isn't he's not even undocumented, okay? This guy was in every sense essentially an American as can be, and had just struggled because of the insane immigration process. Like, the citizenship process is so convoluted and so tedious and long. And this man, I mean, didn't even get official American citizenship. Was something which he clearly deserved. He's raising a beautiful family. 35 years. Guy's been here as long as I've been alive. I think it's fucking disgusting. And the Supreme Court, I got to go back at the Supreme Court, because this is the thing about all of this. The Supreme Court allowed this. They not just allowed it, they created the circumstances in which for the government, the Trump administration, can do these things that we're watching, right? They determined earlier this year that actually, was it this year or last year? Was it? God damn, it's all fucking flying through my head now. It's like it's all blended into the same clusterfuck of garbage. But in the last 18 months, Supreme Court decided, when the Trump administration started racially profiling people, and people were like, "Hey, that's fucked up and anti-constitutional. You can't do that." Supreme Court said, "Actually, they can. Actually, it's fine. Actually, let's institute a national stop and frisk policy." Now, I don't know if people know what stop and frisk is. I assume most people here kind of do. But if you know, stop and frisk was a policy, aka Terry stops, enacted by Rudy Giuliani in, I think, is it the late 90s or early 2000s? I can't remember exactly the timing of that. I think it was, I want to say it was like 2001 or something. Whenever he got in. I can't remember when he got in office. It was like somewhere around there. And it basically just allowed racial profiling. Like when they before they dismantled it, they looked into it, and 90% of the people that they stopped, it was like it just gave police the power to randomly stop anyone that they thought was suspicious looking, without any evidence of any crime or any reasonable suspicion other than just vibes. And as it turned out, police officers stopped on an overwhelming basis. And when I say overwhelming, I mean 9 out of 10 times a black or brown person was grabbed up and their entire life was stopped so that a police officer could harass them, right? And they could have their constitutional rights subverted. And it was determined that 90% of the time, people didn't have anything on them. It's interesting how those two statistics kind of line up. 90% of the time, it was black and brown people getting picked up. 90% of the time, nobody had anything on them. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway. Now we're doing that across the country. I may not know this, but New York City decided to stop doing that policy because of how ineffective it was and how little crime it was actually stopping and how blatantly unconstitutional it was ruled by I think a civil court, or was it civil? I can't remember. It was some court. I think it was federal court. I can't remember which court ruled, but a court ruled that it was unconstitutional. But now we're just doing it blatantly across the entire country, but under the premise, the guise of immigration policy, immigration enforcement. Now, in the last 48, 36 hours or so, something like that, since this horrifying daylight murder happened in Houston, details have been emerging contradicting the stories of federal agents.
What?
Yep. I know, that's shocking to everyone. And by everyone, I mean no one.
New surveillance video after Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was fatally shot by ICE agents in Houston. So here you can see what appears to be a black SUV trailing his van. It was a white van. He was going to work on Tuesday morning, just before 7 a.m. Now, the van disappears from view for a few seconds as it makes a U-turn. And when it comes back into frame, you can see it slowly coming to a stop. Now, what happened in these final seconds remains a mystery. These are the pieces that we have. But federal officials have so far not released any details about the ICE agents involved in the shooting. ICE claims Salgado Araujo tried to ram a law enforcement SUV. But according to three men who were in the van when the shooting occurred, that version of events from ICE is incorrect. Those men, by the way, are now in ICE custody. And an attorney for them says at no point did they use the van to ram ICE agents. He's actually now accusing ICE in all of this of a cover-up.
After speaking with these men, I have no doubt that what they're saying is the truth. I know that these agents, the agency is going to try to cover it up. This is not the first time that it happens.
And this is what we're hearing from Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, who represents Houston, as more and more details about the shooting are revealed.
We certainly now have conflicting testimony. I'm not prepared to say today that it's all lies, but it sure is looking that way.
I am.
Now, so far, ICE...
I'm prepared to say that I think it's all lies. I think it's all lies. This has been an agency that has lied repeatedly about their conduct, run by an administration that lies about theirs. An agency that has walked around unaccountable, murdering people with no reasonable cause with which to do so. Like, this is just another in a long line of disturbing events that are adding up to a completely lawless government. Which is really no government at all, just tyranny.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Is not commenting on these claims, but the government's story of what led to the shooting may be unraveling, because originally officials had claimed that Salgado Araujo was part of a targeted operation. That was what they initially said, right? Okay. So they admitted it and said this was targeted. But then a source with details about the shooting said that Salgado Araujo was not the target of the operation. So that's unclear. And it's still unclear if ICE agents identified themselves to Salgado Araujo before the shooting. What we do know is that Salgado Araujo does not appear to have had any criminal background. He is a Mexican national. He's been in the United States for 35 years, 3 children, born, bred, and raised here. And according to his son, he was right now in the process of getting a work permit, something his son talked about when we spoke last evening.
He decided that it was time for him to achieve his American dreams after putting 3 kids through college, one currently in college, I'm sorry. So he had been informed, and we have spoken as a family time and time again, what my dad should do in the case that he did get detained by ICE. My dad, again, he would have stopped had ICE very clearly identified themselves through their vehicles.
Yeah, and this is why I'm calling these lynchings. Because you cannot have a bunch of unidentified armed thugs just running around killing people. You know, like chasing people down and murdering them. Or chasing them down, in that fact. Like, this is the lawlessness. This is the fucking lawlessness, right? This guy's just minding his own goddamn business, going to work, traveling to a job site, something that sounds like he's been doing for decades, ever since being here, and you know, worried about thugs coming and robbing him. I'm sure something that Republicans could what's the word, empathize with. Since they're always so worried about these kinds of things, you know, like getting attacked on trains or whatever else. Like, I'm sure that they, you know, like, we all need more guns to protect ourselves from the violence out there, right? Like, why should this guy have not feared for his fucking life when he got a couple of random black SUVs running you down with no fucking identification at all? Just, you know, just living your normal life, having zero understanding of the situation because nobody's trying to make it clear what the fuck is going on. In fact, they're trying the opposite of that. They're trying to make sure that nobody knows what the fuck is going on, which creates these fucking insane situations. It's a lawless agency that needs to be disbanded. And that's why we need to get people in power who intend to do just that. Unfortunately, we're not quite done talking about this story. CNN did some real journalism here, breaking down events. They even got like a freaking CGI recreation of what happened using door cams.
I want to go to Ed Lavandera because he's out front in Dallas live for us tonight. So, Ed, a lot of things that we still have not gotten any direct answers about. What is the latest that you are learning about what really happened here?
Well, we've been able to obtain a series of videos over the last few days that really kind of capture those last crucial minutes before Lorenzo Salgado was shot and killed by ICE agents in Houston. So we're going to string all of that together so you can see it. But it also comes at a time where we're hearing from the first time some details about what happened that morning from those detainees who were in the van with Salgado as well.
As Lorenzo Salgado Araujo laid on the ground suffering from a gunshot wound, the 3 other men in the van with him were being taken into ICE custody by ICE agents Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I just want to play, before we go through all of this breakdown here, like, actually, I think I might skip ahead. I don't know if I need this part of it. Do I need this part of it? Actually, it's fine. There's just a point I want to make. Because, like, this is a horrifying... This is like a fucking action movie gone wrong. Right? Like, a bunch of, you know, like, roided up fucking idiots' fever dreams. Like, it turned nightmare on American soil. You know, on a crowded Houston street where passersby are witnessing the fucking carnage. You have to... If anybody who sees this and says, I'm down for this because I know there's a few psychos who show up in this chat and through everything we've seen have continued to support ICE because they think immigrants are bad. Now, I don't know if those people, I assume those people don't think white supremacy is bad. But you could imagine a government that perhaps hated or thought white supremacists were more of a threat than immigrants. Can you imagine the sort of insane fucking takes we would get in a different timeline where the government is targeting white supremacists, but not verified white supremacists, just people who look like white supremacists. You know what I mean? Just visibly give off vibes, like white supremacy vibes. Because that's exactly what's being done here. This is just the other side of the coin, right? This is people who look like immigrants. The Supreme Court has said that's fine. If they look like immigrants, you can go after them. But on the other side of the coin is this argument that I am making right now. What about a different timeline in a different administration that believes white supremacists are the biggest threat to this country? That says white supremacists, if you look like a white supremacist, you're a big enough threat that we should be able to go after you. And you should have to stop everything and prove that you're not a white supremacist and go to a detention center until you do.
For the first time, we're hearing their version of the events that led to the Dudley shooting through an attorney who spoke with them.
I can tell you with conviction that it...
Like, right?
That,
like, I mean, like, what? Exactly, though. Like, if they were put in that same situation with unmarked vehicles, you know, black SUVs chasing them down in their work trucks, I think we'd have a very fucking different narrative going on right now. We all know what that would be. They'd be fucking losing their goddamn shit.
Read the Second Amendment.
Versions of the events are extremely different from what ICE agents are saying or what the agency is saying.
After the shooting, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency put out a statement saying Salgado attempted to, quote, evade arrest, weaponized his vehicle, and tried to run over an ICE agent, forcing the officer to shoot the 52-year-old construction worker in self-defense.
At no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle, nor was an agent ever placed in the line of danger. That is simply false, and I believe my clients are telling the truth.
The Department of Homeland Security says the ICE agents involved were not wearing body cameras and the unmarked cars they were driving were not equipped with dash cameras. And so far, a clear video of the shooting has not emerged. But the videos that have been uncovered raise questions about the federal authorities' description of what happened. At 5:54 a.m., Lorenzo Salgado leaves his house to pick up the three other men for work. The three men told the attorney they were all driving north along Wayside Drive in a white van when an unmarked vehicle started following them. The white van made a U-turn and started moving south on Wayside Drive, as shown in this CNN animation based on videos compiled from the scene. The images show Salgado's white van turned left onto Canal Street at 6:46 a.m., while a black SUV followed closely behind. A second video shows the white van continuing on Canal Street while a black SUV drives alongside the van on the left side. Seconds later, another black SUV emerges from a parking lot of a shopping center onto Canal Street and follows the two vehicles. Salgado's white van then makes another U-turn, and seconds later, the unmarked ICE vehicles and the white van come to a complete stop. Here is a closer look at these videos and the sequence of movements that led up to the shooting. Salgado's van turns left onto Canal Street, with the black SUV pursuing. The unmarked vehicle carrying ICE agents pulls alongside the van, and the next camera angle captures the last U-turn on the edge of the video image before the cars come to a complete stop, and several ICE agents are then seen running toward the van. It's unclear from the videos when Salgado was shot, but 1 minute later, at 6:48 a.m., a bystander captured video of Salgado on the ground, bleeding, with agents surrounding him. The attorney for the detainees said Friday that agents shot at Salgado from the passenger side of his vehicle.
They also confirmed that the shots came from the sides, not from the front, which is inconsistent, with the ICE agent statements.
Yeah, and you know what's real crazy? No body cams on these guys. No dash cams on these guys. It's like, it's real weird because the government has been paying for fucking promotional teams to follow them around, or at least they were. And now no cameras? Now they got no cameras anywhere? All of a sudden, they used to have fucking like 4K, like multi-$1,000 Sony setups. And now they're like, what cameras? We don't have any cameras. It's weird. Yeah, it's super weird. No body cameras on anybody, huh? And yet, the 3 people who were there in the van with him heading to the work site reportedly said that they, completely refute the way in which it was described by the agents, that at no time were any agents in front of the vehicle. I mean, this is just a lynching, if that's the case. I just saw a brown guy traveling in a van and just killed him. All right, we're an hour into the stream, a little bit over it. Reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit that follow button like the enhanced one just did on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. Really helps out. Maybe hit that bell icon, like button too. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. I'm going to get a content goal started on Twitch, but of course, we're still defunded, demonetized on YouTube. In our 3rd month of demonetization, it's painful. But we still got Twitch to donate on, Cash App and PayPal. And of course, Patreon, the very best place to get the most space benefits for your dollars. Wait, what did I just click? I just clicked the wrong thing over here. Oh. What a terrible time. Okay, goals started. We still have a disturbingly large galactic deficit right now. We do need to do something about. Cash App and PayPal donations do go to that and the galactic content goal. 2 goals, $1. All right. Now, if you got a problem with any of that, we could start voting into office people espousing policy platforms, which would, in theory, put an end to all of this. People like a guy we didn't talk about yesterday, Michigan Senate hopeful. Excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Whoa. Michigan Senate hopeful Abdul El-Sayed went on to Zateo. I think it must have been over last weekend due to what's said here. Posted just a few days ago. Mehdi Abdul. Let's do it.
We're now in the final stretch of Michigan's primary season. How confident are you that you're going to win your upcoming race?
I'm confident that people want a politics that really is about getting money out, putting money in their pockets, and passing Medicare for all.
Do you define yourself as a socialist, a democratic socialist?
I went to medical school, and I watched, as a medical student, as our system chewed up and spit out poor folks while trying to play pianos up at the top floor for the richest cash-paying patients.
So you got attacked by your rivals for calling yourself a physician, not just a doctor, even though you don't have a valid state medical license in New York or Michigan. Do you wish you'd just stuck to calling yourself a doctor? AIPAC, via the United Democracy Project, their PAC, has poured, I think, $2.3 million into ads backing Haley Stevens in New York.
It's crazy how much money they're spending on ads right now. I mean, it is a Senate race. It's not a House race like some of these other races we've been talking about. But holy fuck. $2.3 million. And we still have like a month until this election. And actually, at the taping of this, if I'm not mistaken, at the taping of this, it's more than a month. I would have to go on to Zateo.com to figure that out, but I'm pretty sure.
Race. She's described herself as a proud pro-Israel Democrat.
Apparently, they come to her in her dreams.
I was going to ask, do you dream about Israel?
I'll tell you, I'm haunted and have nightmares about the children who've been orphaned at the hands of the Israeli military.
If Democrats are winning Michigan.
Yeah, no kidding. And honestly, yeah, his answer was clearly more thought through than mine. It's just such a question to ask. Do you dream about Israel? Who the hell actually dreams about Israel? I actually struggle to believe that even Haley Stevens dreams about Israel. Like, what kind of sicko do you have to like be dreaming of Israel in the way that she said? I just don't know. I just can't. All right, do we do the intro? Skip the rest of the intro. We honestly, we've talked about Abdul so many times. I don't think we need the intro. So let's see. Let's just do a couple of these clips. Screw it. We'll do a little bit of the intro. I'll let Mehdi start us off here. Might as well.
If Democrats are winning Michigan, very good chance they're winning the Senate. Chuck Schumer could be back as Senate Majority Leader. You've said you will not vote for him. Who would you rather see instead? Could it be someone like Chris? All eyes are on Michigan as one of the latest tests for the progressive left, following big wins for left-wing candidates in New York City primaries last week. As voters head to the polls in just a few weeks' time, progressive doctor and former public health official Abdul El-Sayed will face off against Democratic establishment favorite Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow. But between being smeared as an anti-Semite to being too far left for Michigan and also facing backlash for holding a rally with controversial Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, can Abdul El-Sayed actually pull off a win? He joins me now to discuss. Welcome back to the show.
Honored to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. We're now in the final stretch.
I love how Hassan has like become a part of the narrative of the elections. Oh my god. Everything in the last couple of months has just gone weird in a way that, I mean, in these ways I'm on board for, like with the way like the fucking mainstream media, we've watched them sort of like collapse in on themselves like a fucking like a neutron star or something. Like they like, and now like are all of a sudden like talking about these ideas. Oh, it's like, it's kind of crazy. And then like Hassan Piker now being like one of like the main figures in like the media right now. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I said it yesterday, but I'm still kind of in awe about what Hassan's been up to and his insistence to get involved in as many of these races he seems to be able to is, I think, pretty impressive. And it's having an more than just impressive. It's like fucking being impressed. Like, it's having an outsized effect. And it feels like that dragging of the Overton window back to the left or just to the center, because it's been so far to the right for so long. Like, it is so refreshing, like just watching it and just happen and unfold in front of our eyes, which is why I insist that we continue this momentum.
We spoke before a few months ago. We're now in the final stretch of Michigan's primary season. We've seen these big wins for Democratic Socialist candidates in New York City congressional primaries and across the country. How confident are you that you're going to win your upcoming race?
You know, we have a saying in our tradition, inshallah. Confidence is a question of what you believe in. But in terms of the outcomes of the race, we run like we're 10 points down. We've had $30 million of AIPAC spending against us already. They are coming negative anytime now. And we know that whatever lead we have in the polls can erode. But this race was never built on the idea that we're going to be able to outspend them. It was built on literally a year plus of work going all over my state. I've done 110 different cities now, 450 public events. We go everywhere, we talk to everyone. And we've been able to have conversations that start with everyday people and their needs. And I'm confident in those conversations. I'm confident that we're speaking to their needs. And I'm confident that people want a politics that really is about getting money out, putting money in their pockets, and passing Medicare for all.
You know that many of your critics in the party, forget the Republicans, even people in the Democratic Party say, you're just too progressive for Michigan, this swing state. What happens in New York can't be replicated in places like Michigan. And yet new polling from Zenith Research found that you have the strongest chance of beating Republican Mike Rogers.
Oh! The numbers. Okay, like I said, we're not going to listen to this whole thing, partly because this was posted last weekend, or at least I think it was posted to Zateo's website last weekend. I think it was done before. No, I don't think. Like, I listened to this whole thing, and they did this before Mallory McMorrow dropped out on Sunday, and so some of his stuff is irrelevant. So I'm gonna skip ahead to some of the issues, like money out of politics. Thankfully, they have chapters.
Let's just follow the money. Our party is just as awash in corporate money as the Republicans. And what's worse for Democrats is that we're supposed to be the party of working people. It's one thing for a corporate party to take corporate money to do corporate things. It's another entirely for the people who tell you that they want to fight for working people to take corporate money from the people who created the same problem and then come to tell you that they're going to solve it.
Today's shows was righteous? Whose? Hassan's or mine? I assume you mean Hassan. The greatest sin association with Hassan Piker. It's true. Oh, it's horrible. Apparently some older Democrats are voting for Stevens because they think that Obama is endorsing her, which she is not. If that's the case, the polls, then she's even worse shape than I thought. Because, I mean, they have been spending so much money on ads for her. Millions and millions and millions of dollars already. And if they're all, there's some part of the electorate that's living under a false pretense, and that false pretense, like, the bubble gets popped between now and the fucking election, that's fucking it. Because last I checked, she's either tied or like slightly behind, I think, at this point with Abdul. I have to look again.
And so that kind of hypocrisy I can't stand. And I am absolutely coming to upset the apple cart on that kind of politics. And I think that's what they're afraid of. And if I win in Michigan, I want you to think about what that says about what's possible. A lot of folks can marginalize a mayor in New York or congresspeople from New York. But it's very, very difficult to marginalize a senator in Michigan, especially as we head into a presidential race.
It's a big race. You talked about defining your opponents before they define you. Do you define yourself as a socialist, a democratic socialist?
I don't, and it's largely because I'm a person of faith, and then everyone else has to bring empirics. I look for solutions that are purpose fit to problems. I wrote the book on Medicare for All because I wanted to make sure that this was the approach that we could take to guaranteeing everybody health care in America. And when it comes
Yeah. Here it is. Michigan Advance. This is from the 8th, 3 days ago. Detroit's Abdul El Sayed and U.S. Representative Haley Stevens, the only two remaining Democratic candidates, who are now statistically tied in a poll conducted the day before and day of Tuesday's first head-to-head debate. Oh, and we watched part of that, didn't we? Oh. I kind of want to watch that. I feel like we should have watched that instead. Now that I'm thinking, honestly, these are both good. They're both good. I take it back. But he crushed her. Like he Abdul decimated. I almost forgot that debate was. Oh my God, he made Haley Stevens look so stupid. I'll bet now the polls. I bet he's ahead in the polls now. If that was the day before. Yeah, 2.5% margin of error, which means either of them could be ahead right now. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what I intuited from what I had read earlier about this poll. Yeah. I mean, so basically, they're statistically tied, right? Like he could be in the lead, he could not be in the lead, but they're so freaking close, it's impossible to know for sure, right? You have to ask every single voter in Michigan what they're planning to do, and even then, we still have a month left to go, or well, now 3 weeks to go.
Our economy. I'm somebody who read about.
I'm going to skip ahead
and
to healthcare.
Anybody who knows about capitalism.
You wrote the book on it.
I do.
You would like to see a universal government-funded.
I went too far.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I'll tell you.
You wrote the book on it.
I do.
You would like to see,
and for the workers who actually do the work.
But you do support Medicare for all. You wrote the book on it.
I do.
You would like to see a universal government-funded healthcare system.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I'll tell you this. I went to medical school.
By the way, thank you from T on Cash App for the 5 bones. Getting us started on the galactic content goal. Appreciate that. Princess Mouse, you have a totally real question for me. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound real. It sounds like you're about to say a very non-real thing. But please go ahead. And wow, I almost looked away, and then another dono came through on PayPal. Glitchmaster, the amount of people I've seen boosting Abdul is encouraging. So true. And thank you, Glitchmaster, for the 30 bones. So generous. Both of you getting us now to... that is... What is that? I can't do the math. We're almost there. We're like, oh my God. We're like $10 away. Like yeah, that's close enough. And it's over that, but really, that's fast. That was fast. We started the content goal 10, 20 minutes ago. You guys are crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
And I watched, as a medical student, as our system chewed up and spit out poor folks while trying to play pianos up at the top floor for the richest cash-paying patients. To me, it shouldn't matter who you are. Your body deserves the same health care. And we can build that in the richest, most powerful country in the world. We can have the best system in the world. We can pay less for it, and it can be there for us and be durable.
You mentioned going to medical school. You
I also
walked
did a
into that
PhD in your
question.
country.
You did at Oxford University, at my university. You got attacked by your rivals for calling yourself a physician, not just a doctor, even though you don't have a valid state medical license in New York or Michigan, which apparently is what you need legally to call yourself a physician. Do you wish you'd just stuck to calling yourself a doctor, which you are, to avoid all of this controversy and attacks on your physician status?
You know, at the end of the day, it's not about whether or not I'm a physician or a doctor. The question is, can you see a doctor? It's not about my education. It's about whether or not your kid gets a good education. So I'm just not spending
that's a good
time.
line, but people would say it's also about, did you tell the truth?
Well, I would say that I was the health director for the city of Detroit. I've done more to provide more people health care or eliminate their medical debt than most doctors have done in their practice career. So I'm proud of the work that I did. I took my medical education in a different direction. And I did graduate from a school that's literally called Columbia College of Physicians and Surgeons. So, you know, you can go have that argument with Columbia University if you like.
Yeah, that's the thing about this, that like I think it's fair, even if technically that might be in terminology a mistake. He literally graduated from a medical school called the School of Physicians and Surgeons. And he graduated from there. So is he not one of those physicians? Just very strange that anybody wants to nitpick this hard. And this guy, he's not asking to be anybody's doctor, right? That's the thing about this. Like, he's not pitching you on a surgery right now. He's pitching you on giving you Guaranteed healthcare. It's a completely different scenario. And I don't think that that's, in all fairness, like a reasonable thing to go after him for. People are going to do it, but it's just empty, right? It's not on policy. Sure, you can try and pretend like but like that answer right there he just gave is just so solid. Like on a debate stage, that ends the discussion. I think for most voters, they're like, yeah, screw it. Like that's not important to me. Like maybe you get like 3 physicians that are like, I'm not voting for him. Like, right? Like who are already probably voting for Mike Rogers. You know that there's a space guy running for office. And yeah, that's true. Clacton by sea. Or on sea? Whatever it is. Count Binface. A great galactic being. There are, I must admit, some serious similarities to the two of us. However, it's complicated. It is actually somewhat complicated. I don't want to ruin parts of the whatever, but you know, like let's just say I do see the two of us as being allies in galactic domination and Earth improvements of a governmental variety, right? I also I look to an older galactic warrior who has disappeared from this realm, whom we have not seen for some time. The OG, Lord Buckethead, who vanished into obscurity, where he went, nobody knows. I assume Omicron Persei 8. No way to know for sure. All right, I think we all know what Abdul El-Sayed's opinion on Israel is, since he's been attacked over it like 100 million trillion times. Whatever that adds up to. Let's end it with this discussion on the future. Or what we're being sold as the future. AI.
Pocket past Medicare for All has the ability to shape who the next president can be and also what the next president should do. And I aim to use my platform as the next senator from Michigan to have as much of an outsized impact on that as I possibly can. It's just not going to be me.
We're almost out of time, but I do want to ask you to talk about your proposal for handling AI.
Yeah.
Wait, Buckethead played your town recently? Wait. Wait, you telling me Buckethead still exists? I thought that... Okay, I don't want to ruin the Binhead lore, so I'm not gonna get into this. But I thought he was no longer allowed to do Buckethead. I'm confused. Now I have to look into what you're talking about.
Which is very new and seems to be even tougher than Senator Bernie Sanders' plan for AI. Walk me through the plan, and do you think you can actually pass through Congress?
I think there's a lot more bipartisan potential on AI regulation than on almost every other issue, because I hear about every single place I go, whether it's a rural community, an urban community, suburban community, everybody's talking about it. Here's the issue. AI is life-altering technology. And the issue with AI is not the technology. The issue with AI is the incentives driving the technology. AI might be new technology, but the oldest technology we have on the book in terms of figuring out how to regulate technology is democracy. And I think we need to put AI under democracy. So what we're proposing is not just 50% ownership for the public, but also 50 plus 1% control. So we would like to have democratic control over these hyperscale firms, to divest them from legacy internet companies like Microsoft and Meta and Google, and charter them as public interest, public-focused corporations that have to operate under the same exact ideals as doctors do, which is first do no harm.
Oh my God, AI with the expressed intent to not do any harm. divested from the major internet companies trying to make them profitable for their business models that are trying to insert it into every product that they offer us. That gives the government 51% control and 50% stake in the company. Oh my God.
The communists.
But seriously though, I mean, I do see good points being made in chat. Don't do it. It's a scam. I mean, look, and this inherently is part of the, what do you call it? The paradox. This is the paradox of the moment when it comes to this AI situation. We've been sold a bill of goods that hasn't yet been proved in its efficacy, that we've been told is the future of all things, as well as business, like profitability is gonna whatever quintuple overnight sometime. I don't know when that's happening. Hasn't happened yet, I know that much. All right. We're gonna keep talking about the Michigan election for Senate real quick, and then same video, go over to a different situation. Majority report. Emma with the boys. Emma with the boys. Oh yeah, they took over. I mean, Emma and the boys took over all week. It's crazy. It's out of control. And they found some interesting clips here, CNN based. Jake Tapper getting up to all sorts of interesting stuff on his show.
But now that we have McMorrow on the brain, Jake Tapper just can't stop talking about her, even though she's dropped out already, and having National Review writers on to play the same old hits about how the left is anti-Semitic, and that's why we rejected the Michigan primary voters rejected Mallory McMorrow.
That's anti-Semitogen. Everybody knows it. Did GSL tease us with Count Binface? I didn't tease anybody with Binface. Somebody asked about Binface on Twitch. I don't even know if I've properly answered their question. But suffice to say, I'm not teasing you with Binface. I put Binface on the title and the thumbnail for a reason. We will talk about Binface. But one would assume that's going to be during the United Kingdom portion of the stream. Wouldn't you think? In fact, we've already done much more Binface talking than I would like at this point. We've gone above and beyond. God damn it.
Come on!
Not Jewish. No one in the primary actually is Jewish. But okay.
But if one of the...
but
who's more
But
Jewish
she's married to a Jewish guy. I got it. Okay, let's see how
didn't know that, honestly. It wasn't really a part of my calculation.
Okay. The thing is that Michigan primary voters found out that McMorrow once shook hands with a Jewish person, and that's why they rejected her. I've been hearing about this.
Yeah, so the New York Times alleged, not me, the New York Times alleged that when the bottom really fell out for McMorrow, who was a rising star in Democratic politics when resistance was the name of the game, fell out when she criticized El Said for campaigning with Hassan Piker, an influencer who has specialized in saying inflammatory things like accusing one anti-Hamas individual of being a pig.
You see what I mean, though? Like, this is what I'm talking about. And regardless, I mean, sure, are they constantly trying to smear Hassan with being this horrible guy? Yeah, they are. What's happening? What is happening? Everybody with the hats and the glasses. Which I guess, technically, you gotta top them up. Now that I think about it, you know, you gotta do one per stream. Because what if I'm running out? And tomorrow's stream, I come on here and I don't have a hat or glasses to start the stream off. It's good thinking. That's good thinking. Okay. And hydrate. Yes, good idea. It's important. But like, this is what I'm talking about with Hassan. Like because they are now terrified of what he represents politically, and they're only terrified of him because he's having an outsized effect. Like, they're being forced to talk about it, right? A guy who they would otherwise fucking ignore, just some random guy on Twitch. You know, do you see what I'm saying? Like, in any other context, like, they're not talking about anybody else on Twitch here. It's just Hassan. What does that get people? What does that get people to do? It gets at least some number of people, whatever out of 10. You know, 2 out of 10, 3. I don't know what it is. Like, but some people like look into Hassan, and maybe some number of those people are gonna find him and be like, oh, he's just a nice boy who wears suits and says he wants people to have health care. I'm doing an old lady voice because I assume that's who watches CNN unironically. But it's not just, it's not just Michigan that we should be talking about here, or Hassan Piker. He is, after all, just some streamer guy. And there's other democracy happening around the country. We got races going on. Republicans have already decided a number of primaries who they want to go to the general. In places like Colorado and Tejas, they've got some fascinating picks. What's the name of? I'm always getting these two guys mixed up because they're both so fucking crazy. Vince. I can't remember this fucking guy's name now. I can't remember this fucking, but like, there's oh no, it's not governor. It's Senate. It's not Senate. It's governor. It's governor in Colorado, and in Senate in Texas. Like, a couple of real full psychos that they have been putting forward. Victor Marks. Guy is a complete lunatic. He went on to an interview with I can't remember, I can't remember who it was now, but he went on to this interview and talked about all of the people he killed as a child. He's like a baby assassin. I'm not making this up, okay? Go. We're not watching that. We're not doing that. I'm baiting you. No, we're gonna go down to Texas. Well, actually, not Texas. We're gonna go all the way across the ocean to talk about Texas's Senate election, where you got James Tallarico going up against Ken Paxton, another complete fucking lunatic, who has, I mean, some of the craziest scandals you could imagine, from corruption to not just like self-enrichment, like when I say corruption, but like corruption, but also self-enrichment, all the kinds. But for July 4th, he decided to use his liberty to leave the country, spend some quality time.
July weekend, he was...
Wait, I've gone too far.
Spotted in London with apparently his mistress.
Wait. God damn it. Actually, that's fine.
Process was, but how corrupt do you have to be for Republicans in the Texas State House to say, yeah, this guy's going beyond the pale? Anyway, over 4th of July weekend, he was spotted in London with apparently his mistress, just openly. And I just want to play this because they seem kind of drunk. Just play it. So this is him. I mean, celebrating Independence Day in the UK.
Wait, so this little move here.
I'm sorry, but we gotta make. I can't remember. Wait, do they unpack this more, or do they do this slow? Because no, all right, because we gotta get the very beginning of this, right? Because this is the moment you can quite clearly see them. Her arm is deeply inserted into his, right? Like, right? She's holding on to him. They are clearly walking together. This is the point that we, this is an important nexus, right? From which this all, comes from. What is that? Puppy treats. Yes. Laika's looking hungry. Oh, I forgot to add to the Galactic.
Seem kind of drunk. Just play it. So this is him. I mean, celebrating Independence Day in the UK.
Wait, so this little move here, is this him trying to look like he's not with her?
I don't know. It looked like he stumbled. Not that it matters if they're drinking. I mean, who cares?
No,
but...
how I interpret this is he realized he was on camera.
Okay.
About here, and he's like, "Get your arm off me!"
So good.
Right?
I know, but
then,
we can't be together. We can't be together. He pushes her away. She's like, "What the fuck?" Then he looks over. He's like, "I don't know you. Who are you?"
He even sees, and this person clearly following them, because as he turns around, changes the orientation of the camera, and then he's like, "Oh shit, I am screwed here. I need to look like I am. Oh, I'm just lost, kind of looking around. Oh, I'm going this way because I have nothing to do with green dress." But she drops her phone or something right there, and he has to be like, "Well, fuck, I kind of can't just ditch you entirely."
Yes. Yeah, I think that you probably are right.
And then they walk in different sort of directions here.
What's amazing is that this is like, how can Texas Senate candidates stop leaving the state and getting into these controversies like Ted Cruz?
Honestly, no.
It's
I hope
unbelievable.
not.
I know this isn't about a national
I
disaster,
hope
but
not.
don't you want to be in the...
I disagree. I disagree with them on this. I hope they don't. At least until we get some good people in there. Watching these assholes just embarrass themselves in these ways is truly delicious to me. And I know it can't possibly help their numbers. I mean, not that it's hurt Ted, right? I mean, Ted still got his job. But, it doesn't hurt to be able to call the guy Cancun Cruz, right? Or... And I'm gonna come up with a nickname for what we just witnessed here. Because this is some of the most, hilarious, the worst acting I've ever seen. Just, all of, he's just circling around her. He's trying to make it seem like he's not with her, but then makes it even more obvious by doing this weird ass circle. You see what I mean? He just the weird circle is just so incriminating. It's just that aspect of it that really broke me. It was just how badly he tried to sell this. Oh. Look, he's having a hard time, He got caught by his wife having an affair with this woman, allegedly, or not, honestly. I assume it's real. And, just trying to have a little R&R. Wasn't expecting anybody to notice. Now, one thing that it's not clear to me whether or not they were expecting us to notice. I mean, it's clear that at some point during this process, they realized that we had noticed and they could not stay silent on it. But I am, of course, talking about the disappearance and the ensuing events surrounding Mitch McConnell. One of the most elderly senators in our government, who's had so many senior moments, I literally have lost count. And it's, it's been a very weird, week or so. I don't remember exactly when we all found out about this, but at some point we all realized, I think it was Sunday or something, or a little before that. It was I think it was technically last week, but it's been sort of growing in volume ever since. The concerns surrounding Mitch's sudden evacuation via ambulance. And then multi-month? How long has he been gone now? I've already forgotten. I mean, most times he just sat there anyway, and his staff tried to keep him from saying words or getting in front of cameras, lest he have another senior moment. And so, the lack of Mitch is almost it's almost hard to remember where it starts. It's when's the last time I actually heard Mitch talk? It's been a while. But it was a month ago, right? It was or was it multiple months ago? They are holding on for dear life onto this thing. I can't figure this out. I'm going to figure it out.
CNN obtained video of emergency responders taking Senator Mitch McConnell to an ambulance. The neighbor who shot...
Was it June 14th? That sounds right to me. That does sound right to me. It's almost exactly 4 weeks ago. Yeah. So yeah, the guy's been gone for a freaking month. Oh, so strange.
Emergency responders taking Senator Mitch McConnell.
Oh, by the way, almost forgot, got another sweet donation over here. And before we leave the Galactic office, move on to this Mitch McConnell situation. Gotta say thank you to Hermit for the 10 bones. And some more. And some more. And enough to complete the Galactic content goal. I know that much. So we get one of these. Yes, indeed. A beautiful confetti party. Oh, it's lovely. And thanks to all of you space fams and your generosity. You've completed the goal. Easily. And within less than an hour of starting it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, let me make sure I end them on Twitchy. Goal over. Thanks to all of you, beautiful people. Your donations. This show will continue until it's done. And boy, oh boy. We've only brushed the surface of what I have prepared for us tonight, Space Fams. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we have a myriad topics to discuss. Alright. Last look at the confetti, at the glory, at the epicness. Now to Mitch McConnell.
To an ambulance. The neighbor who shot the video told CNN the Capitol Police blocked the street and other neighbors report. CNN obtained video of emergency responders taking Senator Mitch McConnell to an ambulance.
was exposed.
No!
And then another neighbor
Why have you
standing next to
forsaken
them
me?
identified McConnell's face and saw that
Why have
McConnell
you
wasn't
done this?
wearing an oxygen mask. So
Why have you done this?
CNN obtained video of emergency responders taking Senator Mitch McConnell to an ambulance. The neighbor who shot the video told CNN the Capitol Police blocked the street and other neighbors reported seeing McConnell's face. This was a month ago, and it comes nearly a month after a spokesperson for McConnell first reported that the senator has been hospitalized, but few other details have been released. Let's get to Annie Greer, who helped break this story. So talk to us about this video and how it fills in the pieces of the puzzle.
So, John, what I heard from a neighbor of McConnell's around 8:30 in the morning on June 14th, this neighbor opened their door to commotion on the street. They saw 2 ambulances, a fire truck, and Capitol Police had blocked off the entire road. So this neighbor stayed on the street to try and figure out what was going on. And about half an hour later, at around 9 o'clock in the morning, this neighbor saw a person from McConnell's home being carried on a stretcher into an ambulance and said that they saw this person was wrapped in a blanket and that their feet was exposed, and that another neighbor standing next to them identified McConnell's face and saw that McConnell wasn't wearing an oxygen mask. So the firsthand witness that I spoke to said that they tried to ask Capitol Police what was going on, and all they were told was it was a medical emergency. They wouldn't confirm who it was for.
Yeah, and that's an interesting detail. The fact that he wasn't wearing an oxygen mask. Because supposedly that would be necessary. Oh shit, we have confetti still going over here on the vertical. There we go. But oh, I gotta update the galactic deficit too, because what was that? Trying to do the math. Oh, yeah. Oh, and that's the wrong one. There we go. Look at that, and we're 10% of the way through the galactic content goal. I mean, deficit goal. Yeah, deficit financing goal.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Sorry. Too many words for me to remember sometimes. But the lack of oxygen mask, supposedly people are suggesting would be necessary if he had a heart attack. So leads one to believe what the medical emergency was. That makes me think one thing. That Mitch McConnell...
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits.
Oh my god.
Put your hat on. There's alien signals.
Thank you, Omega. How did I... My hat must have slipped off. Oh, that was dangerous. 5G, alien signals, and Earth waves were making their way into my brain. That would have been bad. That was almost a near crisis. Thankfully, I have people like you to prevent the worst from happening. Oh, phew. That was close. That was too close. All right. What was I doing? I forget. Oh, right. I was talking about Mitch McConnell and what I thought this was, and I'm not a medical doctor, just to be clear. But like, I tried to like rack my brain over all of this stuff, and the thing that came to mind was, I mean, I won't suggest that they're I won't claim that they're weekend at Bernie'sing him, but I will suggest that was the first thing that came to mind. But then I was like, all right, no, think of something less conspiratorial for 2 seconds. You know, it was probably a leak in my tinfoil hat at the time. But the fact is like, I think it's possible that it's not necessarily a problem with the body so much as it is with the brain. Yeah. I think he may be having like some sort of like real problem, and they needed like something like was going on, and like he maybe he fell or something like that, because you wouldn't necessarily need an oxygen mask for a fall. You could, but it's not. I don't think it's necessary, like 100%. Like they're going to do that in that scenario. But of course, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh my God, did they do what's the goddamn? Oh. Why can't I think of the fucking name of this movie right now? Why? Someone help me. Someone fucking... Why can't I think of this right now? Oh. Is it American Gangster? I can't remember. Where they like, is it Russell Crowe? They like wheel a guy out on a stretcher with his eyes like taped open. Like a cop murders a guy over like drugs. And there's a bunch of people outside that are demanding answers because there's like there was like gunshots like in this apartment building, and then there's like a bunch of like police officers and officials that like show up and like all this other shit, and people are like furious about like what the fuck like they have like want answers, and they wheel this guy out with his eyes taped open or something like that to make it look like he was alive, right? And like that's the first thing I could think of. I can't. It's been so long since I've fucking seen that movie. I cannot remember the name of that movie. Somebody help me. This is what happens when you take the hat off. Exactly, Omega. This is what happens when you take the hat off. Now, of course, that is a sort of conspiratorial theory that I have no evidence for. It was just a thought that popped into my brain. But I just want to go here to how people are responding to this situation. Because if you're a Kentuckiite, whatever it is, if you're a person from Kentucky, you're probably thinking to yourself, do I even have 2 senators? Do I have the full amount of representation that I'm supposedly promised under this democracy of ours? And some people are, in fact, asking that question to themselves and also out loud.
I would imagine that the folks in the hospital are doing that right now.
Sure.
Many Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill say they've been kept in the dark.
We haven't spoken directly. I've texted with him, and I've talked to people with his office and his staff, and I don't know much more than what the public knows.
I have not had any conversations with him. I understand that some of...
Is it American Gangster? Because that's the one I kept thinking it was. I couldn't remember. Because like I feel like it's been 20 years since I saw that movie. I feel like I saw that... Like I saw that in like college, and I have not seen it since.
Colleagues have. We wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, no, I have not heard from him, and I think it's a question that Republicans should be asking.
Do you know that he's alive?
I don't. Just the things that I've heard and seen from some friends is that he's obviously not doing well, but don't know if he's alive or has passed away.
One of the reasons why people are talking about this, political people are talking about this in a kind of ghoulish way, frankly, is that the Kentucky Senate vacancy law, meaning what do you have to do if suddenly a Senate seat is open? Well, there's a special election. The governor has to call for it. And the seat has to be empty until a winner is certified. So the idea is that the clock is somehow ticking on if suddenly there's an open seat in Kentucky, whether it can be filled. What I don't know is why Republicans are kind of leading the charge online talking about this. This is Nancy Mace in a social media post. If McConnell is in as bad a shape as Biden ever was, or worse, he needs to step aside. This charade can't continue. We can't demand of others what we won't demand of ourselves.
Oh, wow. It's gotten so blatant, even Republicans are noticing the hypocrisy. That's when you know it's hit peak hypocrisy. when it's hit max hypocrisy. When Republicans notice, they're like that's when you know it's bad. Even they can't avert their eyes. Like every place they look, they notice it, and they're like, fucking hell, might as well mention this. Have you noticed Mitch is missing? Remember that time we were complaining about Joe Biden?
I'm staying in the race.
Like that's how you know bad. That's how it's got to be bad. It's got to be really, really bad. Like they're like. I think a lot of our thoughts on this are probably true. I still think that his wife is working on an AI robot, Mitch McConnell. I've been thinking this for a while, ever since she went to China. I was like, why go to China when your husband suddenly is rushed to a hospital? It's a weird time to do it. 2 days after that, or whatever, 3 days after that, and it's like, what do we need? We need AI Mitch McConnell. Can you do it?
China! I have to have my China.
We can make him stronger, faster, better. We have the money, the technology.
I think this is all getting kind of crazy, frankly. I can speak a little bit to this personally. When my dad was running for Congress in Iowa, Western Iowa,
your dad.
in 2020, he was diagnosed with stage 4 intestinal cancer. And we made the decision that since it was an ongoing election to come public and disclose everything. The reality is that I think McConnell is doing fine. Scott Jennings has backed up that he's completely fine and he's coherent.
Don't skip over that. You said we made.
There's some crazy cope from this guy. I don't know why he suddenly brings up his dad. I'm trying to think of who his dad is right now. Who's Schilling? Who is this guy's dad? Why can't I think of that? American Principles Project. Terry Schilling. Doesn't even have a bio. Who's his dad? Whatever. By the way, he's the president of the American Principles Project, a 501c3 nonprofit that is focused on taking away the rights of women, LGBTQ people, and others. But those are the main focuses. Good guys.
Aren't I a good guy?
It's just fascinating the level of cope.
The decision
I'm sorry.
to be public.
I love the level of cope of this sentence that he says, that he ends this statement with is, the facts that I think that everything is fine. He says the facts that I think Mitch McConnell's fine, and Scott Jennings said he had a phone call with him, and that's proof.
McConnell is come public and disclose everything. The reality is that I think McConnell is
not the facts. He said the reality is. The reality is that you're a doofus. The reality is that you are a clown shoes fucking moron, okay? Oh God, these people.
Dangerous morons.
And Scott Jennings has backed up that he's completely fine and he's coherent.
Don't skip over that. You said we made the decision to be public.
Because there was a pending election that voters were going to make a decision on. But you look at what's happening in the Senate right now, they're not doing anything of substance. There's not going to be a Save Vote Act, it looks like. They don't need his vote right now. He's announced his retirement. He's being replaced by most likely Andy Barr in Kentucky. It'll be exciting to see. But I think this is much ado about nothing. nothing. I think we should give him the grace and give him some privacy.
It's fine. Just let him rot in the hospital for 6 months until an election happens and he just sort of falls out of his seat. Like, what? These are the same people who are like, Joe Biden is the auto pen president. You know, these are the same sort of guys who are out here going, you know, Sleepy Joe is auto pen president. The deep state is running everything from behind the scenes, and they're like, look, Mitch McConnell, give him some grace, let him die in dignity while he's in office. Why should we worry that he's completely incapable of doing his job?
I'm staying in the race.
Come out when he is, when he feels comfortable.
Can I ask a question? If you're a resident of the state of Kentucky and need help getting a passport with the State Department, who do you call?
You call Senator Mitch McConnell's office. Oh, well, please. The Senate staff. Everyone knows that the Senate staff is really where the magic happens and does all the work.
Well, no. But I just think the notion that because there is not a major piece of
fighting legislation,
fighting legislation that's priority to Republicans, that somehow the residents of the state of Kentucky are entitled to know, number one, what the health status is of one of the most senior senators in the United States, and two, that the fact that there isn't an election somehow obviates the senator from, one, transparency, or two, doing his job.
There's probably a trusted.
Yeah, no, I mean, the whole thing is fucking laughable and insane, and you can see him looking down at the table, just trying to think of a way to refute the very, very fucking clear argument which Elliot has just fucking laid out in front of all of us. I mean, and let me try and take it even one step further, because like, fuck what the Republicans even want to do, because legislatively, technically, regardless of party, our legislators are supposed to be independent minded individuals thinking on behalf of their constituents. Right? Broadly, of course, of America as well, if they're federal legislators. But like that suggestion itself in the beginning is like suggesting that Mitch McConnell, like they might as well just have a robot like in there just voting Republican every time that Trump says vote Republican. Like, it's crazy cultist thinking to begin with. Not to forget, of course, that this guy is unreachable. Unreachable. And there's been 4 phone calls between him supposedly and his closest Republican allies, like fucking Scott Jennings, who's known him since he was a teenage boy, which another whole creepy thing I don't even want to try and unpack right now, but like, it's crazy. Like, it's fucking crazy. And like all of their claims combined are just wildly dubious. Like, the more of them that came out and said that they had like a normal ass conversation with Mitch McConnell all on the same day, the more that I became skeptical of this whole goddamn situation. Like, I was like, it's just too many guys having very good and like long-winded conversations with Mitch McConnell, a guy who's in the hospital supposedly and can't leave. Just think about that. Mitch McConnell, he needed to go to the hospital for some reason, but he can't leave. But he can sit there and be on the phone for in a one-day span. An elderly individual who's, let's not forget, schedules are very truncated anyway. I know he's a senator or whatever, but like he's probably got like nap time and like a very early bedtime, you know? And like, it's just crazy to suggest that this guy had like 2 hours worth of long-winded political discussions and like historical discussions with Scott Jennings while he's laid up in the hospital and so infirm that he can't do his job. And to be here being like, look, just let him do that. That's fine. We don't need senators. They can all just go do whatever the hell they want. Who knows why they're even there?
Too, because I think during when McConnell.
Okay, that's actually it. I'm good on this one. I just wanted to watch the take from that one Republican weirdo. I just found it fascinating. American Principles Project. Look how principled they are. You don't even need legislators. Great principles. Those are the kinds of ideas that get tax exempt status from our government. Oh, deserves it. 501c3 status granted. It's a genius over here. Watch out. You don't even need legislators. Now, one thing that would be helpful is information in this moment, and unfortunately, one process of getting information in our government that is for the citizenry and others interested in garnering information regarding our government's activities is under threat. Pretty sure you all know what I'm talking about. FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act. Freedom! That's right, freedom. Sadly, freedom is consistently under threat at every turn.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. 60 years ago, on July 4th, 1966, President Johnson signed the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, into law. The law was a critical step towards government transparency, even though Johnson decided not to hold a public event for the signing and instead issued a signing statement focused on exemptions for national security. FOIA only got stronger after the Watergate scandal in 1974, when Congress amended the law to make it one of the most powerful tools available for journalists, researchers, advocates, and everyday people to hold the government accountable and reveal severe wrongdoing by the U.S. government, both at home and overseas. Well, now FOIA seems to be in serious trouble. A Washington Post investigation from earlier this year found the massive purge at federal agencies last year has had a significant impact on the number of workers responding to FOIA requests. At a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on FOIA in April of last year, Illinois Democratic Senator Dick Durbin described the reduction in numbers of FOIA officers in an attempt to foil FOIA. Our next guest has a new piece in the New Republic. It's headlined, "My Front Row Seat to the Slow Death of the Freedom of Information Act." In it, he writes, "I file FOIA requests for a living, and the landmark law, which turned 60 this week, is near a breaking point." Ian Head is Open Records Manager at the Center for Constitutional Rights, joining us from Los Angeles. Ian, thanks so much for being there. Why don't you hold forth on what's happened to FOIA, why it began, and what kind of access people have to documents today to using the Freedom of Information Act?
Thanks so much for having me. That's a big question. I'll try to address it as best as possible. I think, FOIA has been a really, as you said, amazing tool to and I really want to key on the different groups of people that you mentioned, especially ordinary people, to access government information and records, not just lawyers or journalists. Anyone can file a FOIA. And so I think it's been a really powerful tool. And in my 15 plus years at the Center for Constitutional Rights, I've kind of watched it work in amazing ways, and especially with the different social justice organizations and organizers and lawyers that we work with. All that being said, I think I've also witnessed this kind of increased level of delay and kind of tactics to kind of block and dissuade people from filing or following through on their FOIA requests.
This is ridiculous. The most transparent, my ass. Federal government doing everything they can to prevent freedom of information.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America. My bad. That was silly. That was a silly thing to think. It's just one thing after another here under the Trump administration. Now, ever since America 250 weekend, Donald Trump has named and renamed his latest what do you call it? His latest target. The most America last possible thing. The communists.
Hassan Parker. Hassan Parker.
Yep, him too.
The communists.
And of course, what he means is democratic socialists. It's been actually he's made that fairly clear, but he's been saying it's a ruse. They say democratic socialism, but actually, it's a ruse. It is a facade. It is a facade of democracy that really wants a total authoritarian takeover. Authoritarian takeover. One party rule. No democracy. What kind of person would support such a thing?
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times. Okay. On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's for.
Oh my fucking god, yo, this clip fucking. Oh my fucking god. Oh, he's such. I don't know who this woman. It sounds a little bit like what's her name? The CBS woman. Oh, I can't think of her name. I'm struggling with names and titles today. Having a real hard time. Having a really hard time right now.
I'm having a hard time.
Oh my god, but this is the dumbest question ever. The question, and just to wrap it up for you, just in case you got lost in there in the long-windedness of her question. Question was basically like, Sir, Mr. President, do you think the Americans know how close we are or were to communism right now? The threat of sir, can you tell us about how close the threat of communism is? It's like it's not even it's like this isn't even a real journalistic question. It's a setup. Like it's a literal setup. Like this is a kabuki theater. Like this is some fucking bullshit right here, dude. Oh my god. This is nuts. It's not a real question. Just think about that think about the framing of that question for a second. Sir, can you tell us about how close, like, sir, do you think Americans know how close we were to communism? What kind of question is that? What does that even mean? What does that even what information are we trying to get from this question? I think, what's her name? Eileen? Oh my god. Not Barry. God damn it, you people suck.
Under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism is easy to sell. I would be the greatest.
It sounds like Ouija Jang. who is, I think, the CBS DC correspondent. I could be wrong, though. She kind of sounds like it. You can't see her face, so I have no way of knowing. But it's just crazy, and it feels like I said. It feels like a setup. It feels like a Pookie theater. Like, it's just so crazy. I'm sorry to stop it again, but it's just like it feels like regime approved media. It feels like literal fake news, you know? And Trump's like, this is a perfect question. Actually, thank you, Ouija. Great question, Ouija. Love it. You're right. We're on the brink of communism right now, actually.
That's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent.
I'd be the best communist. Look at little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Look at little Marco. I'd be the greatest communist. I'd be the very best. Free rent. I'd be like Lenin, the great ones. You know, all the hits. So he's a fucking lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Every day is a farce. Every fucking day is a farce. And sometimes it's hard to take it seriously. When you just go through everything, it's like, are you sure I'm not living in a turtle's dream? Because it feels like a turtle's dream and not reality. Like, there's no freaking way. There's no freaking way. You can't tell me I didn't slip into some alternate timeline. Me pinch myself. Nope, I can feel that. We're all living in the dream of Mitch McConnell. Oh, God, sweet Chewy. Sweet Chewy, you... Oh, God.
You are not funny.
Hilarious. Well played. Really, really good job. That was quick. The quick wit. You were on the ball. Okay? Some say you were ahead of the ball. I was over here. I was pitching the ball. You were sprinting ahead of me. I don't know how you've done it. The Flash. Mitch McConnell's dream. The most famous turtle of all time. Now, speaking oh, God. Speaking of the facade of communism that is the social democracy, you could talk about the facade, the literal facade of the White House that the world's greatest communist, or what would have been the world's greatest communist, now greatest dictator. Let's see what he's been doing with the White House. Oh, it's fascinating. Take a gander at this. This music is fucking ridiculous. I'm timing this out. Oh, God. This shows you how deeply narcissistic and shallow and like what's the word? I can't think of words today. Like it just Those are probably good enough. Those are good enough descriptions that combine mean exactly the thing I intend. Narcissistic and shallow. Just like, this is so ridiculous. He's only caught up in appearances. It's all he cares about. It's all he ever cares about. It's incredible. Like, what is the point of this? Somebody explain to me the point of this, aside from just hiding the ugliness of the construction itself. Who cares? Who cares? He cares. That's who fucking cares. He is so deranged. He doesn't want anybody to see it until it's perfect. He's a showman, and that is all he is. He is just a cheap, shitty real estate, like, crime boss, basically, turned reality show, like a douchebag, now president of the United States. He's only obsessed with ratings and appearances. And we gotta pay people to hang a tarp. How much did this cost? How much did somebody tell me how much it cost just now to pay those half a dozen dudes to hang this fucking tarp from the White House so that none of us can see the gaudy monstrosity that they are creating beneath it? But to make sure that we can see what it's gonna look like when it's done. Do you see what I mean here? Like, they made it wasn't just like a random cloth. They spent the time to make it line up exactly. Like, I don't know what kind of sick person does this, but it is a delusional mind of epic monstrosities that I cannot. I'm struggling to fathom how fucking off. Like, I mean, we have so much shit going on right now. This guy's waging an illegal war in Iran, which you would think would be taking his attention, and you know, we have a serious affordability crisis in this country and a myriad of other things to deal with. But this is what they're doing over here. They made it so that from this angle, and from a number of different angles, honestly, from what I can tell, I think from almost like 180 degrees is probably, it'll almost look right. Not quite, but like a pretty wide frame of view. This is gonna look actually like, I mean, what's been done here is kind of impressive just in the thought that's gone through it. But that's what's so fucking deranged about it. Is like somebody sat there, like somebody was told to do this. Somebody just like thought, oh, let's do this. Like, somebody was told to do this by somebody, and probably the guy who's been gluing gold shit all over the fucking White House. Right? We all know who is behind this. It's the president. And the fact that he's the one who sat there thinking this through is insane. I mean, I'm sure somebody, like, I know he didn't come up with this, like the way to do this, but like, it's crazy. This is like, why? What does this do? What does this do for us? Does this lower gas prices? This is like, I mean, and it doesn't even.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. The funny part is that this reminds me of
Yes,
Wile E.
it's
Coyote
exactly
when he
like
paints the
that.
tunnel on the side of a wall.
It's exactly
We live
like
in an
that.
actual Looney Tunes cartoon. Literally a cartoon character.
It's exactly like that, dude. It's a Looney Tunes nightmare. This is the deranged thinking of Wile E. Coyote, dude. Thank you for that. And for the bits. Oh my fucking, it's exactly what this is. I couldn't put my finger on it. It is literally the Wile E. Coyote thing. Oh my god. I have nothing to say. Nothing needs to be said at this point. This is ridiculous. What I do need is the goddamn Looney Tunes outro fucking music, because this is Here we go. Here we go. There's your Looney Tunes reality, Space Fams. I tried to find one with the Roadrunner. I couldn't. That's what was slowing me down. I was like desperately searching for one with the Roadrunner because it's too. It's. I mean, it wouldn't be. It would be perfect if it wasn't so fucking deranged. Like if it was like an intentional comedy and not, you know, technically like the most important, one of the most important buildings in our government. What exactly? What war? What war? I have a Roadrunner to fool. Meep meep. Oh, well, while we're talking about strange architectural situations, may as well go up to New York City and talk about this horrifying disaster, which people were freaking the fuck out over this week. And that was the horrifying scenes at a New York high-rise that was being retrofitted from its former, what do you call it? Office building passed into a residential one of the future. Unfortunately, additions to the building caused some disturbing things to happen that led not just the builders, but the entire populace surrounding to, well, lose their minds.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Visions of bent girder beams. You know, the ones that hold up the entire building up and down. That's what you're looking at here.
Crews in New York City say they have stabilized the high-rise that started buckling this week. That high-rise, it is in Midtown, one of the most densely populated parts of the city. Some perspective here on just where the instability in the building is. In the red there is the new addition that's under construction. You can see that. And then the yellow part is the 21st floor where the structural columns are buckling. Now we're learning some new details about the developer for this project and the multi-million-dollar lawsuit he is facing on a different project. CNN's Gloria Pazmino is here with the details on that. What are you learning?
Yeah, John. Well, first, let's talk about the work that's been done to stabilize the building. As you said, workers have been working, frankly, around the clock to make sure that this building can be shored up. And what they've done in the past few days is actually install more beams all the way from the 9th floor all the way to the underside of the roof. They want to make sure that all of this new weight that was put on top of this building can actually be held up. That's
Yeah, but this is inherently in combination with the fact that this developer is facing a lawsuit already. Like, this is real concerning to me, right? This to me is like red flag city, like building wise. Like like, it is quite clear that they did not think this through, right? Like, they did not do the math. Thing's not even done, and this happens. Like, right? This is a problem that is not just the one-off. And while, for now, people have been reassured that the building has been stabilized, in my opinion, to some degree, you almost have to stop this construction completely and have an independent assessment of the plans, like, because this is insane. This is insane. Like, you have reinforcement now going through 12 new floors, or whatever that number was that she just quoted us. And while, yeah, that's going to help, like, you also have a situation where people are going to start living in this shit. Right? Like, and that comes with all sorts of other issues. Right? Especially weight. Because you've got a bunch of people now in the building. Imagine it fully occupied. Finished. Fully occupied. You know, they do whatever they got to do to shore it up and, you know, make it look nice in there. But there's still the underlying inherent problems, potentially. I can't say for sure. I don't know. But, I mean, just based upon what we're seeing, it doesn't inspire much confidence. And you talk about a bunch of people walking around in there and then moving in all their goddamn furniture and shit and clothes and whatever else. What do you have in your apartment and or home? Right? Like it's, assume that they're going to put all that stuff in there and more. Assume some people in there are going to be hoarders. It's just like, oh. Should have been, honestly, it feels to me like there should have been more scrutiny on this project ahead of time. Not that it shouldn't have gone, not that the project inherently is a bad idea, because it needs to be done. And the reason that the retrofitting is happening is to meet certain requirements that are absolutely needed by people who, you know, in theory will live there in the future. But like, I feel like this whole project like needs to be like fine-tooth comb scrutinized for like anything that goes forward, because like why even do it, right? Like why expend the resources or whatever else like on a project that might have been doomed to fail because of a fucking corrupt developer who thought that they could do something mathematically that couldn't be done or whatever, right? And just like scrap this like addition and like figure out a new way to do it, right? Like, I don't know, but like something clearly has to change here, and it can't be them to be the ones to ensure it based upon what we know about them. The fact that they're, right? Like they're already under scrutiny for, you know, what I don't actually know the all the details of that, but people don't just sue developers for no good reason usually. This is why, thank you, and that's actually what I was going to say. This is exactly, Ducky. This is why regulations are important, and the abundists just need to settle down, okay? You rush things without thinking it through and scrutinizing whether or not it makes sense, because there's a fuck ton of forces involved in buildings that, you know, we call skyscrapers because they're so high, right? And like, all, like there's reasons for why we take our time on some things and make sure that you know, the places we live meet certain standards, not just for the people living in them, but for the people living next to them, as it turns out. Society. You're sure it passed inspection? It may very well have, but what I worry is that like some sort of like some sort of like Better Call Saul situation almost happened. This guy is being accused of some shit. I think anything could be possible at this point. You know, does everybody know what I'm talking about? Better Call Saul. They pull this scam to swap out building plans before a hearing. There were plans that were originally approved that met specifications by independent government inspectors, and then they went in and committed fraud, right? And I'm not saying necessarily that that's what's happened here. I'm just saying it's a possibility. All right. Let's go back to DC now. Talk about another architectural oddity, I guess you might call it. Yes, let's talk about the memorial reflecting pool again. But not the pool itself necessarily, just the man who's been accused of having unlawfully touched the pool.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Illegal. In the day's other headlines, three-time Olympic canoe racer David Hearn today pleaded not guilty to deliberately damaging the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. The 67-year-old was met with cheers as he left the courthouse this morning. He was indicted on a single felony count of property destruction last week. Hearn says he reached into the pool to examine the peeled liner, but let go when told to do so by a park worker. His lawyer says the case against him is based on a concocted narrative.
Every American should be alarmed about this prosecution. This indictment reflects the administration's effort to scapegoat Davy and to shift blame for their own failures.
President Trump's multi-million-dollar renovation of the pool has been plagued with issues, including freshly formed algae and sealant peeling off. The president has claimed without evidence that vandals slashed the pool's sealant with a box cutter, and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro has said that 6 others were arrested on related charges. Hearn's next...
This shit is so ridiculous. They just like they launder their incompetence through blaming, right? They're just like constant blaming of just innocent like bystanders. Dude touches pool, you're a criminal, right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
By the way, look at this guy's career. Medals all over the goddamn place, representing the United States of America. Gold medals. Bunch of them. Back in the 70s and 80s. Silver medals, too. Rowing for America. Multiple Olympics, it sounds like, as well as canoe slalom world championships. He seems like a great patriot. But is being arrested for touching a symbol of America. And it's just, it just goes to this idea that the Trump administration like can't have their failures pointed out to them. Right? Like Trump is the emperor with no clothes. Like that much has become so real, it's actually kind of disturbing. Like, if you point out to the criticism to the president, something has to be done about that, right? Like, and anybody that even comes close to doing that, or like accidentally winds up looking like they were doing that, are all like immediately under threat. Because like the government's now being used to prevent the emperor from literally being criticized or finding out he's even being criticized. And like weaponizing the government at every critic. It is fucking insane. Like this is full-on authoritarianism at this point. And everybody who's still like living it through this, like thinking that we're in a state of normalcy is like truly deluded. But while we're talking about the green memorial reflecting pool and David Hearns, we may as well talk about a different liquid controversy involving something clear being sold by Erewhon, one of these trendy sort of, not sure what to call it. I've never eaten in an Erewhon before, but I know of its existence and the vibes. I'm trying to think of it's like a hipster, very trendy hipster vibe, health, I guess sort of like a health option, but fast, like a kind of fast. I think it's like a fast casual, almost like it's kind of, I think it's like been replacing to some degree people's love of Chipotle, if I'm not mistaken. It's like them and some other stupid one I can't think of now either, because I don't go to either one. But yeah, a shocking beverage being sold at Erewhon took the internet by storm, and people were shocked at the price.
Wow. Looks like Big Daddy Erewhon might have heard tell of a gourmet gas station
What in the hell?
in Beverly Hills that's opening up and said, wait a second now. We can't have somebody beating us at our own game. What if we did something like insane, like sold a cup of water for $12? That'd be like absolutely wild, wouldn't it? Introducing the $12 cup of water from Erewhon. No. Yeah, sort of. That's at least what all the news articles say, but consider it more like a mixed coconut tea.
It's a mixed coconut tea. Oh, thank God it's not water. Okay. Well, people thought it was water, and I think people were doing like TikToks about the $12, $15 water or whatever it was, and it caused the internet to have brain melting episodes from sea to shining sea. Thankfully, it is not water, although it is definitely water. But it's special water. Is it worth $12? Almost certainly not. The same way that Starbucks isn't worth $12. And it's probably worse and not caffeinated. Although I could be wrong about that last part. I don't know. Maybe they found some scientific way to get some caffeine in there. Speaking of expensive stuff, you know, $12, $15 water, that's a lot. But taxpayers have been paying untold sums of money, hundreds of thousands at the very least, for Kash Patel to take G6 private jet plane trips all over the goddamn place, including to Italy. The Winter Olympics, right? My brain just broke. It was the winter, whatever Olympics it was. Everybody's saying it. People are saying no more seasons. It's just the Olympics.
The FBI Director Kash Patel is being asked by the Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley to defend his use of the agency's planes. This new inquiry by the Iowa Republican comes despite Patel's own criticism of past directors' use of FBI aircraft. Listen.
Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane.
Oh, it's grounded.
$15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Go take their money. Chris Wray doesn't need a private jet.
According,
that did not last long. That reservation about Chris Wray, or really that ideal that Kash was espousing, that did not last long. It really didn't even, like, once exposed to light, basically shriveled and died.
Immediately, if not sooner.
a letter sent to Patel, which CNN has reviewed. Grassley is also asking about the purchase of BMWs. Joining us here in the Situation Room is CNN senior reporter Annie Greer, who's been reporting a lot about this. What all is Grassley asking Patel here, and how did all this come up?
Well, Wolf, Grassley has some very specific questions for Patel. He wants to know every flight that Patel has taken on an FBI plane. He wants to know how much each of those flights cost and whether that flight was taken for personal or professional use. Now, if the flight was used for personal reasons, Grassley is also asking Patel to state whether he has reimbursed taxpayers for those flights. Grassley is also asking Patel for a cost breakdown of why the FBI purchased these BMWs and to compare it to some other vehicles in a cost-benefit analysis.
Asking for some transparency on Kash Patel's use of FBI funds and resources. That's awkward. Defend each use of aircraft. Flight to see girlfriend's concert at baseball game in Georgia. flight back with girlfriend from Georgia. Flight to Milan, Italy. I don't know why I'm affecting this accent, but it's the way flight to Milan, Italy. for the Olympics. Something I didn't need to be there for, as I have no jurisdiction outside of the United States. Oh, God. Flight back from Italy, from a place I didn't belong. I mean, it's really... The list is not good. Flight to... What was it again? Flight to Hawaii, right? Didn't he go to Pearl Harbor to do a snorkel trip? Flight to Pearl Harbor, fucking snorkel trip. Flight back from Pearl Harbor. This is a bad list. The cost analysis is, in my opinion, unjustified.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Imagine Kash Patel doing all this corruption to just be friend zoned by the so-called girlfriend.
That would be incredible, dude. That's what is so incredible, is that she won't even wife him. And he just does still trying to prove. It's like so deeply thirsty. It's like the thirstiest thing that could possibly exist. Is a dude get like not quite getting like, but like that would be like the culmination of it, right? Like if he got friend zoned by his girlfriend, who he's clearly trying to impress with his political power. Like the fact he has been doing this whole time is insane. And we're all watching it. It's quite a display. And the fact that he has seemingly no shame about any of it is also phenomenal to me. So yeah, you look. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the ones you love, including of your dignity.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
But it would truly be delicious. I totally agree, Columbia Rican. And thank you for the bits as well. But honestly, the sentiment is almost worth more to me. Funniest thing that I've thought of now. Honestly, I take it back. There's been a lot of funny stuff at this stream, somehow. I don't know how. Because really, when we really do... Like, some of it's funny. But then, of course, we have to... We have to come back to reality and remember, oh, right, these guys are using our money to do all this stuff. And using our government. That seems bad. Aww. But I mean, the Looney Tunes thing. It's just a farce. Like all of this is just like some kind of it's gotta be like some like fever dream that I'm having. Like I must be like in a hospital somewhere. I can hear the heart monitor. Okay. Well, speaking of using the government to enrich yourself and or live out weird personal fantasies or whatever, let's talk about the Trump boys. Eric and Don Jr. have been very busy over the last 18 months. And honestly, it's pretty disturbing when you have somebody take the time to unpack just how much money these boys have managed to get their hands on in this short time, less than 2 years. And these guys are following in the footsteps of Daddy like you will not believe. More perfect union.
5 days after Donald Trump won the presidential election in 2024,
these are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
His son, Don Jr., got a new job as well, as a partner at a little-known private investment fund called 1789 Capital. And since the election, the companies in that fund have won billions in federal government contracts. Leading up to Trump's second term, these are what Don Jr. and Eric's estimated net worths were, respectively. These numbers have changed drastically in the 2 years since.
Okay, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I just want to pause on this infographic real quick. Because this is an important place to start. They were already quite wealthy, not independently of their father, but they had their own bank accounts, each with at least 50 million bucks going into this. But if you think that's obscene for two guys who've never done anything in their lives, hold on to your fucking hats.
Were respectively. These numbers have changed drastically in the 2 years since, and I want to talk about it. Because we found that when you follow the money far enough, it stops going out and instead by the end of this video, we're going to add it all up, and the number is going to shock you.
Could you drum up? When Trump announced he was running again, Don Jr. found a partner, a man named Omid Malik.
Together, Malik and Don Jr. started building a fund that could convert political access into financial returns the moment the power was back on their side.
When you have a businessman at the top of the ticket, people want to do business. That's what this is.
America's open for business.
100%.
It's called 1789 Capital, and it's a private investment fund, which basically means a pool of money used to buy stakes in companies. Because he's not a federal employee, there are no rules that require Don Jr. to stay away from government decisions that could benefit his investments.
Are there any investments or ventures you would not get into because of conflict of interest?
Yeah, I mean, the Trump organization itself wouldn't be doing direct deals with government entities because that's not what they do and it's not what we have. But we're going to play by the rules, and it's as simple as that.
Eric is in the picture, too.
In February 2025, both brothers became advisors to a company called Dominary Holdings. Through Dominary, they bought stakes in a U.S. construction company called Skyline Builders, using a shell company called American Ventures. Skyline then merged with Kovkaz Capital, a mining company sitting on a tungsten deposit in Kazakhstan.
This shit is a crazy fucking shell game of just sort of... I mean, I don't want to go so far as to say money laundering, because it's technically all... I mean... Oh, how do I say this? Because it's like... Because it's not illegal money, right? Like they're not engaging in criminal enterprise, so it's not money laundering. They're just trying to obfuscate the fact that they are funneling money to themselves from the government. That's the crime, right? If anything, but it's not. I don't think it's technically money laundering because they're not hiding criminal proceeds, right? I think that's the technical term. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's the technical. Whatever you call it.
Skyline then merged with Kovkaz Capital.
But it's just crazy. Like we've already talked about how many companies now? 4. Like we've already talked about 4 different companies, and we've just gotten started, including one merger.
A mining company sitting on a tungsten deposit in Kazakhstan. Tungsten is critical to military equipment like armor-piercing ammunition, hypersonic weapons, and F-35 engines. The Sons invested in August 2025. 1 month later, Kazakh President Tokayev personally told Trump he was awarding the project to Kovkaz over competing bids from China and Russia. Trump and Marco Rubio gave direct assistance, according to the company's own investor presentation filed with the SEC. The project has since secured up to $1.6 billion in U.S. government-backed financing. And we've only just scratched the surface. The Trump sons also co-founded crypto and Bitcoin companies that attracted hundreds of millions in investments from foreign governments.
So did you hear that number? So a company that they're stakeholders in 1.6 billion already. Just keep that in your mind. We're going to be adding up a lot of numbers here. And it's quite staggering.
And we've only just scratched the surface. The Trump sons also co-founded crypto and Bitcoin companies that attracted hundreds of millions in investments from foreign governments.
And I'm incredibly proud to be part of the crypto industry.
More Perfect Union reported on this crypto network in a previous investigation.
Criminals in the crypto industry.
Now I'm going to walk you through a few more companies and what happened to each of them after 1789 Capital invested. And I'll add it all up right here as we go. In July 2025, 1789 invested in a company called Hadrian Automation. Hadrian was founded in 2020 and had no significant government contracts. 8 months later, it won a $900 million Navy contract to build automated submarine factories and an $80 million Army contract. That's $980 million total, all to a company that had never won a major government contract before Don Jr.'s fund invested in it. Here's another one. Firehawk Aerospace, whose entire government contract history fits.
So there's another billion. Now we're approaching nearly $3 billion in federal contracts being awarded to Trump's unaffiliated companies. All of which none of these guys deserve to have any fucking reason to be involved aside from their proximity to power. No, it does need to be the... look, I just looked it up. Here, I'll show you. At least in the United States, from my understanding. Yeah. Here's law.cornell.edu. Money laundering refers to a financial transaction scheme that aims to conceal the identity, source, and destination of illicitly obtained money. Not legally obtained money, but illicitly obtained money. And once again, I'm not sure it's necessarily a... I'm not sure it's necessarily a crime. Once again, I need like a constitutional lawyer, I feel like, to be sure about whether or not what we're talking about, like these boys receiving this much money, or like any of this money, like, as being a crime. Because that, I mean, what is that? Is that emoluments? I'm trying to remember. No, not emoluments. It's oh fucking hell. It's foreign money. Although that comes up in here too.
A single line. It had just one contract in 2022. And then 1789 invests, and suddenly they're winning Air Force and Space Force deals worth $8.9 million, plus a land gift in Oklahoma. And sometimes the perk goes beyond the money. 1789 invested in Reflection AI in 2025, and by May 2026, it became one of only 8 AI companies in the country allowed to deploy inside Pentagon classified networks. And the pattern keeps going. Here's a company called Anduril that makes the autonomous weapon systems that define modern warfare, like drones and AI.
Right, the Hatch Act. But the problem is that they're not technically government employees. They're just the sons of a government employee. But of course, for the last fucking 4 years or however long it's been now, longer than that actually, I think. God damn it. When did the Hunter Biden thing, like when did the laptop become a whole thing, and like the Burisma shit? Because like we've been like getting told, like, look, but it's a fucking crime that anybody would, like, you know, like enrich themselves in ways they don't deserve off of their proximity to a powerful person in our government. Like, oh God, Hunter Biden. Like, all that sounds so fucking quaint now. And we're looking at just this massive multi-billion-dollar apparatus that the Trump boys have built up in a year and a half. And not a peep from these fucking cowards and hypocrites.
powered surveillance towers. And after 1789 invested in June of 2025, the company won a $367 million border surveillance contract and a $23.9 million Army deal. It also has a potential $20 billion, yes, billion with a B, Army consolidation deal in the works. So big a number that it totally dwarfs everything else on this list. But we can't even count it, so I'll just do 367 million plus 23.9 million. Anduril's founder, Palmer Luckey, has been a Trump supporter since 2011.
I don't know if you know this, but I was actually one of the true Trump OGs. I wrote a letter to Donald Trump when I was 15.
Yeah, hell of an investing duo, those Trump boys. Real easy to be a good investor when you can literally expect your daddy, the government, your daddy who runs the government, to hand you taxpayer money to pay like for your companies. Like that is, it's real easy to make those sort of investment strategies work. But we are up to a number that is just fucking insane. I mean, billions and billions, and possibly we're talking about over 25 billion potentially now in the works being funneled to the Trump sons and their businesses. Are you shitting me? And we were told that paintings and a fucking consulting deal with Burisma, that was the worst crime anybody could ever commit.
Right to jail, right away.
Local target, with no competitive process and a phone call from the White House to push it through. So I'm gonna count it here. So it turns out the fastest way to win a government contract is to put the president's son on your board. I want to bring us back to Eric because this is where things get really egregious. PowerUs is a drone company that both brothers invested in. And in April 2026, it won an Air Force contract to sell interceptor drones. How much was never disclosed. Then there's another drone company, Unusual Machines. Don Jr. is an advisor with a financial stake in the company. In October 2025, it won what its own CEO called, quote, the largest government contract in the company's history.
This map is completely fucked. Look at this shit. It is a web of corruption. These boys are living off the back of the fucking taxpayer and the power of their father. This is the most blatantly corrupt picture. It's just in what it actually speaks to. This amounts to them increasing their net worths by, in my estimation, combined, something like 500 to 1,000 times. It's not actually clear to me because even a more perfect union by the end of this seemed unclear on how much they've actually enriched themselves because the number is so large and also opaque in nature. Actually nailing down how much money was given and or is potentially going to be given. It just makes it but they are awash in billions and billions of taxpayer funds. And America is paying for it to make these kids rich. Two of the richest kids they were going to inherit billions from their father. But don't worry, they don't even have to. From 50 million to unknown in the billions. What number? I do not know what to ascribe to it. Also, personally, because some of these companies are private, right? So how much ownership stake they have in it, unclear. But they're being used at the very least to funnel money to different companies that they are personally benefiting from. And that's crazy in itself. And it just fuck the number. This is just so blatantly corrupt. Nobody should be sitting here and allowing this to happen. Meanwhile, Congress is sitting on their fucking hands. The same people who are crying about Biden-era corruption.
I'm staying in the race.
What a weird time to be alive. All right. When should I do a break? I think I'll do it in... Actually, I'll do it after this video. Yeah. Just a reminder, if you have, everyone, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. It really helps out. And while you're at it, hit that bell icon, like button. And please, got a couple extra bones, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. So many great ways to contribute to the production of this stream. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon. Links to all of these things are in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. All right. Now, one book has been big time in the spotlight. And that is the one written by John Swan and Maggie Haberman. Regime, I think is what it's called. Mr. Swan went on with Mr. Hassan of Zeteo for discussion earlier this week.
Congratulations on the book. It is making waves everywhere. It is full of revelations.
To be able to write those scenes in the Situation Room and get inside for meetings, it was just a brutal reporting period. The Vice President, on the record to Megyn Kelly, said he thought that we had tape recordings.
One individual you mentioned in the book, who many people may not have heard of, but stands out, is Natalie Hopp. You report on a note she left the president in his personal space, which said, "You are all that matters to me."
The Secret Service during the campaign became aware of this and they were concerned.
Trump and Netanyahu, they have had a love-hate relationship.
In the last few weeks, he's been very, very angry with Netanyahu, particularly with his actions in Lebanon.
He put out a Truth Social post on Sunday and said your book is, quote, mostly made up, fake news, largely fiction. Jonathan Swan, what is your response to Donald J. Trump? There's no question that President Donald Trump's second term is wildly different from his first. He's more emboldened.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And he surrounded himself with a small group of loyalists who back his every move. Now, two New York Times journalists, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, are taking us inside that Trump inner circle, inside a White House bent on acquiring more and more power, with a stunning new book that reveals exactly what's gone down in a secret meeting on sensitive topics, including how Trump decided to attack Iran and how his team tried to do damage control over the Epstein files while in the Situation Room. The book is called Regime Change: Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. And my good friend, co-author Jonathan Swan is here with me now. Jonathan, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Congratulations on the book. It is making waves everywhere. It is full of revelations. I have to begin by asking you this. You have been covering Donald Trump for a long time.
I have.
You and I have been discussing Donald Trump for a long time.
Accurate.
You have written about Donald Trump for a long time. You've interviewed the man multiple times. So when
many
you're
true
writing this
things
new book, when you and Maggie are doing the reporting, the research, the interviews, what shocks you most? What surprises you most? What makes Jonathan Swan go, wow, I didn't see that coming in a decade of covering Trump?
Well, it's not that I didn't see it coming, but it's that what occurred to us, and we realized very early on in the reporting process, is that the second term Trump administration was almost unrecognizable from the first term administration. In so many ways, you kind of outlined some of them, but the way he's using presidential power, it's not just unlike what we saw in his first term, it's unlike any president that we've seen in our lifetimes. In some respects, it's unlike any president we've seen. That's not to say that other presidents haven't gone to war without Congress. Of course they have. But when you look at the totality of everything that he's doing and the way he's using executive power, we couldn't find a precedent. And the reason we used the title regime change was actually before he went on his overseas adventures doing regime change. It was that it occurred to us that we were covering a form of regime change in our own country. Sometimes when you're reporting, I find the hardest thing is to sort of see what's in front of you. And there's no question, I've been covering Trump now for 11 consecutive years. You sort of, you get desensitized, but it became very clear early on that this was not at all like the first term.
Your co-author Maggie Haberman has said that writing...
Yeah. They have gotten an interesting look into the Trump administration that we have not gotten from the administration that claims to be the most transparent in history. We don't actually have a whole lot of information into the inner workings of things. It's an administration that makes choices without asking or telling anybody. Constantly lies and covers up after the fact of its mistakes and or whatever. What is that? Barking. Ah. Wow, more treats for Leica. Okay. Yeah, this book, I still kind of want to get a hold of it. I am intrigued.
But nearly killed both of you. It was mentally and physically exhausting. Why was that? Was it because you were taking on the most powerful, most vindictive man in the world at the height of his powers?
It was more the, this, establishing facts. It's so painful for me to even contemplate the amount of material that we had to throw aside because we had like a 1% or 2% or 3% doubt in our mind about whether it was accurate. Like, to be able to write those scenes in the Situation Room and get inside for meetings that, in many cases are not particularly flattering, to say the least, it's really hard. It's really, really hard. You can't take one person's word for it. And it was just a brutal reporting period. Like, we just...
I mean, you mentioned 2%, 3% doubt.
Yeah.
You're dealing with an administration filled with shameless liars, fabulous people have no compunction lying to your face about something you've seen with your eyes or heard with your ears. How do you verify this stuff? You've got stuff coming out of the Situation Room, which few reporters have reported out from. I know you're not going to reveal sources. I'm not going to ask you about that.
No, it's fine.
But there were kind of 9 people in the room, 2 people on a call. People have speculated who might have been your source. But even beyond the Situation Room, people are telling you different things from different aspects of this administration, people with different agendas.
Right.
How, in general, writing these kind of books is hard. I wrote a biography of the Labour Party leader in England 12 years ago, and different people had different narratives about what had happened in certain meetings. But with the Trump people, it's on a different level. How are you and Maggie saying, well, we can't believe that? Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like.
Yeah. And this is one of the arguments that I make about the necessity to some degree of the mainstream media apparatus, the amount of resources needed to verify details and to have people and cameras in places at all times and whatever else. It's it's immense, right? And even Zateo and some of the people who have managed to put together really, really competent, independent news companies or whatever you want to call them are still ill-equipped to do some of this stuff like on a broad scale. You could dedicate the kind of time that Maggie and John did, but it's quite clear that it was exhaustive. That's why we need this a little bit. Yeah, let's just talk about a couple of the key figures in the Trump administration. Figured good to hear from him on this one.
You said that when Rubio dreamed of liberating the country of his parents' birth. In his memoir, he recalled a boast made as a young boy to his grandfather that he would someday lead an army of exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro and become president of a free Cuba. Is Cuba...
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it during his readout of that. We gotta hear that one more time. Did everybody hear that?
Called a boast made as a young boy to his grandfather that he would someday lead an army of exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro and become president of a free Cuba.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. This sound shot has never been more relevant. A little Marco Rubio once told his grandfather as a young boy that he would lead an army of exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro, communism, and become president of Cuba. It's insane. That is crazy, dude. Oh, little Marco, you silly, silly fuck. He's not the only weirdo in this administration.
Is Cuba next on Trump's regime change list? By the time your book is a paperback, will we have gone to war with Cuba?
I don't want to make predictions,
Fair enough.
but
Is that the direction of travel?
It's very clearly on their radar, on their target list, and Rubio's been spending a lot of time working on Cuba. Rubio's actually spent very little time on Iran. He hasn't really been involved that much in these negotiations. It's been much more Vance, Witkoff, Kushner. And you saw Vance the other day when he was asked by a reporter about Cuba. He said, you got to ask Marco about Cuba. So, you know, he wrote that as he said that as a 9-year-old boy. So this is talking about a long-term dream there.
Indeed. Other characters in the book who pop up, important people. We hear a lot about Stephen Miller being the de facto prime minister of this administration, being the guy who's really the driving force of policy. His title is deputy chief, but White House deputy chief. You quote one senior administration official saying to you that Miller claims outsized credit for everything. So is this a lot of spin from Stephen Miller and now his very vocal wife on social media, Katie Miller? Are they spinning him as more powerful than he is? Or is he really the brains behind this president?
No, I think he's very, very powerful. He has his hands in everything. In the first term, he was more narrowly focused on immigration, speech writing.
Now he's doing boat strikes in the Caribbean, national security.
When he added that title of Homeland Security Advisor, it gave him a much bigger remit, and particularly Western Hemisphere, particularly anything concerning Mexico, the boat bombing campaign that you're talking about.
That framing is fucking insane, but that's not even the framing. Like, just the reality we're living in is fucking cooked, dude. The fact that Stephen Miller gave himself the title of DHS overseer or whatever the fuck that title was again, and that gave him more power. Like it's like he just sort of gave himself more powers, is what it sounds like.
In the first term, he was more narrowly focused on immigration, speech writing.
Now he's doing boat strikes in the Caribbean, national security. When he added that title of Homeland Security Advisor, it gave him a much bigger remit, and particularly Western Hemisphere, particularly anything concerning Mexico, the boat bombing campaign.
Overseer of DHS. I know that's not what it's called, but that might as well be what. Advisor. I am the advisor of DHS. Yes. Yes, I have powers now. I gave them to myself when I gave myself a new business card. I wrote 3 new words on it. Advisor, DHS. America.
Talking about he was heavily involved in that. So he's really got his hands in everything. We also report in the book that people around at the senior level of the White House believe that he wanted to be National Security Advisor after Mike Waltz. And then there's constant speculation in the White House that he wants to be Chief of Staff. I don't know whether that's true or not. We don't confirm that. But
is it fair to say he's the driving force behind policy?
Domestic policy, there's no question.
Trump likes to surround himself with lackey sycophants. One individual you mentioned in the book, who many people may not have heard of, but stands out, is Natalie Harp. She's an aide to the US president. She also leaves what sound like love letters in his personal spaces. You report on a note she left the president in his personal space, which said, "You are all that matters to me." And I'm sure people at home will be wondering, how did Jonathan and Maggie get these notes? Who is Natalie Harp exactly?
So she's a young woman who, you probably see her in some of the photos in the
Off to the edge.
Yeah,
blonde.
She sits against.
I love the way that Mehdi does this because he doesn't want to make Jonathan uncomfortable. And so what he does is he uses words like some sort of wordsmith, a cunning linguist, if you will. And he just sort of like, he like implies so much stuff, like so heavily. He's like, I wouldn't want you to reveal your source, but it's it's crazy. Who could you have possibly spoken? I wonder who your source was. Like, you know, and we're like, oh my gosh. Oh, like it's just, he does it in a way I don't even know if I'm like capable of being so sly. But like he does, it's like so, honestly, it's like British. Honestly, British people do this much better, I feel like, than Americans. They're not as subtle.
Probably see her in some of the photos in the
Off to the edge.
Yeah,
blonde.
She sits against the wall in the Oval with her laptop open in pretty much every meeting. She's there all the time. They call her in the White House the human printer because so let me back up. She's a young woman who used to be a host on OAN, the far right TV network. She was devoted to Trump, joined his team after he left office, and famously would follow him around on the golf course, printing out positive stories to make him, feel better at a time when he was at a real low ebb. She's also a conduit for information. So when people want to get around the vetting process or the chief of staff, they'll go through Natalie. As part of our reporting for the book, we obtained a number of letters that she had written for the president and left in at least one case in some of his private spaces. They're very unusual. You quoted from one of them, you're all that matters to me, but they're letters of absolute devotion. And
do we know if Trump reciprocated?
We don't. I don't have any evidence that he wrote any letters back, but the Secret Service during the campaign became aware of this and they were concerned about, just
concerned
having
about
someone,
access?
well, just having someone that close leaving letters like that, it alarmed them. Nothing happened because Trump was quite happy with it. We also have reporting in the book that he said things like.
Do we know if Melania is happy with it?
I don't want to speculate.
I can ask the question. You don't
I don't have any reporting.
That's where my mind goes. I'm sure a lot of viewers might.
I have no reporting on that, and I don't want to say.
But the Secret Service would have
during the campaign that they were, it reached their attention, and where was I going with this? You just threw me.
I threw you.
It doesn't matter. You get the idea.
I do get.
Yeah, we all do, and it's quite a picture that's painted.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Jonathan Swan is Australian, isn't he? He is Australian. Okay. I had to Google it. I had to check the Wikipedia. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, his it's kind of a vaguely like Australian accent because I feel like he's spent a lot of time in America. That a lot of it's kind of fallen off. Yeah, that Natalie Harp woman is fucking wild, and her and Trump's relationship is real fucking weird. I mean, the fact that Trump belittled his cabinet to let them know that Natalie was the only one of them who was as dedicated as he wished, like that none of them were even close to coming to measuring up to the greatness of Natalie, because she's glazing him harder than literally anybody else. I mean, it's crazy. It's demented.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yes, wise words. All right. Perfect time, I think, for us to take a quick galactic intermission. Maybe we should start. Maybe we should just get our feet. No, once I do this, it's going to be... down a deep, dark hole. No, we're not at 4 hours yet. Usually we do it at 4 hours. I'm struggling with this plan. I liked the plan originally, and now I'm like, is this a good plan? I've made no progress. Part of the problem is I've made no progress today. I'm going to stop talking about it. Screw it. Let's talk about the environment, then we'll go to break, and we'll come back. Now, the West is on fire. Has been. We've been talking about it over and over, and it seems to be spreading. Not that it's contagious, but things are getting hotter, drier, windier. Across the West. From Alaska down to New Mexico, we are seeing fires, and a lot of them. Starting here with Alaska's news source from 2 days ago, firefighters battling an East Anchorage wildfire.
We do have some breaking news happening right now. Anchorage firefighters responded along Northern Lights between UAA Drive and Burgaw to a fire in the woods. Now, this is a live look at the scene that is happening right now. You can see that they're putting it out. We are hearing that traffic is pretty bad and congested in that area, so a heads up if you're having to head home or go that way. The Anchorage Fire Department has told us the fire is contained, but it is not out, hence what they're probably getting those hot spots.
Here you have it. Fire put out, but these are the times right now. Everybody's putting out warnings about wildfires because of the drought condition which exists, which is continuing to get worse. I'm going to bring this up real quick. National Drought Monitor. Droughtmonitor.unl.edu. This shit is fucked. Just take a quick gander at this map for me, would ya? So everything that's white, that's okay. No discernible drought. And just for your edification, here's the legend. Intensity and impacts. From white, none. Racist legend. Yellow, abnormally dry. Light orange, moderate drought. Burnt sienna, severe drought. Red, extreme drought. Maroon, exceptional drought. Now take a look back at this fucking map for me, would ya? There's more of... There's less white spots on the map here than there are colored spots on the map. You'll notice that immediately upon looking at it. And in fact, most of these spots are from burnt sienna color to maroon, which is the very worst. And if you just center your focus from like Oregon down to about, I don't know, North Texas, Eastern Oklahoma, which includes like New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Utah. Well, I guess actually not as much Arizona. I'm looking over lines. Okay, like New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas. What is that? Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, and Oregon. Parts of Nevada. You're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 states, all with severe, what is it, extreme drought and or exceptional drought, which is just bonkers level drought, by the way. Exceptional drought, like, that's not good, I would point out. You also have these hot spots over here on the East Coast. Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia are baking. Parts of Tennessee, too. And Arkansas, everybody's running out of fucking water over here. It's not good. I would say, I would characterize it as not good if I was asked to do such a thing, like quantify it. I'd say bad. Perhaps exceptionally bad. And as a result of these conditions, we can expect more wildfires. And for the wildfires that do happen, to have a ton of dry fuel waiting to explode. And it's not good. Now, before we get back down to the United States, take a quick look at what's been happening in Western Canada. British Columbia. They're dealing with some fires that did not get put out quickly. Massive wildfires are tearing through Fraser Canyon over the last 24 hours, growing rapidly. Here's global news yesterday. Get us started on this.
The Brunswick Complex fire is flaring up, tearing through the forest and burning ever closer to Boston Bar. Wildfire crews throwing everything at the out-of-control blaze that's already destroyed a number of homes. Among the hardest hit is Blue Lake Resort. The driveway now lined with destruction. Trees are down and debris is scattered everywhere.
This was my home that I lived with my wife.
This is horrifying, but look at this photo of this guy. This shit is so wild that you can't see anything. You can't see anything. You're like, what is that, like 100 feet of visibility? Maybe less? I can't tell. It's hard to tell because of the fact there's like a bunch of slopes going on here. It's like a little hard to tell. But you can't see the sky. You can't see anything from this photo. This is ridiculous.
Everything at the out-of-control blaze that's already destroyed a number of homes. Among the hardest hit is Blue Lake Resort. The driveway now lined with destruction. Trees are down and debris is scattered everywhere.
This was my home that I lived with my wife and worked here. And unfortunately, everything burned down.
For Mansouri, the loss goes far beyond his home. Decades of memories, family photos, and 40 years of poetry have all been reduced to ash.
As far as sleep,
I think that was a sculpture. It's really hard to tell. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, my God. It's so charred. But that is a bear. That is a bear sculpture. For a second, I just thought it was a burning tree. Which, I mean, kind of is. But somebody put work and effort into that thing.
The loss goes far beyond his home. Decades of memories, family photos, and 40 years of poetry have all been reduced to ash.
as far as sleeping, you can't sleep anyways, because every time, you know, everything comes to your head and you're just thinking of this little thing, that little thing. Oh, that one is gone too.
The family-owned resort has lost several buildings and structures, with damages expected to reach into the six figures. All summer bookings have been canceled. Owner Shane Finlay says despite criticism online, firefighters did everything they could.
It looks beautiful and fucking serene up here. In other circumstances, you can tell, like in the places where you can see the landscape, it's picturesque, and then you turn and it's like the apocalypse.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
And the latest information I can get on the size of these fires is I believe they're approaching like 6 or 7,000 acres, like 2,500 hectares. I think it was like 2.2, whatever the conversion is. Thousands of acres have burned here so far, and it's still going.
What we had here was first it was the manager's house, fairly old building. Then we had another staff trailer, which is like a tiny home. And then these spots here belong to people who are seasonal renters. They would have their trailers up here. You know, the guy, the first one here, had it up for 20 years, Rob. And you know, I want you to look at this. If you see the lines on the ground there, that was all sprinkled. They had sprinklers all the way around there, and didn't matter. So I'm not going to have any criticism of wildfire. You know, I made the mistake of reading some comments online last night. You can shut your mouth. They did everything right here. They had sprinklers. They put themselves in harm's way. The pumps were running when the fire came through.
I like this guy. I don't know what his title is at this establishment, but I like this guy. That was funny. Like everybody can shut their mouths, all right? Were you here watching the firefighters do their jobs? Come on.
Come on!
Are you fighting the fire from your couch, dickbag?
They had sprinklers. They put themselves in harm's way. The pumps were running when the fire came through. It didn't matter. It meant nothing. There's nothing you could do. So I won't hear it. I won't hear it.
Is it coming back? I mean, you've had a chance to think about this a little bit, but I mean, now the work begins. But what do you think what's your summer look like?
Oh, well, it's just how quickly can we get people in to... I mean, the wildfire team is here dropping danger trees so they can start doing hot spots, but the rest of the trees got to come down anyways. You can't have people in here to start cleaning up until the trees are gone, and then you can clean up the hazardous material, and then it's...
Yep, that's the thing about these natural disasters. You know, when the earth itself that we have built on expecting to be one way, it's all of a sudden another way. All of a sudden, you know, it's actively undermining all of our previous efforts. I think it's a hard situation to deal with mentally. But B, I think difficult to like clean up after, because it's, you know, and this is just one thing, right? This is a wildfire, but we're talking about, I'm just talking generally of like all the natural disasters that we talk about here. And you have a flood come through, right? All of a sudden the foundations of all the houses are under threat, depending on how well built things are and how they were built, right? And like all these other sorts of factors. You see like southern communities having to build everything on stilts, and everybody on coasts basically now, right? Like we were just talking about South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, all those coastal communities all live on stilts. And they've been doing weird shit, playing like leapfrog with one another. We talked about this weird practice that's been taking place now. All the stilt homeowners have been, as the oceans rise and as a result come further in the coast, before getting sucked into the sea, people with money and privilege are buying empty lots, moving their homes off of one set of stilts to another set of stilts behind their neighbors, so that their neighbors go down first. We have a sick fucking system right now with people who are not willing to address the very basics of like what needs to be done with climate change. And as a result, society is just doing all these like really sick sort of, what do you call it? Not like symbiotic, but almost like parasitic. You know, capitalism, this late stage capitalist moment we're living in. It just feels like we're watching all these sorts of things coming to fruition. Like a snake eating itself. Because it's run out of things to eat. Its own tail in its mouth. Parasites. I've heard about the parasite thing. Oh, I've been looking for... I've been trying to figure out whether or not to start talking about that. I think I've actually come to the conclusion that I might need to start talking about that, because I'm earlier this afternoon we crossed over 1,000 cases on that situation, so we might have to talk about, what's it called, cyclopsoriasis or psoriasis or something like that. Yeah, I think it might be time for us to start worrying. The fact is, I think I got numb to the outbreaks. But I am actually thinking to myself, like, oh, this could be bad. We have a non-functional USDA, FDA, CDC, HHS, and all of the other guys that we need to get things done in preventing some sort of a scourge from seizing our country. And now we got like 1,000 cases of some novel bacteria causing pathogen or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, we'll probably be talking about that at some point, hopefully soon, before things get out of hand. Not that I think anybody's listening to me on what to do. Cyclospora, thank you. Well, unfortunately, the fires, not limited to Alaska and British Columbia, just south, eastern Washington has been on fire for like weeks now. Multiple blazes burning across the east. Chelan Hills fire has been one of the bigger ones going. This is from 3 days.
This morning, fire officials are reporting progress on the deadly Chelan Hills wildfire in Douglas County. Containment is now up 50% with no significant growth yesterday amid red flag warning conditions. But urgent level 3 go now evacuation orders remain in effect for areas east of the Columbia River across from Chelan Falls.
Okay, so we watched this one the other day, I think like Wednesday. Chelan Hills fire has been increasing in containment, but other fires have been continuing to burn and or light. Yes, new fires. But before we do that, I'm going to talk about some of the effects of these blazes.
One of Washington's most unique vacation rentals has been destroyed in Chelan Hills fire. The Hobbit Inn burned to the ground over the 4th of July weekend. The owner says she built the Hobbit Inn 11 years ago and has hosted thousands of guests. She says she's had to cancel more than 100 future reservations.
Honestly, that thing looks really cool. And that is unfortunate. But we can't have anything nice. That's what we have to remember. We, as a result of our refusal to steward the environment and instead ravage it every fucking day, we don't deserve anything nice anymore. Sad realization. But until we get to net zero carbon emissions, we have nothing to celebrate and nothing. At this point, we may as well just assume nothing is permanent on a very short timeline. It's not made out of stone. New fires sparked near the Tri-Cities One of several in eastern Washington, according to King 5 Seattle. This is from 11 hours ago. Look at that. Sparks just flying.
New this morning, a wildfire has sparked near the Tri-Cities in south central Washington. Right now, the Nine Canyon fire has scorched at least 50 acres and is burning uncontained. This is what the flames look like overnight from a photo submitted to Watch Duty. Benton County Emergency Services has put evacuation orders for some people in place. There is an emergency shelter set up at Finley Middle School for people that
Hobbits live in a hole in the ground. Yeah, actually, it is shocking to me that the Hobbit house didn't even survive. The fact that it's half in the ground, it's not completely in the ground. And I think in there lies part of the problem. But it's just... It's just a little bit shocking to me, actually. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, that a building half in the ground still burned. That just tells you just how impermanent things really are. And if we continue in this way, our climate is just going to continue to get worse.
needed help this morning. We'll keep you updated on this story as we learn more about the fire. A wildfire near Okanagan has now destroyed 3 homes. New video from the B&O fire shows crews working to fight it from the air. It's burned nearly 3,000 acres. All evacuation orders are reduced to level 2. People are now able to return home after being forced out when it sparked Thursday afternoon. In Douglas County, families are recovering after the Chelan Hills fire tore through that area. As of this morning, this fire is 100% contained and
Oh, it is 100% contained, finally. There we go. One small victory after a great deal of time, and I think over 100,000 acres burned. Chelan Hills fire finally out. Immediately replaced by new fires. It's sort of, what's the word? This is like discouraging, right? Like we put one fire out, immediately replaced by a new wildfire. That is not great. All right, now down the coast to California, to a rapidly growing wildfire in LA County. Oh, please, no repeats. Everybody knock on spacewood. How many knocks was that? Whatever. All right. Oh, God, that's not good. Don't worry, I'm not freaking out. Everything's fine. It's totally not a threat.
Several communities are under evacuation orders and warnings as a fast-moving brush fire is exploding in size in the Antelope Valley. The Summit fire has now burned roughly 2,600 acres with 0% containment. It broke out yesterday afternoon near Jesus Canyon Road and East Avenue Z, close to the LA and San Bernardino County line. LA County fire officials say temperatures in the area were in excess of nearly 100 degrees and winds were around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Fire crews say the flames have destroyed at least one structure. Children and counselors at the nearby AYF camp were.
Oh, God. We are having a bad fire season so far. We still have months for this to continue. And since this is going to be a hot year, I know I probably don't have to remind most people watching this stream right now, but summer is going to probably go longer, right? Like scientifically, there's a super high chance that because of the El Nino, we have a summer that just kind of extends into fall. Like very much so. Like it literally feels like summer during fall. where leaves will probably change later because of such such aspects, right? Like, because that's the sort of thing they get cues on. And it's gonna be weird. And as a result of this, we're gonna have fire season extend. I don't even know how long. We've joked about how fire season goes through winter because, of course, the LA fire happened in winter. There's, like, in fact, never-ending fires in the Canadian tundra because of the way in which the snowpack no longer is enough to melt and put out all of the moss, peat moss fires or whatever they're called. So it's just like smoldering embers with just enough oxygen that lasts all through. I know it sounds insane, but it's literally smoldering peat moss embers that last the entire winter. And then just the second that the snow melts, it's not enough to put it out, and the fires just start immediately. It's a result of a particular condition, the deciduous northern Canadian forests or whatever. But that aspect is being exacerbated by climate change, by this current condition we find ourselves in. Oh, I forgot to get updates on these. I'll just do this real quick. We've been following wildfires in Utah and New Mexico and Colorado for quite some time. I mean, all fire season. Oh, here we go. Here's your latest on Utah's fire season. This is, KSL Utah article. New fires start as Utah braces for record high temperatures this weekend. Smoke is visible rising from the Timp fire, which began on Friday. The U.S. Forest Service Utah Wasatch Catch National Forest announced the fire was 100% contained on Saturday. According to the Utah Fire, the Mountain Road Fire, which started at approximately 12:49 a.m., closed the East Bench Trail from 1900 north in North Ogden south to 425 north in Ogden. The fire was estimated at 18.1 acres on Saturday morning. These extreme heat warnings between yesterday and Monday. I think that's Monday. Right? 14th? Wait, no. Tuesday. It's already Sunday. High fire danger. Already been a bunch of fires burning there over the recent weeks. I forgot to get an updated video on this one. I'm afraid this was the old one from Monday.
Now to the fires we're continuing to watch for you this afternoon. Scorching nearly 96,000 acres of land up in the Tusher Mountains is the Cottonwood Fire. At last check, it's now 47% contained, up from 25% on Saturday. So some promising news there. However, closures are still in effect for the fire. Also continues to rage on in San Juan County. Meanwhile, the Babylon Fire also continues to rage on in San Juan County, growing to about 90,000 acres in size with 0% containment. Over the weekend, fire crews say the flames burned towards...
I should check that one. Oh, Babylon Fire still going as of yesterday, with expected high temperatures. That can't be good. How big is it now? 103 acres now, according to ABC4 Utah. Look at these pictures. It's like a valley of smoke. Jesus Christ. 25% containment. That's not great. So it's up to 100,000 acres, and it's only up to 25% containment with extreme heat conditions coming this weekend that we've Apparently they've been already feeling over there. One would assume. Meanwhile, down in New Mexico, fires have been burning there as well, including the Zacatone? I forget what they call it again. The Zacatone fire 5 days ago was at 90,000 acres. Whoopsies. What did I just do?
Good evening. As a fire burning deep in the Gila wilderness reaches its 15th day, the new incident management team on scene says they're in a good place to protect cabins, but many factors of this wildfire could make it a long-duration event. News 13's Michaela DePauli has the latest.
A lightning strike ignited the Zacatone fire, and now it's burning on lands where New Mexico's third largest wildfire. The 2012 Whitewater Baldy consumed nearly 300,000 acres.
Is this the one? I don't think this is the right one. Hold on. Oh, so this was 5 days ago. This is yesterday from KOAT News, which is a local New Mexico station. Zacatone fire in Gila National Forest prompts mandatory evacuations. Zacatone fire in the Gila National Forest has prompted the Catron County Sheriff's Office to place the Willow Creek area on go evacuation status. As of Monday morning, the Zacatone fire had burned 9,600 acres with 35% containment. Crews spent Sunday, son of a bitch, Sunday building on progress made by using the retardant lines and are working to limit further fire spread. Officials say lightning started the fire on June. It was approximately 12.5 miles southeast of Glenwood. So still burning and causing mass evacuations now. That sounds bad. Although I'm confused about the distinction in acreage. I think that might be a typo. I think that might be 96,000, not 9,600. That sounds wrong because KRQE was telling us the fire was 90,000 acres 5 days ago. You see what I'm saying? Unless another separate Zacatone fire broke out. That just wouldn't make sense. I guess it could happen. What did I just do? Did not mean to click that. Yeah, I don't have ad block. I don't know. I have it, but I don't always use it because it causes me problems during certain activities. One of those activities being streaming. Oh, God, I am thirsty. I don't know if it's just looking at all the fires, but God. All right, to another fucking clip that there were these three states, Utah, New Mexico, Colorado. I don't know what I did, like how this happened. I was putting together my list, just like normal. Minding my own business, but somehow I fucked this up. Like, I didn't get clips for these new clips. I have old clips. This one's from 3 days ago. I think we watched this on
right now.
Wednesday's stream. But I do have an update on this fire, and it's not great.
We continue to follow the largest wildfire burning in the state, the Aspen Acres fires, burning just over 96,000 acres or 150 square miles. That's about half the size of New York City. That fire is now 15% contained. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sam Shocker. Officials say yesterday.
Okay, since this is an old clip, I'm just going to pull this over here. This is the Denver Post from earlier on Saturday, 6 a.m. Aspen Acres fires destroys more than 850. That's like 1,000 homes. Structures, including at least 337 homes. It's crazy. It's like 1,000 buildings as it approaches 100,000 acres. Some evacuations lifted as containment of Colorado's seventh largest wildfire reaches 28%. Only 28% contained, and it's over 100,000 acres. That can't be good. Oh, so like we just got 100,000 acre fires just popping up out of nowhere all over the place. But it's not out of nowhere, right? Like it's actually very much something that we predicted, right? That scientists predicted. And that I told people was going to happen because the conditions are just right for this. Because of the drought that we just talked about. The massive, practically countrywide drought that we are experiencing. It's really just the Great Lakes that are not experiencing the drought, right? Like when you look at it, it's like the Great Lakes and the people who are nearby. And then everybody else is experiencing a drought. Drought, extreme heat, and then the rest is gonna happen. All right, that's where we're going to take a quick galactic intermission. We still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about, including the rest of the crazy shit that's been happening across the country. Because it's fires on one side and devastating floods on the other. Be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button, too, while you're at it. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And without your donations, we would cease to exist. Every dollar counts and truly helps. So many great ways for you to show your support. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. We got Throne, where you could donate physical items that you would know eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is Patreon. Speaking of which, sorry to the patrons whose avatars still haven't been added. I did update one thing, but I haven't done avatars yet. Hopefully this morning I can get that done. Anyways, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Oh my fucking god. right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you might want to get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Alright, Space Fams, we are back. What the shit is going on with that? Okay, there you go. Okay. Let's go. Oh, actually, I want to... Before I do that, I just want to say thank you for the dono. Actually, I'm going to hold off on this. Yeah, we'll talk about this in a second. Let's talk about some of the crazy shit that's been happening across the United States. All sorts of shit. It's not just the fires happening in the West. And in Canada, and in Alaska. Nope, floods happening on the other side of this country, Missouri. Declaring a state of emergency. After life-threatening flash floods, here's ABC News from yesterday. And it's not just Missouri. This storm went straight through, like the middle of the... Like the south there, like from Missouri straight through to, what is that, like Virginia or something? I think it's Virginia. Suffice to say, bad time for people in the line of the storm. And we will talk about the thing that everybody wants to talk about in a second. God. You can see the flooding is just incredibly vast. Thankfully, there's not any homes in this one spot.
We begin with a flood emergency in southeastern Missouri, hit by more than a foot of rain today, with more rain expected over the weekend. Dozens had to be rescued from rushing floodwaters, and for several hours, a group of campers was missing, but they're all safe and sound tonight. Missouri is not facing this rain threat alone. More than 20 million people in at least 14 states from Colorado to Pennsylvania are under flood watches through tomorrow. Meteorologist Rob Marciano leads us off tonight with powerful images from the flood zone.
An early morning deluge in the Show Me State, turning streets into rivers, campgrounds into waterways, and sending people scrambling for higher ground.
It was going to hit it from the side.
There's something about seeing like a horse just sort of standing there, like
In the show me state.
you know. There's something about that just seems deeply apocalyptic. Is maybe because I think it's partly because there's a lot of horse riding at the beginning of Walking Dead. I think that's what it's doing it for me. But just this whole scene is just deeply apocalyptic looking to me. You got the rescue vehicle over here. The horse just sort of standing in the floodwaters. The pickup truck with something it's towing completely mangled and on its side, and this fucking horse is just sort of chilling like, okay, I guess I'll just stand here. Seems okay. I think it's something about like watching nature just sort of not be bothered by the things that we ourselves are bothered greatly by. Like, this isn't like the horse is like fine with this. Right? Like that horse could just walk out right now. It's just standing there. Okay, we're gonna try and get through these, and then we'll do that. Couple more clips though. I'm sorry, not Virginia, West Virginia. So from Missouri to West Virginia. So kind of actually, what is that? It's like a northeasterly direction.
We turn now to the catastrophic flooding emergency back here at home. At least 10 rescued from the water after a building collapsed in Missouri. Dozens of water rescues playing out across multiple states. Drivers stranded in rising water and pulled from their cars. Heavy rain impacting roads and air travel. More than 6,000 flights disrupted during this busy summer season. More than 21 million people at risk of flash flooding. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Straight east.
Tonight, a state of emergency in Missouri after life-threatening flash floods swept through the region. First responders performing more than 90 water rescues, many at campsites like this, helping campers and residents stranded in trees by the rising waters. At one campsite in Reynolds County, officials say they rescued a group of at least 10 people that fell into the water when a building collapsed.
I got you. It's a fucking some crazy numbers right here, and with that many number of rescues, I think, I hate to say this, but I think we're gonna find out that somebody didn't get that rescue that they needed. You can only hope that somebody manages to hold on for dear life and avoid drowning. And it's not, the fact is drowning is not the only danger in these sorts of things. Because you can't, first off, you can't see underneath you. Right, so even in places where it might be, like the water might be low enough for you to walk, right, you have no idea what you're walking. Look at the water. You can't see anything. Impale yourself. Get impaled. You know, like pick your poison. Okay. One more clip. I think this is Al Jazeera. No, ABC. ABC. Okay.
We want to begin tonight with dangerous flash flooding. Millions of Americans on alert from Arkansas to West Virginia. A state of emergency in Missouri as hundreds of people are rescued after catastrophic flooding. Up to a foot of rain falling in some areas, triggering a life-threatening flash flood emergency. Water so treacherous that even a rescue boat capsized. Everyone there is okay. And the dramatic images of those waiting to be rescued from the raging floodwaters, stranded on rooftops and clinging to trees. And this door cam video capturing strong winds bearing down on Lumberton, North Carolina. ABC meteorologist Leslie Lopez leads us off. rooftops and clinging to trees. And this door cam from the...
This is a horrifying dystopian nightmare situation. These poor fucking children, just like, you know, all just hiding on top of the roof. Things are collapsing faster and faster. And our government is actively doing all the things that we shouldn't be doing to protect these people. Dismantling FEMA. I wonder if FEMA was on the ground and ready to deal with all this as they should have been, or if they had to jump into action once again because they've been completely disarmed by DHS to do their basic jobs of preparing in advance. Or, I don't know, our government spending billions of dollars to end green energy projects. Waging a war against people talking about climate change.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Speaking of which, holy fuck. Holy fuck. How? Like, while I'm about to talk about this, like, that is like, what I'm thinking about now. Where is Jordan B. Peterson at? There's a bunch of dudes that are missing right now. old dudes that mostly are ideologically opposed to this stream that are missing. Now, one man wasn't missing. Last time I saw him, he seemed, you know, relatively chipper for a 71-year-old man still working in the Senate after 23 years as Senator of South Carolina. Lindsey Olin Graham is no longer. That's right, everybody. Lindsey Lady Graham. I'm not saying it. Wikipedia is. No longer. Senator from January 3rd, 2003 to July 12th, 2026. When, in unknown circumstances, which hopefully we're going to unpack in a second, Lindsey Olin Graham, aka Lady Gay.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Pass freaking way.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Yeah. What? Come on! What you talking about?
Well, that's enough of that. I'm gonna have to probably, well, not even probably, I'm going to have to switch that music out because it is very copyrighted. But in these singular moments, community does deserve it. I can go through the process of clipping it out. I'll be fine. And you know who's not gonna be fine? Lindsey Graham. That's who. That sad child's too sad. You know, like. In a way, it's Lindsey's fault because he let Donald Trump dismantle FEMA. And I gotta give it up to the old Wikipedia editors for getting on that name so fast. It's honestly quite impressive. Like, to change his name out that fast. I mean, it was immediately, if not sooner. Whoops, not wrong one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There it is. But we should maha, probably. After this brief and sudden illness, which led to the death of Lindsey Graham, according to NBC News. Graham had just returned from Kyiv, Ukraine, where he met with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. Oh, God. What? What? Hold on. What is frozen? Stop freezing. Oh, I hate you. There we go. We're doing it together. We're all learning together. Okay. There we go.
So we're all going to learn this together.
Thank you, Sam. Okay. Let's all learn together. I am just learning this as you are too. This is, I mean, 2:22 a.m. Jesus, 30 minutes ago. Lindsey Graham, RSC, Republican from South Carolina, who was elected to the Senate in 2003 and was a close political ally of President Donald Trump, has died. His office confirmed early Sunday. He was 71. Graham died Saturday night from a brief and sudden illness, quote unquote. His office said in a statement, quote, Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period, unquote. The statement continued. Graham was the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee and was seeking a fifth 6-year Senate term in November. He was one of the most well-known members of the chamber and a key voice within the party on defense and international affairs. Emergency personnel responded to a call for quote-unquote cardiac arrest at Graham's Capitol Hill home on Saturday night, according to police scanner audio obtained by NBC News. Photographs reviewed by NBC News show the paramedics carried a person on a stretcher from Graham's home to an awaiting... Where have we heard this story before? We were just talking about this with fucking Mitch McConnell. Wow. Graham was fresh off a trip to Kyiv, Ukraine, where he met with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday. He had been scheduled to appear on NBC News' Meet the Press on Sunday. His death comes as fellow Republican Senator Mitch McConnell remains in the hospital after paramedics responded to a call at a known residence last month for an individual experiencing cardiac arrest. Oh, boy. What is going on? Yeah, old Republicans just falling left and right by the wayside. Hell has another angel, says Omega. Damn, that's cold. But deserved. Cold, but very much deserved for a true demon. A guy who took over for Strom Thurmond, another fucking demon, one of the fucking Dixiecrats of old that had made his way into the 21st century. Lindsay carried that torch for another 2 decades. Okay. I just figured we would pepper that in before we leave the United States. I know it's not environmental news, but might as well. Now it's time for the rest of the planet. Things equally bad and disturbing. You'll be shocked to find out that everything else is also on fire or underwater. Unless you're Venezuelan, in which case you may be one of 1.3 million people in need of urgent aid. Where people are still searching for their loved ones, family members, friends, community under the rubble. This is from 3 days ago, out of Al Jazeera, with the United Nations humanitarian chief. Went on to speak with them.
And joining me now live from Caracas in Venezuela is Tom Fletcher.
Yeah, and Tom is looking tired. Look at, like, real quick. Like, right now he looks okay, but it's because he's deeply focusing on looking okay. This is, if you go back 5 seconds, he's doing everything he can to try and, like, solve what I assume is a man who's struggling with a serious lack of sleep.
And joining me now live from Caracas in Venezuela is Tom Fletcher. He is the UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs.
Having your job being the world's humanitarian efforts in 2026? What do you got? You got a war that's been happening in Ukraine for 4+ years. You got the civil war in Sudan that's been happening for almost the same amount of time. You still got a massive refugee crisis in Southeastern Asia as a result of the ethnic cleansing in Myanmar. Of course, we can't forget what's been happening in Palestine, both the West Bank and or Gaza. Trump, of course, and the Operation Epstein Fury. And then what else and then what else we got? Oh, that's right. A completely collapsing climate, which is causing not only horrifying tragedies in the natural disaster variety, also, of course, agricultural problems too. And this guy, you see what I mean? Like, as you start talking about, I feel like he looks more and more tired. The more you talk about all the problems with the world, he starts to look like a dude who hasn't slept for days.
And Emergency Relief Coordinator. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Can you describe what you've been seeing there on the ground in Venezuela and the scale of the destruction?
Well, the devastation is very, very hard to witness. The sights, I'm afraid the smells of, so many bodies out there decomposing in the heat and the humidity, and the evidence of so many lives destroyed in a matter of minutes, of course, just 2 weeks ago. And people are in shock and despair. We've seen today a number of bodies being taken from the rubble. I've sat with grandmothers and mothers who go out every day in the hope that perhaps, against all hope, their child or grandchild will be pulled from the rubble. It's very rough.
When you meet these mothers who come out every day hoping to get their kid out alive from the rubble, what do you tell them? I mean, can you say anything to comfort them?
Yeah, you can. And obviously, we're here to provide that humanitarian support, food, water, shelter. We had over 50 search and rescue teams here, many still here, of course, from over 30 countries. And so there was this massive mobilization alongside the government of resources to try and save as many lives as we could.
We live in a terrible time right now. That was Tom Fletcher, UN humanitarian chief, basically begging the world on Al Jazeera for help on humanitarian aid. I mean, did it in a dignified way. But he was like, that was the whole point of this, was to get the word out and to tell people that this is a massive humanitarian crisis that is unfolding in front of our eyes. But the entire country is under a state of like, the Venezuelans, in my estimation, are struggling right now with accepting reality. Like, I forget what it's called, but it's kind of like PTSD in a way. But like, I think to some like I think they're like, because like everything has been just turned upside down in this country. Like, I can't imagine. I genuinely can't imagine having to do this now. Like, and unlike with, and I'm not sure that it helps, but like, unlike with any of these conflicts I've mentioned, there's no one to directly blame for this. Initially, there was a blame to at the government response. I think that's died down to some degree, because I think people, I think it was a rush to kind of blame people. I think people have come to the conclusion that this was not something that was expected here. Like this was one of those things that, like, the fact is, the Earth has done a bunch of very violent things over the years, right? The changes that happen on such a slow scale that humans struggle to monitor it and to like quantify like what is actually happening, right? But like, our Earth has been shaped by shifting plates and things that we can't visibly see, that we have technology to try to like investigate into. But like, when it comes to this, like, nobody was expecting this. Like, nobody was thinking, oh, like, there's going to be a 7 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela, a place that got like 1 and 2 magnitude earthquakes, right? Like, it's a massive jump in magnitude that I can't describe accurately because I'm not a fucking geologist, but like, from 2 to 7 is just fucking, like, it's like, I don't know how to like explain it, but it's just like, my understanding, that's a fucking crazy, like, an exponential jump, which is like literally what we're like, you know, like, it's why it looks like fucking Gaza in here. This is from yesterday.
Ahora mismo mi mente está en blanco. No podría decirte exactamente.
Right now, my mind is blank. I couldn't tell how I feel or what I think. The mission is to get them out of the rubble, to grant them eternal peace. Oh, God.
Para poder darle.
I believe God has a purpose.
Y yo,
I don't know what that is, because he took everything from me.
Creo que.
But I'll be here until the last moment to get out my entire family from the rubble.
Porque se llevó todo de mí. Pero hasta lo último voy a estar aquí para sacar toda mi familia de bajo los escombros.
I think people are genuinely still trying to grapple with this, because it feels like an act of God. There's no one to blame. But it's a massive fucking tragedy. It's affecting over 1 million people. And the latest update that I saw, which was earlier today, well, not today, Saturday technically, it was like nearing 5,000 people that they had found dead now. And we know that the last number that was released was like 60,000 missing or something like that. It's been weeks. There's almost no chance that anybody under the rubble is alive anymore. But it's going to take who knows how long to extricate people from all of this. Which is why there needs to be such a, like, a mobilization, like, a, you know, like, Venezuela needs help. They were already struggling, right? They don't have the same resources as the United States, for instance. We just got done stealing their fucking president and first lady, who are now sitting in a jail cell in New York. You know, maybe we owe them something. Just a thought. Okay, let's go across the Atlantic to Europe, where things are bad. Just like in the west of the United States, Europe's west, also hot and on fire. From the United Kingdom to France, and also Spain. Everything on fire. All right, not everything. Here's Channel 4 News 13 hours ago.
Last night, a ring of fire was swiftly advancing towards homes dotted across the hills of Andalusia, forcing residents to evacuate in the knowledge that at least a dozen lives have been lost so far. The flames tore across arid woodland and scrub, fanned by high winds. Europe is warming faster than any other continent, making fires like this far more likely. But firefighters stopped the flames from crossing a highway beyond which lie Spanish coastal towns. Still, thousands of acres have been burned to a cinder, and all those known to have died did so trying to escape in their cars. At least 4 are believed to be British, fleeing from the village of Bedar. Police say they'd gone door to door urging everyone to stay put, but some drove towards the flames and never came out. Another 8 people abandoned their cars, and their remains were discovered nearby.
Jesus Christ.
Whatever the police advised, this home in the sun was turned into a death trap, and the decision whether to stay or to leave had to be made fast.
I was just watching the telly and I thought, what's that? That wind's gone up, so I opened the door travel look and I seen a big black cloud. Yeah. A big one, I thought it was a cloud. And I thought, God, shut the door, then in 5 minutes, bang, bang, bang. Just get your money, get your cards and I'll come out, you've got to go.
I'm driving through flames, actually flames. And I thought, well, I can't stop, I just got to go, you know. And it was eerie because all of a sudden I came out of the flames and it was all bright sunshine, isn't it? It was like surreal, you know, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
It is ridiculous, sir. It is ridiculous. I mean, those descriptions are fucking horrible. People fleeing their cars only to be burned alive, running from the flames. Jesus Christ. It's just a horrible description.
Climate. There's plenty of vegetation on the hillsides after a wet winter and spring, and that provides fuel for fires in increasingly hot summers like this one, which can reach temperatures of 40 degrees. Those who died did so in such intense heat that their remains have been boxed up and sent to a lab in Madrid, where
Jesus
DNA testing will
Christ.
confirm the identities of those killed.
There are warnings of a high risk of wildfires across England and Wales this weekend due to the hot weather and dry conditions. At Tintwistle Moor in Derbyshire, fire crews are tackling a fire that's been burning since the 24th of June. Today, the fire service urged people not to go walking in the exclusion zone around the area, as this prevents helicopters being used to drop water on the fire. Well, our North of England correspondent Claire Fallon is at Tintwistle now. Claire.
And the fire here is absolutely still burning this evening. You can probably see just up on that hillside over there the smoke that's rising, but actually in the last hour or so, things have improved quite a bit. And that's because the specialist helicopter that they can bring in has come back here to dump huge amounts of water over.
Yeah, and the problem is you see how fast the winds are. I mean, you see her hair going, but you can see that the smoke is traveling straight over the ground, like right 90 degrees from the origin point. Those are strong winds, and that is what's fueling these fires. Because you need oxygen, right? You need oxygen for fire. The more oxygen you got, faster that fire's gonna burn. So people in multiple Western European countries fighting severe blazes. Let's go down to France now. France 24.
He is ensuring the fire is out. It's a mammoth task for the 150 firefighters still on the scene in the Pyrénées-Orientales department in southern France.
I've been here a while. We have been working hard for over 36 hours. It's difficult.
Work began 7 days ago.
Frank, do you want us to do up there as well?
This other volunteer firefighter is also on the front line.
It's exhausting to drag hoses around in the heat all day. It's pretty tiring. And then there's the fact we're constantly on a high alert. At night, we're not really sure if we'll have to head out, if the fire will flare up again. So we're tired, but then again, we know why we're doing it.
The firefighters had to face these flames, what was the biggest fire of the early summer. It covered nearly 5,000 hectares, homes were destroyed. Firefighters described their exhaustion early on in the battle.
Yeah, that's also because of how hot it is out there. These guys are having to wear gear, lug around hoses. Up and down, hot, dusty roads. No brakes. Well, maybe brakes, I don't know. I assume to some degree there's not a lot of brakes when you're out there. You know, like brake includes you not holding the hose. You know? Well, I'm sure they have to have brakes to some degree. I mean, they would die if they didn't. But, you know, you hear about fire crews working ridiculous hours to some degree, I think. Because I think they just don't want to stop fighting the fires. It's like a sense of responsibility, I think, that comes with it. Of, like, just, it's... You know, otherwise, like, your whole community is just going to burn down in front of your eyes. Oh, yeah, all right, we're going back to Spain to talk about these fires here. These were pretty horrible. Still on, all of these are still ongoing. All of these clips are from within the last day. Firefighters in Spain using people's pools for water. We know these scenes if you're from America. LA did this during the firefights there last year. This is Europe, they have brakes. No, I know they have brakes. Of course they have to have brakes. But I assume it's incredibly grueling and long work out there. Probably feels endless. feel like watching this is making me sweat right now. Like, this is like making me. I don't know if this is getting hot in the space station or what, but this is making me sweat. Honestly, it is a little hot in the space station. Now that I'm assessing things. To be frank, you did say you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. That's unnecessary. Merely chiming in with your 2 cents, which were valuable. Speaking of which, thank you to... Who is this? Cthulhu? Is this Cthulhu? Why are you not loading now? You an idiot. Thank you, god damn it, to Cthulhu for the crab ray fund for Lady Graham. That was actually the notification I saw on my phone that made me look. And then I saw everybody's chats. It was on my break. Thank you for both the update and the information. I mean, the update and the information. Thank you for the information and the 10 bones, which I got to add to the galactic deficit financing goal. I'm just realizing only appears on the regular stream. Somehow I did. There we go. Now it's working. All right, Reuters. Another clip from yesterday in Spain. Residents recounting their experience. They ripped your soul out. This is what you're left with. A Los Gallardos resident watches a deadly wildfire in Spain engulfing the land he attended for decades. I worked there. That is my son. I raised him there, where the trees are. I had 600 orange trees. I'm seeing this as very bad. Awful. A disaster. Not just for the woodland, but for the people who've already died and everything that has happened. House over there already burned. They're there, except for one. They're all gone. There are 7 English families, all of them elderly. Holy shit, Delta Dawn is passed on. That's crazy. People are just finding out. Yeah. We're juggling sort of strange dichotomy of news. Some good, some horrifying. I don't know if it's good. Yeah. I mean, it's good for America. And perhaps the planet. So that's good, I think. Probably. I'm wrestling with that. But the fact is, this guy is terrible. Or was terrible. I mean, how many wars did Lindsey Graham vote for? All of them, right? Every single one. Like from what, like Iraq, Afghanistan, like every single military conflict the United States has engaged in the last 20 years. Helped Donald Trump with every single one of his worst plans and or policies. So I should stop trying to quantify his career. Oh my fucking god. Now, we've already heard about 12 people who have died as a result of these fires in Spain. But there are at least 24 missing as well in the Andalusia region. I think this is France 24.
The tragedy near Los Gallardos seems to have started when a loose power cable fell down on dry vegetation. Firefighters initially responded to what seemed to be a small roadside fire, but conditions quickly changed.
It looks like it may have originated from a power line, and initially, with firefighters responding as it was a verge fire, it ended up spreading really quickly with really strong winds, and all of this at an extraordinary speed.
The strong and shifting winds, combined with the landscape, including many ravines, have made the blaze extremely difficult to control and to escape. Evacuations are carried out when authorities believe there is enough time for people to leave safely. On Thursday, authorities instructed residents to remain sheltered in their homes in several areas, but some, fearing for their lives, tried to escape. Several of them were killed.
It looks like all four are foreign nationals and could be British.
The environment is just like collapsing in front of our eyes. And we're not taking it with the sincerity, the seriousness, honestly, that we need to. Honestly, we need to flip the Congress so we can prevent Trump from doing any more damage to the planet. Like, is this, you know, we're living in the most utterly precarious times right now, and Trump is like lighting a match in a room soaked with gasoline. Like he whether he knows it's dangerous or not doesn't matter. We're all in the same room with him right now. It's a big old room, but as you can see, a lot of parts of it are already on fire. I'm not saying that this is all just a result of Trump. I'm just saying, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, this is absolutely a result of human activity, right? Not only are a lot of fires generally just caused by human activity, but, like, these are being exacerbated by human activity in every way possible. Everything Trump is doing are the exact sort of human activities that you can imagine. Military stuff, wars, ending green energy projects. Like, these are exactly the kinds of things. It's just all like a big, and like, it's like hard to like see it in the real term, but like, it's like, it's quantifiable, right? I'm not going to attempt to do it, but like, it is quantifiable. Like, all of these things that he is doing and has done over the last 10 years. Because some of the stuff like fucking Donald Trump did in his first administration, right? Like, still having effects now. And it's not just him, though. Like, we can't make it just about him. I'm doing it. Like, I'm trying not to. I'm just pissed off right now because of just how brazenly he's like behaving. Well, there's just so much fucking evidence, especially for a man at the helm of the United States government, for him to just be actively ignoring all of the reports that exist. Because the government itself knows climate change exists, recognizes it exists in nonpartisan organizations like the fucking military. And yet Trump is still trying to pretend like, actually, drill baby drill is a funny meme. Let's keep doing it. It's a 5-alarm fire. This is not meme time, sir.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All right, here's another clip from from the Associated Press from yesterday, showing firefighters battling these flames in Spain. The flames in Spain are mainly in the plain. Too soon?
You can see these flames running across the... All hands on deck. well, we got in the cars. My wife got in hers, I got in mine, and we were trying to help a neighbour with two young babies.
Sorry, we already listened to this. I forgot. Didn't we? We listened to this a second ago, didn't we? I could swear we just listened to this. I don't know how I did this. Thought I had gone through these pretty thoroughly. But I make mistakes. It's true.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, let's go here. All the way to China. Southeastern China. Where in the last week we have been seeing insane storms, flooding. Not as a result of the actual typhoon, super typhoon that we've been talking about for a week. Although, to some degree, they are interlinked. But the floods you're about to see are not from Super Typhoon Bavi, one of the largest storms ever seen in the Eastern Pacific to make its way to Eastern Asia. And yet you're seeing scenes like this already in southeastern China. No landfall yet.
园区出现了一个内涝的情况。
教育园区内多个学校
Just
处于
mass
停电态，
evacuations.
受困学生超万名。今天下午5点开始，
Just totally
救援
normal
人员
mass
紧急动力
evacuations.
舟船。据了解，动力舟今晚完成所有师生转移。
Completely
受近
flooded
期台风
cities.
和持续强降，部分学校发生内涝。昨天，多支救援力量赶到现场。
连日来强降雨的影响呢
7月6号，广西衡州六兰水库。昨天，记者在现场看到水库深处的水位，救援力量正在用挖机抢通从在六兰水库下游的较一条主干道
Look
淤
at
泥
these
堆积。
fucking
广西总队。
This is like Rio do Sul, Brazil. Some of these pictures are reminding me of it with just like the overview looks. Where did it go? I lost it.
挖机抢通从在六兰水库。
But like that is like reminding me of that. You know, just completely flooded areas where untold numbers of people live. Thousands and thousands of people all of a sudden forced to leave their homes. And once again, Typhoon Bavi is still coming. It's going to be raining cats and dogs. And suffice to say, the cats and dogs are not having a fun time either. This is at the Black Cat Animal Rescue Base in Nanjing. I think it's Nanjing. What did they say? Nanjing? Whatever it is. Somewhere in China, southeastern China. Look at all the cute kitties. Everybody trying to stay dry over here. The dogs just sort of... And I love the completely, like you look at the dogs are just in the water. You know, they're fine. They don't care. The cats are like, what in the fuck is going on? This is the apocalypse. The one cat is hiding on a raft. Fucking insane, dude. Ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Alrighty. Now let's talk about the impending storm, which people are bracing for. And or were bracing for over the last 24 hours in places like Japan, Taiwan, and mainland China. Also, northern Philippines, to some degree, they're getting hit by severe rains. Although I don't have that footage, I just know, I've been looking at the maps and I know it's happening. Here's France 24 from yesterday.
Locals line up sandbags on their front gates as this flood-prone neighborhood of Taipei prepares for Typhoon Bavi, expected to barrel towards northern Taiwan, bringing torrential rainfall, flooding, and maximum sustained winds of 155 kilometers an hour.
I plan to stack as many sandbags as possible to block water. I hope we don't have to use it this time because the drainage system has improved, which was quite small in the past. Now that we've upgraded the system, let's hope that we can escape the typhoon.
More than 2,000 people have been evacuated from their homes in the north. Businesses and schools in the region are shut. Several flights have also been cancelled. These fishermen had to return to port weeks earlier than planned due to the typhoon's strength.
It's
You can feel the tension in the air, people hoping for the best but preparing for the worst. And this is one of the worst storms I've ever seen. 200-mile-per-hour winds when it hit Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. I don't actually know how fast the winds are right now that I'm thinking about it. But the storm is still incredibly large, and I know that the winds are still very fast just based upon the maps I'm seeing on some of the thumbnails. I just know intrinsically that if it gets to dark red, that's like 150 miles per hour, I'm pretty sure. So people can expect just wild conditions coming in here.
Fighting.
It did take a little bit longer for it to traverse the Pacific than I thought it was going to.
Umbrella through the fierce wind, this woman in Taiwan is experiencing the raw power of Typhoon Bavi. Torrential rain is battering down as weather officials warn that some areas could see up to 1 meter of total rainfall. Anticipating the worst, authorities and residents have spent the last few days racing against the clock to prepare. More than 14,000 people were preemptively evacuated from high-risk mountainous areas, while shop fronts and restaurants are being heavily reinforced, with business owners, volunteers and locals stacking heavy rows of sandbags to block the incoming storm.
Usually, we prepare our own sandbags, but we won't be able to do much if an unexpected situation occurs. We have to make early preparations to prevent damage by the typhoon, but sometimes we simply can't avoid it.
Yeah, and that's the thing about natural disasters that we talk about all the time, is that people who don't have the money to pay for prevention, right? Sandbags, sprinkler systems for their homes, whatever it might be, just left, oftentimes, to fend for themselves. There's still a problem we're trying to grapple with, I think, as like broadly, like as society. I think some countries are doing better than others at this. Like America's kind of doing the worst. Not gonna lie, but it's not just us, as you can see. That woman struggling to pay for her disaster preparedness efforts. Now in Japan, Japan at least as it relates to government preparedness and infrastructure planning, I do think Japan might be literally at the forefront of that very field, I guess is what you would call it, right? Like, Japan has done so much in terms of their they're planning ahead for these things, that even with this, I think they may do fairly well. I mean, those waves look rough, but Japan has spent so much money, and not just the money, it's about the planning, right? Like, they identified problems, they said, let's use money to engineer a way around these problems, like, and really think it through, and they really did do that.
Havoc.
However, the storm's coming, and no prevention efforts are perfect. You can never completely count on them, I can tell you that very much. Because every single... almost... I struggle to think of, like, a good example of a thing that doesn't fail. But, like, almost everything that humans make has some failing point. Is somewhere, right? Like, it's just how... it's just how these things work.
U.S. island territories in the Pacific earlier in the week as a super typhoon, Bavi, now downgraded but powerful nonetheless, is bearing down on East Asia. Heavy rain fell on Japan's southern island of Ishikawa on Friday morning, as people...
200 miles per hour tornado speeds? 200 miles per hour is like EF... like, it's like EF5 tornado speeds. I'm going to look it up right now. Okay, slightly under 200. It's slightly under it. It's like EF3, I guess, maybe? EF3 tornado? EF4. Actually, no. On the enhanced Fujita scale, 200 plus miles an hour is EF5. Yes, okay. I was right. No, I was right. I don't know why. I would second guess myself. No, I was right. That's like an EF5 scale. Fucking tornado, 200 plus miles an hour. That's what I'm saying. Is the scale of this, the size of it, and the winds are just terrifying. Like, it really is just disturbing. I don't know how I let this Al Jazeera clip sneak through, because this is using all the same footage from that other one again. You can see how powerful the winds are, and it hasn't even fully struck yet. This guy tempting fate over here while he smokes a cigarette. Jesus. Jesus. You see what I mean? Like, this is a slightly more recent clip, and you can see how the scale of the wind goes from, you know, like, whipping things to like a crashing through things. Hello, umbrella. Goodbye, umbrella. Okay, I think there's more footage in here that I wanted. To go through. Yeah, one last.
Now, almost 2 million people.
One last clip. This is the latest update I have on Typhoon Bavi. This is from 8 hours ago out of ABC News Australia. Then we will do space news.
Have been evacuated from their homes as Typhoon Bavi bears down on China's east, bringing destructive winds and heavy rain before reaching China, Bavi lashed Taiwan and Japan's remote islands, leaving tens of thousands of people there without power. Let's go to Taiwan and speak to Ting Liu, who's a news anchor at TVBS. Ting, thanks for your time. What impact was felt where you are?
Good morning. Thank you for having me back on the program. So Taiwan's main island left Bavi's storm force wind radius at about 11 p.m. local time on Saturday. So the latest post-minute update is that only the outskirts Matsu will actually remain under land warning, with remaining warnings expected to be lifted later on this morning. But we actually did see heavy rain, landslides, debris flows, and dangerous seas remain at residual risk. But we got to say that it's quite fortunate this time because at least 113 people have been injured, but there are no confirmed deaths. And around 14,000 people were evacuated, mainly from actually the mountainous and landslide-prone areas, and more than 234,000 households actually experienced power cuts. But we got to say that it's an important distinction because actually Bavi did not make an actual landfall in Taiwan. So it actually just passed the northern part of Taiwan, but it's enormous circulation.
Taiwan got crazy lucky this thing shifted north and didn't get hit directly by the storm. That's crazy. That's lucky. And still, what did she say? 100 people injured? I can't remember what she said, but like there's already a bunch of people. 113 people injured? Is that what she said? Now it's making its way to mainland China. And hopefully people there are prepared. Now, it is time for space news. New York Post with a quick clip from yesterday of a Chinese rocket booster landing an incredible vertical landing challenge.
China!
Something which a lot of people have been trying to perfect. Well, there you go. A peek at China's revolutionaries landing rocket. Something that humanity has once again been trying to accomplish here. Many companies, entities struggling with this. A lot of failures. A lot of failures on this one. Whereas Tesla, not Tesla, although soon it may be, but as SpaceX would call it, rapidly unexpected unsuccess, right? which is different and clearly better than failure. Speaking of failure, let's go to the United Kingdom for a story that involves both space and failure. Starting here with the thing that started it all off 4 days ago. Nigel Farage confronted by a Sky News reporter over $1 million in, I believe, crypto payments.
Is it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me?
Did you not hear me?
You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Cut.
Sky.
Oh, Nige. He was so triggered by that question. It was incredible to watch how mad he was. He's red. He's furious. Although I think he's always kind of that color. Like sort of like an orangey red. Although it felt accentuated in that moment. I don't know if what I could attribute to his general orangeness. Now, I'm pretty sure that this is the correct, what do you call it? Sequence of events. But shortly after that confrontation in, I believe, an airport, whatever that was, Nigel Farage suddenly resigned from his ministership, or whatever you call it, triggering a by-election. Here was that moment.
No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions.
Yes.
This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
Nigel Farage, Britain's most prominent anti-immigration politician, has resigned. But there's a twist. Farage has quit his seat in Parliament in order to trigger a special election in which he says he will run and plans to win, thereby returning to the House of Commons. The backdrop to this unusual move is that Farage is being investigated over his finances. Parliament's Standards Watchdog is looking into several donations to Farage, notably a £5 million gift he received in 2024 from a cryptocurrency billionaire based in Thailand. Farage says he broke no laws and no parliamentary rules, but if he is found to have breached the rules, he could be suspended from Parliament, and that could set off a process in which his own constituents could call for his recall and a new election.
Yeah. Now, it felt a little bit like he was, what's it called? Not jumping the shark. I don't think that's the right term. What is the word for this? Like it was clearly a bumbling and idiotic move from Nigel. It didn't feel at all thought through. At the time, I was trying to grapple with it because we talked about this days ago now. But the more I think about it, truly it seems like it was just not thought through. He did it out of anger in the same way that he was sort of spouting off at that random Sky News reporter. He just had a fucking hissy fit, and he quit. And he said, "I'm gonna hold an election because of but I think in his mind, in his fucking deluded brain, he was like, oh, if I call it an election, people will vote me back into power, then that means that I can't be investigated." You see, you can't reinvestigate a guy who just got into office for things that he did before. Like, that's not how it works. And people have said this on a number of occasions now at this point. It's pretty clear that that's not how the process works, and the investigation will continue. what may not continue is his existence as an elected.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. GSL, is Count Binface your cousin?
Not officially. But we are galactic allies. Clearly you know where this is heading. Yes, in the wake of this ridiculous decision by Nigel Farage, all of the major parties decided to pull their candidates, saying that they wouldn't run candidates in protestation of this move. For what reason, I don't know, but one man from party, a very niche party, but not that niche. And of course, talking about the great Count Binface of the Count Binface party, who stood and said, "No, I will not let this go on. None of this nonsense. Democracy."
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. And he took to British television to tell everyone the plan. Here's Good Morning Britain from 3 days ago.
All the major political parties have refused to stand in the Clacton by-election. But Nigel Farage will be up against Count Binface. And of course, the Count now joins us. Good morning, Britain. Very good morning to you, Count Binface.
Good morning, Miss Reid. Good morning, Mr. Balls. And how dare you say all the major parties aren't standing? Come on, you contradicted yourself.
No, that's true. You are standing. Are you in it to bin it?
Well, exactly. This is one of my lovely little phrases. I mean, am I standing? I mean, right now I'm sitting, and it depends on getting the 10 nominations from the good humans of Clacton, if, of course, Nigel Farage doesn't do a reverse ferret because he's terrified of the prospect of facing me, mano a bino. So we shall see.
And honestly, the idea of doing of him trying to do a reverse ferret at this point is honestly hilarious to me. And for those who don't know what a reverse ferret is, it's exactly what it sounds like, with an even funnier backstory to it. Just quickly here. A reverse ferret is a British political and media slang, sudden and shameless reversal of editorial or political stance. Typically refers without knowledge. Wait, hold on. I just want to go to the actual. The Wikipedia explanation is better. I read through this earlier. The term originates in the United Kingdom from Kelvin Mackenzie's time at The Sun. By the way, The Sun is like a tabloid journal, right? His preferred description of the role of journalists when it came to public figures was to, quote, stick a ferret up their trousers. This meant making their lives uncomfortable, and the term was based on the Northern England stunt of ferret-legging, quote unquote, where contestants compete to show who can endure a live ferret with their sealed trousers the longest. When it became clear that the tide of public opinion had turned against the paper's line, Mackenzie would burst out from his office shouting, "Reverse ferret!" Essentially meaning to undo what had been done. Turn off the pressure. But the thing about this is that how is he going to reverse ferret after having official resigned? That's my question. Can you reverse ferret a political resignation? I don't know the parliamentary system perhaps well enough.
Binface, have you been to Clacton many times? Do you know the constituency well?
Well, I've been to Clacton precisely 0 times because based on the activities of the incumbent, I thought that was what you were supposed to do. So I was just following protocol, So where I should turn up in the constituency at all is clearly academic. Or maybe I should spend more time in Washington, D.C. or in Thailand. You tell me.
And talking of following the other candidate, have you ever received a £5 million gift from anybody?
Certainly not on your planet, no. So you can't get me on that one, Standards Commissioners. What the Recyclons give me on Sigma 9 is my business alone.
I mean, the trouble is, it has all turned into a farce if Nigel Farage only faces a challenge from, with all due respect, you, Count Binface. Do you think that the other parties are making a mistake, or do you think that Conservative voters, Lib Dem voters, Labour voters should all vote for you or boycott this by-election?
Well, I mean, Susanna, you talk to me about farce, but you're a Crystal Palace supporter. And they've been through all kinds of stuff, but now they've turned it around. And they've won trophy after trophy. So the underdog can prevail, as you well know. And, you know, whether the other parties are running frit, I think is the political word. I love that word, frit of old Binny, or they don't want to be part of Nigel's sideshow, we shall find out. But of course, the thing is, if there's a second by-election when Parliament finds out that Nigel has done something a bit iffy, if they do, who knows? And then, of course, there'll be another by-election, which costs 380 grand to the British taxpayer. So if they vote me in, I save you lot 380,000 Earth pounds without lifting a space finger.
Is he in it to bin it? Is he in it to win it? We'll find out.
Count Binface, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning. And of course...
Yes, Count Binface in it to bin it. And fact is the small town of Clacton seemingly open to the idea of a Binface candidacy.
Possibly the Prime Minister of this country.
How do I feel? I don't really feel anything for it, really. It's unnecessary. It's all a political game. We're doing it for distraction. You know, we've got 5 million reasons, haven't we?
Why do you think he called the by-election?
As a distraction. Man's under pressure. Doesn't do anything. Self-centred, self-serving. It is a distraction. People will vote him in round here. As I say, I'm quite pleased that the major parties aren't going to put any candidates forward. They shouldn't. It should be just this guy making a mockery of a system.
You do have an alternative candidate. We don't know the full list of candidates at this point, but Count Binface has said he's going to run.
Yeah, I'd vote for Binface. And I've lived in Clacton since 1977, and I think we've just become a political circus, you know.
A 50-year Clacton resident saying, yeah, I'd vote for Binface. Yes, indeed.
Yeah!
Yes, indeed, Binface. Seemingly a better option to some voters than the circus that is Nigel Farage. Concerns over this being a serious risk to Nigel. Alarms raised over at Sky News 3 days ago.
Join me again from France, still on his holiday, is our regular commentator and very devoted guest of the show, for which we are grateful, GB News star presenter Patrick Christys. I wanted to make sure, Patrick, that you know it's appreciated. But anyway, what do you think Nigel's up to? Because I can't see how this is going to work for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, basically what's happened is that he is being hounded by the press over this. They've been turning up at his daughter's home, and say what you like about Nigel, he has never, ever, ever brought his family into politics. And that's really wound him up, that they've been doorstepping his daughter. Every single media interview now is always around this 5 million quid. And nothing really has changed in that. He's given his answer about it. There is an inquiry into it, and nothing has changed since then. So he's getting very frustrated. So I think what he thought he'd do is basically make the point that other political parties don't like people who earn money or have business acumen, which is why we have a parliament full of over-promoted school children. I'm going to call a by-election, just show everyone that the public doesn't care. The public doesn't care about this 5 million. But as you've identified, it's kind of backfired because the only person standing against him now is a man called Count Binface, who dresses up as a trash bin and it's just Farage versus Binface at the moment. But you've mentioned that he's probably going to win this by-election. No, he should win the by-election, obviously, even if it is just versus Binface. However, there is a serious risk here, Andrew, genuinely, that the man who is leading the party that is ahead in the polls and is probably going to be the next Prime Minister loses to a bloke dressed as a dustbin and he's out of the running. And there is precedent for this in Britain. There is precedent.
Look at how much hyperventilating is going on over here at Sky News over who they see as being the anointed future prime minister, potentially losing to a galactic bin. And what's interesting is that more and more seriousness taken over the running of Count Binface in the following days. Pull another interview for Binface on BBC. That's 2 in a week.
Now, so far, one of the only few who say they will stand in the Clacton by-election is Count Binface, who was last seen sharing a stage with Andy Burnham at the Makerfield by-election. And Count Binface joins us now.
Good morning, your time. Good evening, Sigma 9 time. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning from space. Hello to you. First question, why would an intergalactic space warrior want to stand to be the MP for Clacton?
Why not?
It's a good question. Tell me about your manifesto. What can you offer the people of Clacton? Have you ever been there?
No, because I understand from the current incumbent that is part of how you do the job. So I deliberately stayed away. Is that how it works? But, you know, if I get the 10 nominations, because, hey, look, there's no guarantee I'm standing for the election, as I'm sure you know. I'm game, but I have to get the signatures from 10 local inhabitants. Otherwise, this is a non-starter. And then, of course, I will tailor my manifesto to the local area as always. But most of my national policies will remain: building at least one affordable house, nationalising Adele, bring back CFAX, and of course, moving the hand dryer in the gents' toilet in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position, because as you know, it's a national issue.
Those policies didn't go down too well, did they, with the good people of Makerfield? I believe you got 95 votes at the recent by-election. So how are you hoping to do any better?
What a disgracefully scornful tone. How dare you? 95 actual votes? That's a Dolly Parton. 95, just one shy of a reverse 69, which I scored against Boris in Uxbridge Sports Hall in 2019. So I'm cock-a-hoop. I'm over your moon. I'm over my moon. I'm doing very well. I came 7th out of 14. I mean, what more do you want?
What do you say to those other parties who have decided not to field candidates in Clacton?
Well, I mean, that's for them, isn't it, mate? That's democracy. They can choose to run away from my beneficence and magnificence, or maybe they just noticed that Nigel is up to a rather peculiar hissy fit, and they're keeping their powder dry for a second by-election.
That's absolutely what this is. That's the phrase I've been looking for. A rather peculiar hissy fit. Yes, the most peculiar of hissy fits.
When, of course, the parliamentary committee reports. But interesting, you see, the thing is, that second election, which would cost 380 grand, will only happen if Nigel wins this one. So if you vote Binface, You saved the British taxpayer £380,000 without me doing anything. Stick it in the Ministry of Defence. How'd you like them apples?
Can I ask roughly where you are, how long it's going to take you to Clacton, and when you're planning to make your first visit, and what you plan to do while you're there?
Well, good question. Absolutely. Now we're talking.
Yes.
We're cooking on gas here. I was on my way back to Sigma 9 in my starship, the Alboreto, and I caught wind of what was going on yesterday, so I did a quick old U-turn, bit like Keir Starmer, did one of those, lovely jubbly, and zoomed back, so I'm approaching the Kuiper belt of your star system, and yeah, I'll be with you in a jiffy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Would you be up for a head-to-head debate with Nigel Farage?
A tete-a-lid debate. I see what you're saying. Yeah, why not? I'd be up for that. I'd like to understand how you get 5 million Earth pounds in crypto donations, which, if they're completely above board, I think we'd all like some of that, so we could ask him how he can enrich our coffers just like his own. And, you know, I think that I'm sure he's got nothing to hide. I'm sure he's not going to do a reverse ferret because it looks like it could be the Binny McBinface election to demonstrate the wonders of democracy like never before. No, I'm sure he's up for it just as much as I am.
Clearly, Mr. Farage denies any accusations of wrongdoing. Very quickly, Count Binface, can you win?
Probably not, but you know what? It's the taking part that counts. My job is to demonstrate that British democracy is wonderful and unique in the entire cosmos, because you can stand for whatever you want. You can stand no matter who you want. You could stand if you want. Come and join me. Why not? Exercise your democratic right.
There you go, Binface on another BBC interview discussing his running for this seat in Clacton. Approaching the Kuiper Belt. People really wondering to themselves whether or not Binface could take down the leader of the alt-right reform party that has been gaining prominence here in the United Kingdom. Oh, the more I think about it, the more I do prefer it. The more I think, yes, Binface has the policies. I mean, listen, one affordable house, nationalizing Adele, so long as she's into it.
Could Nigel Farage be politically destroyed by a man in a bin? It's increasingly clear that Nigel Farage's decision to call a by-election in Clacton is a disaster. Other parties have all said they're going to boycott it. Now we're talking Labour, Tories, the Green Party, Restore, the Lib Dems. So it really does actually look like it will just be Nigel Farage versus Count Binface. That's right, Count Binface. He's the only credible candidate standing in the by-election who could potentially defeat Nigel Farage and, in theory, destroy his career and end all momentum for Reform UK. Now, just a little recap. Why did Nigel Farage call this by-election? He called this by-election because he got the first ever proper scrutiny he's ever got. That's why. The small matter of getting a £5 million personal gift from a crypto billionaire based in Thailand, who also bankrolls, by the way, reforms to the tune of 2/3 of that overall funding, and he didn't declare it. And then it was revealed that Reform has got huge amounts of benefits in kind from a convicted fraudster who's been bankrolling Reform, as well as, for example, giving Nigel Farage residency at a 5-storey massive dock-off house next to Buckingham Palace, which this fraudster owns.
What now?
We could go on, which wasn't declared. Now, there's been further revelations in The Guardian that his £5 million gift, which, by the way, I'm sorry, he's just so batshit, was reported to the UK Crime Agency over money laundering concerns. Now, it's clear Nigel Farage and his crew knew this story was dropping and called the by-election to head it off. At the same time, they tried to undermine the story by leaking it to the Daily Telegraph on their own terms with the headline, Reform accuses National Crime Agency of leaking bank statements. Now, the Daily Telegraph are such an embarrassment.
How rude of you.
How rude.
How rude of you for that. Leaking statements. Leaking banks. How dare you. Oh, very nasty. All right, we're not going to watch this whole Owen Jones clip.
Repeat, Count Binface, plausibly, if everyone in Clacton who opposes Nigel Farage votes for Count Binface, then Nigel Farage's political career would be quite literally destroyed by a man in a bin.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, it's very clear that this is not going how Nigel Farage and Reform UK intended.
Reform UK leader said that having announced his resignation, he would refight the Essex seat. He's billing it as the people versus the establishment by-election. Let's speak live now to Zia Youssef, who's from Reform UK. Good morning. He says it's the people.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink.
Could just be Nigel Farage versus a man with a bin on his head. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
We'll come on to Zia Youssef because, I'll be honest, he is proper batshit, that one, and not in a fun way. We'll also come on to Farage's abject bollocks about his daughter being harassed by Sky News. So I'm being a bit sweary today. No need for that. Which is the pretext for his desperate attempt to deflect the first proper scrutiny he's ever had. But apparently, it's actually too late for Farage to back out of this big showdown with Count Binface. According to one political journalist, I'm told by someone much cleverer than me that it's now too late for Reform to back out of the by-election. Nigel Farage is no longer an MP, so the by-election must go ahead or else Clacton will have no MP. Holy shit, this is mortifying and hilarious. Now let's have a look at some of the interviews Count Binface has been doing on his media round. Here he is on the BBC.
You know, if I get the 10 nominations, because, hey, look, there's no guarantee I'm standing for the election, as I'm sure you know. I'm game, but I have to get the signatures from 10 local inhabitants. Otherwise, this is a non-starter. And then, of course, I will tailor my manifesto to the local area, as always. But most of my national policies will remain, building at least one of 4...
Okay, I'm back. We already watched this BBC News interview.
Could cost 380 grand will only happen if Nigel wins this one. So if you vote Binface, you save the British taxpayer £380,000 without me doing anything.
I love the way that the presenter has clearly been told to play it straight to avoid any claims of violating impartiality by finding a literally now credible candidate funny, because...
Is this the Lindsey Graham party? Yes. Well, we're done. We already talked about Lindsey Graham. But, yes, welcome in.
He is. He's the only other credible candidate standing against Nigel Farage. So if she was laughing along, going, hoo, 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 it might actually help it or be seen to help him. So actually it could go against electoral guidelines, which the BBC are expected to follow. Here's another Binface interview on BBC's Radio 4 Today programme.
I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the Starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
I'm assuming from that you are going to be sparse when it comes to policy promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, you know, I like to tailor it to each constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalise Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not. But then, you know, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy.
You know what? I was kind of reading about Count Binface on social media. I suggested he might just be a centrist dad in a bin. But he's building a broad coalition there. He's got a SOP for the left, talking about nationalisation of Adele. Shall I have another interview? Why not? Just as a little treat.
Have you ever received a £5 million gift from anybody?
All right, we already watched this one, but the fact is, I also watched as like, and I tried to be, what's the word? I tried to be reasonable here, but boy oh boy did I watch a lot of Binface. And the fact is, the more Binface I watched, the more that I felt that this was in fact the candidate for Clacton. And now I can't decide for Clacton. But I gotta say, the more and more I thought about it, I was like, really, truly, this guy needs to win. Like actually win. Like he unpacked a bunch of interesting stuff about like inflation and other things. I can't remember now. I think it was Times Radio. I listened to like a bunch of slightly older from the Makerfield election. And like there's some stuff that he was saying. I was like, this guy's actually got some points. I mean, like it's all layered in just an incredible amount of sarcasm and space references, but he actually like made a couple of reasonable points. Like I still think he might be a little bit of a neolib, but even that I think is certainly better than Nigel Farage. I think if anything, it's on foreign policy.
Certainly not on your planet now. So
I mean, what do you really though? Like, what do you expect?
What the
you know, like an intergalactic space warrior. You know, not all intergalactic space warriors are made the same. Some have, you know, crazy things that they want to get done, leading to galactic domination.
So if they vote me in, I save you lot 380,000 Earth pounds without lifting a space finger.
What a timeline to live in. Now, Nigel Farage, who is the son of a stockbroker, educated at a prestigious public school, made a killing in the city as a commodities trader, gets showered with a £5 million personal gift from a Thai-based billionaire who is the richest British-born person alive, who gets paid vast sums for selling gold bullion, who lives in a 5-storey house right by Buckingham Palace thanks to a convicted fraudster on top of his own property empire, who is personal friends with the President of the United States. Yes, that Nigel Farage claims this is the people versus the establishment. You cannot make this shit up. His pretext for calling the by-election is that Sky News harassed his daughter. He said, several media organisations have been hounding my daughter. When I approached the boss of Sky News and complained, they denied any contact, and so did their news report. Sky News are liars. I demand an apology from them and a promise not to repeat it. I mean, let's just have a look at the CCTV of this heinous, traumatic, outrageous incident. That's harassment, is it? That's what he considers harassment.
Illegal.
Does everyone remember what happened to Jamie Corbyn? Do you remember that? The media literally...
The crimes. He walked on the driveway.
Violent crime.
Oh my God. Unacceptable.
Camped outside Jamie Corbyn's house for about half a decade. Relentlessly. How many times do you ever see other politicians subjected to that? Do you remember? It was just constantly outside his house, constantly, literally actually harassing him. I mean, he was the leader of the opposition. You could say, well, that's how the way... I mean, what is to be gained from literally camping out someone's house for 5 years? Just, you know, causing all sorts of problems for the neighbours and all the rest. I mean, but, you know, they were just yelling at him. You don't see other politicians subjected to that, do you? You don't see Keir Starmer, when he was leader of the opposition. You didn't see them camped outside his house. And you don't actually see them camped outside of Nigel Farage's various houses. The cheek of this guy, that's what it took for him after, what, being in the spotlight for years and years. Now, Sky News has posted...
Yeah, it does seem
clarification.
like a
Sky
really...
News was not at the property at 7...
It does seem like a really weird line that, you know, he's upset that somebody approached his adult children. Adults, right? They are adults. They happen to be his children, but they are adults. And somebody went and knocked on their door and then walked away. And that's the great threat. I mean, how many milkshakes has this guy had thrown in his face in public at this point? It's got to be like at least 2 or 3. I mean, he's been like, I just don't understand how this is like, Owen's absolutely right. It doesn't make any sense. How is this the red line? How is this the thing that broke the camel's back? You know, how is this that straw for Farage? I don't understand it. I don't know if we'll ever understand it. It doesn't make a ton of sense. It felt like a guy who was trying to... can I be honest? I think, if anything, this was Nigel Farage doing performative masculinity. He's like, you've insulted my daughter, and therefore you cannot... You have besmirched my honor, dear sir, and this cannot stand. Retract, or I shall retract myself from government. It's so petty and childish. Like, he's such a child.
You're a little baby.
It's so dumb. Oh, God. Now, Sky News, I believe, released a statement saying that they did not, quote-unquote, hound or pursue Mr. Farage's daughter, and at no stage did they seek to speak to anyone other than Mr. Farage in connection with the story. All right.
What Farage is talking about is total bollocks. And by the way, I don't normally use as rebuttal to the likes of Mr. Farage, Nigel Farage, Jeremy Hunt, the former Tory cabinet minister. But I just think it's worth just playing this clip because it really underlines the soft touch, the kid gloves that the British media has subjected Nigel Farage to.
Well, I'm gobsmacked by that video. I mean, if that video has made Nigel Farage so angry that he's resigning and calling a by-election. I mean, you know, during the junior doctor strike, I would have about 8 or 10 journalists outside my front door most days. You know, during the Leveson inquiry when I was culture secretary, I actually had to leave the house early because the journalists wouldn't go until I'd gone, and I didn't want my kids to have to walk through them when they were going to school. I actually had talking about Sky News chartered a helicopter to follow me as I went to the courtroom for the Leveson inquiry. And, you know, it was, frankly, on a personal level, it was a horrendous experience, but I do recognise, as a culture secretary, that this is a country where...
Like, in comparison, this story versus what we just witnessed is just, it's quite a stark and paradoxical situation. Like, I mean, you know, like you compare these, it's like apples and oranges. Guy walking down driveway, Sky News chartering fucking helicopters to follow this guy's every move, like the fucking CIA or something. It's fucking nuts.
Politicians do not control the press. Now, what I could see there was one person very quietly going up to a front door and then coming away from it again. If that was like so horrific that we're now, the poor people of Clacton are going to have a by-election. I mean, get real. Politics is a lot tougher than this. And if you're going to be Prime Minister of a democracy, I'm sorry, but that does not say to me that this is something that is so appalling that you're going to have to take a stand and cause a by-election.
This is ludicrous. Why isn't Nigel Farage put through that sort of ringer? You can say he's not a cabinet minister, but I mean, he's been leading the polls and been seen as a potential prospective Prime Minister for a very long time now. But he isn't subjected to any of that at all. And then he gets the mildest scrutiny. And then what happens is journalists try to go around properties linked to Nigel Farage because he's got a property empire. And then he explodes and claims that's harassment and uses that as a pretext to call a by-election.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yep, it is pathetic. It's so deeply sad and pathetic. it's incredible. I mean, these guys pretend to be tough, and then like the most like innocuous and unoffensive thing happens in their lives, and they fucking melt down. It's great. It's crazy. But honestly, to some degree, I feel like that is a theme amongst right wingers, not just in the not just in the United Kingdom, but also in the United States. I feel like we see this sort of hypocrisy, this unwillingness to have any of the same kind of criticism, scrutiny, and or whatever else that you or others direct in towards your opponents. Like, having any of that come back at you is somehow just tantamount to crimes.
Violent crime. Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail, right away. All right, one more Binface interview. This one from 2 days ago on Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC.
Yesterday, you may remember, we reported on Nigel Farage's decision to resign his seat of Clacton-on-Sea to trigger a by-election.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions.
Such a turd.
This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
But what I hadn't fully thought through at the time was that with only one candidate standing against him, Count Binface, it is possible that Binface beats Farage. We are
And the fact is, in this case, the people / establishment dynamic has been flipped on its head because, of course, Nigel Farage was an established leader. He is an established leader. He's been basically involved in British politics now since before, like, what? When was Brexit? It was like 24. He's been in there for like a dozen years at like a very front-facing sort of role. He's established at this point. I mean, even they must, at least to some degree, see that, no matter how much grandstanding you want it does. I mean, they beat the Tories in the last elections, right? Sure, it was just the locals, but still. And like it seems to me that dynamic has been completely shifted. He's the establishment now, and now the people are with the Count.
For all the country which voted to christen a ship Boaty McBoatface, we have a long tradition of subversive humour. And I don't know, but I wouldn't rule anything out. Anyway, this periodic visitor from another galaxy has policies which may prove popular in Clacton. Nationalising model railways, for instance, and also nationalising Adele. Renaming London Bridge, Phoebe Waller Bridge, and, of course, moving the hand dryer in the men's toilet in Uxbridge's Crown and Treaty pub to a more sensible position. He joined me a little earlier. I asked him, has he contemplated the worrying possibility that he might actually win this by-election?
Well, I mean, Andrew, thank you for your question. I mean, of course, I've computed every eventuality, and there is a small, a bit like Avengers Endgame, there is a small window of opportunity within which I actually become an MP. That is something which I think the British people would find hilarious, the rest of humanity would find hilarious, and dare I say, I would find hilarious too.
And of course, in terms of Nigel Farage's framing of this campaign, you now represent the entire British establishment.
Yes, quite. Well, I've been waiting for this, to be honest with you, Andrew. I mean, where's my invite to the Spectator Summer Party, to the Garrick Club, to Wimbledon Royal Box, to last night at the proms? Because I tell you this, if I am part of the establishment, I'm getting NFI to a lot of the good stuff.
Very good. And in terms of your actual policies, I read out a few of them earlier on. What do you think is going to resonate most with the people of Clapton?
Clapton's in London.
I know, I'm a Londoner, sorry.
Well, I'm from Sigma 9 and I get it right. You've got no excuse. But no, I take your point. You've got a lot of places to deal with.
For the people of...
Yeah. Count Binface is so fucking good. So he's honestly quite fast with his witticisms. Now, I just want to point out something. For those of you who are unaware of this national issue in the United Kingdom, who puts a hand dryer right here? This is the most precarious spot you could put a hand dryer. You're getting yourself into all sorts of problematic territory over there. There's clearly a more sensible spot. There's got to be in this room. I mean, it just doesn't make sense anywhere. It's not in the direct line of any splashback or confusion, reaching in places people might not want you to. Like, I don't know who thought that hand dryer placement, but it's crazy. And that's why it's a national issue, of course.
Acton, Clapton, or anywhere else, what is the signature policy that's going to take you over the line?
Well, this is the thing, you see, Andrew. I mean, I'm not actually on the ballot yet. You know how it works. I need to persuade 10 humans who live in Clacton to nominate me, and indeed other candidates can do that too. That's the wonder of democracy. And should I get on the ballot, then naturally I will have a fully costed suite of policies that mixes the national and the local. But you can guarantee that I'll be looking at my price capping of 99 flakes at 99 pence. I mean, it's a seaside town. Yeah. That's got to be an easy win, wouldn't you say?
I think so. I think so.
National policies, nationalise Adele, build at least one affordable house, tie nurses' pay to that of ministers, rename London Bridge after Phoebe Waller, bring back CFAX, and of course, move the hand dryer in the gents' toilets at the...
I don't know why it amuses me so much, but he's just such a fucking idiot. Like he's just a silly fucking moron that I just love him. Rename London Bridge Phoebe Waller. Why would you do such a thing? Because of course, Phoebe Waller Bridge is the name of the English actress and screenwriter in question. You combine Phoebe Waller and London Bridge, what do you get? You get Phoebe Waller hyphen Bridge, and he's an evil genius. Like his mind works in ways that nobody understands. How it is he came. It's brilliant. Who did? Should have already been this way.
And treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position, because as you can imagine, that's a national issue.
It certainly is. It's one that we've discussed on the show already because it is so important. If you got elected, do you realise that you would not be able to wear your current facial covering? The Commons rules, which I've got in front of me here, are very, very clear, and they forbid face coverings.
Well, I mean, the Commons rules are very clear about what you can do with donations. But that seems to have got all murky. So why can't I see how the line can get tested? I mean, look.
It was the best response to that fucking question. There's parliamentary rules that you can't wear a helmet, and I believe you can't wear a suit of armor either. I don't know, I guess I could see dudes back in the day showing up in suits of armor and that being a problem. I don't know how this presents too much of a problem, but Count Binface makes the perfect rebuttal. Who cares about his galactic helmet when clearly Parliament's bending all sorts of rules? $1 million payments.
Black Rod can slip in under the guidelines. Why can't I? It smacks of double standards, Andrew.
Well, let me just read you, for the sake of clarity, what it actually says. Clothing should demonstrate respect for the House, and uniforms, large slogan-bearing items, and other forms of demonstrative dress are generally not considered in order. I'm just closing my eyes and looking forward to you actually taking the oath.
Well, look, Andrew, I'm not a lawyer, but let's just pick on two words there. Demonstrative. I'm not demonstrative. This is just who I am. I'm a recycler. Exactly. It would be binnist of the speaker to attack me for that one. And then you also used the phrase generally.
Exactly. No, let's unpack that first, though. We can't move on to the generally.
How rude.
I mean, it's incredibly binnist to suggest that this is in any way demonstrative. This is a not a man, a galactic being. You wish him to change? That's too bad. That's too bad. You know, democracy is going to happen, and then we're going to have to deal with this scourge of bigotry in Parliament.
If there's not wriggle room there, then where is there? I say, bring it on.
And in terms of your allegiance to the king, which you'd have to swear if you became an MP, you come from another galaxy. Would you swear allegiance to Charles III?
Well, I understand you can just cross your fingers now and everything's hunky-dory. Is that right?
It's not right. I don't think it is, but some have done it. It's true. It has been done before. Just coming back to the campaign itself, is there a danger that, for instance, the monster raving loony party stands and splits the anti-Farage vote?
Oh, God, that'd be terrible.
I think more to the point, it would. I think the danger would be Farage that they would split the reform votes, because they're actually to that side of the political spectrum, and I'm not entirely kidding on that one. So no, I'm quietly confident, and like I say, it's democracy. Let the people of Clacton have their say. There'll be plenty of candidates. I doubt it will be a two-horse race. I mean, hey, in this day and age, you might have candidates dressed up as horses. It's fair game.
It's fair game. This is all about really how Nigel Farage has funded himself or been funded. Can I therefore ask, serious question, who funds Count Binface?
Good question. Well, Count Binface, principally. I got my old space piggy bank. It's quite, I have to say, I don't want to do a Penn and Teller here and lift the lid on the election process, but to be an MP, it's actually remarkably affordable. 500 quid to stand for an election. That's a bargain. Do you know how much it is to stand for London Mayor?
I have absolutely no idea.
10 grand.
10 grand.
Earth pounds. So,
that rules me out.
Speaking, but for those ones, I have to crowdfund.
Self-funded man, Count Binface running in this galactic election. I just wanted to pause there because I didn't want to forget about this point. But I just want the London mayor election is what's giving me the most hope. I mean, Binface received tens of thousands of votes in the London mayoral election last whenever that was held. I can't remember. That was quite a turnout. If you could get something similar here in Clacton. GG for us. It's a much smaller locality than London.
And humans, they drop me the price of 3 affordable croissants, £3, or whatever they can muster, and that's very kind of them. But I'm not looking for your crypto. I'll let you into a secret, Andrew. I actually did get an email from somebody asking if I wanted to get involved in crypto. I thought, aha, that's what this is all about. I'm not falling for that one.
This could be quite a tight race. And lots of people who would normally vote Conservative or Labour or Liberal Democrat, but might be anti-reform, will come to you or may come to you. Are you actually going to fight a sort of serious door-by-door, street-by-street campaign in the seat?
No.
You're not?
Well, why should I? I don't have to do that. It's a heat wave, for goodness sake. It's hard enough sitting here talking to you, Andrew. Are you trying to kill me or what?
I'm not trying to kill you, but I am very, very much looking forward to the content.
Now, like I said, I watched so many. He has been very busy recently politically with all the elections that have been happening. He's been standing for a lot of stuff. I watched Times Radio. I watched fucking half a dozen like Sky News segments. Sky News has some weird obsession with Binface. I don't know what that deal is. And and honestly, I feel like they're now starting to regret that after the fact. Now that he's running against their favorite guy. Oh God. Change all hats to bins. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right, that's going to be it on the Binface coverage this evening. We could have done more, like I said, but I also don't want to, belabor the point. And maybe we might revisit this in the near future. This election is going to be ongoing for weeks. So we might as well strap in for the Binface. He will most likely be making a reappearance on this stream someday soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because Binface has spanked so many Sky News hosts. You think they like it? You think it's like some sort of what's it called? Like masochistic like shame thing? They like being shamed by Binface? They get some weird twisted enjoyment out of being shamed by Binface. Because honestly, I could actually see that over at Sky News. I could see that. Oh, I knew what you meant. Unfortunately, something much more disturbing was happening in Northern Ireland. An act of hate. And honestly, I'm not even going to click the watch button. You don't need to see it. You see it. You don't need to see it. But a bunch of sick, hateful turds in Northern Ireland decided to stack who knows how many hundreds of wood pallets in a giant mosque made out of I don't know what. Atop this giant tower, taller than the streetlights, with two phrases on it: secure our borders, end the threat of radical Islam. Sounds like America. Good job, Ireland. Although I guess I won't blame Ireland. I'll blame Northern Ireland. Still part of the UK. Okay. Now, north of Ireland. to the north of Ireland. Yeah, okay. I see that. I can see that one. That makes sense. Is that an act? No, it's not an actual mosque. No, it's just it's a mock-up. It's just a mock-up. That's many. I don't know. It's like got to be 50 feet in the sky. It's just a tower of hate. I don't even know how they put it together. You blame Conor McGregor? How is Conor McGregor involved in all this? Okay. Leaving the United Kingdom across the channel to France, where this week big news regarding Marine Le Pen, the leader of France's far-right party, saying that she would run for president despite having been convicted of fraud.
Illegal.
Shortly after announcing that she'll be running for president in 2027, Marine Le Pen headed to the National Rally's headquarters. The news came as a relief for some of her colleagues.
We're very happy. Now we have a candidate for the election. Marine Le Pen will be going to Sarthe for her first campaign stop, with Jordan Bardella at her side.
It appears that her team had already been at work. Overnight on Tuesday, a campaign poster and a video were released online. Now she must convince the French people. In her constituency, Hénin-Beaumont, the announcement is getting people talking.
It's ridiculous. She's once again lost in credibility. They say they're honest and serious, but here they show the limit of their talents.
I'm very happy. For me, it's important that she's a...
This was the limits of their talent. What does that even mean, dude? Like honestly, France has some weird politics going on right now that they gotta figure out right now. There's been a serious what feels like a pretty serious rightward shift in French politics. I don't know what the cause of it is. But it's something that I feel like just needs to like somehow needs to be solved. But even the people who were critical of Marine Le Pen that they found was actually just a guy who was like, this is one straw too many. It's like, wait, this is the straw? This is the one? But the fact is that's also something internal to France, which may be what's happening with that one guy. It was probably just a bunch of National Rally supporters that they found, and that guy probably was just like, I'm done. Because technically in France, they actually don't like electing criminals, convicted criminals. There's like it's a very strange thing, but across political lines in France, people just think that electing a criminal is kind of a dumb idea and one step too far, no matter what, I guess they support, which is what a novel concept, right? What a novel concept, having that kind of, I don't know, what do you call it? Backbone? Ethic? I'm trying to think of the word here. Just the bare bones. The very most bare bones. Red lines for your elected leaders. Actually, maybe we'll find somebody who's not a criminal.
What you talking about?
That's not how we do things back in the United States, though, as we all know. All right. Speaking of criminals, now I'm not necessarily calling these two people involved in this project criminals, but what they're doing certainly being perceived as that just a fucking criminal mistreatment of the territorial sovereignty of Albania as well as the territory itself. And of course, talking about the Epstein Island fueled nightmare scape that is the real estate plans of Jared and Ivanka here in Eastern Europe.
This is a satellite image of protected natural habitat for migratory birds and other wildlife in southwest Albania. This was taken in March. This is the same area in mid-June. Much of it has been leveled and covered in gravel. It's near the village of Zvernets. It's also the spot where Jared Kushner and some of his real estate...
Oh, so this is what the plan is. Turn into some sort of creepy... something between like Epstein Island and Firefest, I'm pretty sure. But look at that. They are going to town here. You can already see their handiwork. Plotting out their destruction of this entire area. Boy, oh boy. And soon I'm sure it'll be American flag blue water. It already was, actually. But they're just ruining it. Lindsey Graham has died. Yes, thank you, Fishbone. We've talked about this. Happened while we were streaming. We've already crab danced. The majority of us have, at least. What should I do with my drink? Oh, Jesus. God, I was thirsty. All right, now we're not going to go too far. Let's go from Albania to the Crimea. Region that's seen some really fascinating, strange, and slightly troubling developments in recent days where fighting has, not just fighting, but an uptick in strikes by Ukraine. Causing some serious problems for Vladimir Putin's war.
Russian attacks continue to strike fear around Ukraine's capital. 7 people were killed in a suburb of Kyiv on Monday. 29 others were injured, including 4 emergency responders. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian military says it struck Russia's largest oil refinery more than 1,500 miles from Ukraine's border. That strike could worsen growing gas shortages in almost all of Russia's 83 regions. Kyiv's pressure campaign is also targeting the highly contested Crimean Peninsula. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh has the latest.
Ukraine is hitting Russia hard where it all began. Occupied Crimea. Taken first in 2014, it is a peninsula, and that makes it very vulnerable to being cut off. There are 2 ways, in or out. First is the Kerch Bridge, which Ukraine has been hitting for years, and it's now beset by queues of thousands of anxious Russians trying to get out. Second is the land bridge through occupied Ukraine. Many saw this as a big strategic gain from Russia's invasion in 2022, a way to cheaply and permanently connect Russia to this tourist mecca, the jewel of the Soviet past.
Coast of the Crimean Peninsula, a national resort.
Крым, так же как и Храмовая гора в Иерусалиме.
Ukraine's 2023 counter-offensive tried to break through here, but failed, hitting huge Russian defences. Now they're flying over them. New mid-range Ukrainian drone capability striking the road along the land bridge and Crimea's air defences, leaving it vulnerable. And then the actual bridges to Crimea and the Russian trains and the roads, now they're hitting ordinary infrastructure, refineries, power stations, meaning power.
Yeah, actually, technically, I mean, that bridge is civilian infrastructure. You know how I know that? Because CNN just mentioned that tens of thousands of people are fleeing on it. But I think to some degree, Ukraine has been keeping the strikes away from the crowds of people, but they are still doing them. They are still damaging infrastructure to completely destroying infrastructure. Oil infrastructure we've been talking about has been seeing serious strikes from Ukraine, not just the ones in Crimea, but also deep in Russian territory. But the Crimea thing for me, I think to some degree, because it harkens back to 12 years ago, 2014, the original invasion. But also, I feel like it says something about what Ukraine, like Ukraine strategy is changing. I can't say exactly what their goal is, whether or not it is just to punish Russia, which is effectively what CNN is suggesting, or if it is to regain the territory. Because the fact is when we've listened to all these clips over the years and talked about this conflict for a very long time, and Volodymyr Zelensky has been, I mean, he's kind of slowed down on this rhetoric in recent months. But they've been going on for a long time, and he was pretty adamant for quite a while about Crimea continuing to be Ukrainian territory, and that to some degree he intended to have that be the case. I don't know if he would try some kind of land invasion, but it would have to. But the only way to do such a thing would be to regain the territory that's been lost between some portion on the land, unless you do a sea invasion, right? Or some kind of but there's a lot more issues with doing a sea or air invasion on a territory like this. Although they could, I don't know. But I don't know. I've just been getting weird senses about Crimea. I don't know. I'm not predicting necessarily that's what's coming next. But I guess I'm just thrown by this decision. Technically, this was decided back in the Budapest Accords, but now we're back here. Was the Budapest one? I think. Is that what it was called? I can't remember the name of it. You think it's just them trying to make it difficult for them to hold on to the territory? Well, it certainly will be difficult to hold on to the territory if they continue to wage all of these strikes against the infrastructure, like the bridges. I mean, without Russia can't, these bridges, you can't be you can keep building bridges, but that's a huge setback if the bridge does not function. If there's some sort of a need for troops in the region. That bridge didn't exist before, right? Russia built that after the 2014 invasion. I can't remember when. Was it 2018? Now, fighting has continued in shock of shocks between Russia and Ukraine over the week. This is from 17 hours ago out of the Associated Press. The ground in Ukraine. The site of another Russian strike. The last wave was incredibly powerful. It slammed the doors. It felt like the whole building had been lifted up and then dropped back into place. After that, everything started shaking. The doors, the windows, everything flew open. It was terrifying. The force was unbelievable. I don't even know how to describe it. And of course, everyone ran outside to check on their cars and see what happened. The first missile hit before the air raid even went off. Then, about 5 minutes later, a second one followed. We were standing in the hallway when the second missile struck. Yeah. Now, I don't know what this says about Ukraine's ability to continue to protect itself, but they are struggling right now, big time. And I think that's why the United States granted them the ability to start building Patriot missiles. That happened this week, I think. If I recall correctly. I don't have the clip. I'm sorry. I think that was agreed at the NATO summit. The United States gave explicit permission for the country of Ukraine to build Patriot missiles. Fact is, everybody's running out of Patriot missiles right now, and U.S. manufacturers are kind of behind on that since everybody's waging wars right now. Everybody's just blowing shit up. Did nobody see your message about the David H. Koch? The H in David H. Koch stands for Hitler? No way. Shut up. What? No way. Wait, no. It says Hamilton. Where are you getting this from? I mean, he was kind of like Hitler. Hitlery. He was certainly a fascist. I assume that's a classic Nadia witticism. All right. Before we leave Europe, we should talk about this detail. Because while at the NATO summit, Donald Trump said that the U.S. troop levels in Europe were contingent on one thing and one thing alone. Denmark giving the United States Greenland.
What now?
More U.S. troops out of Europe? If so, how many and where specifically?
I haven't made that final list. A lot's going to depend on Greenland, and a lot. I mean, you know, if we make a very good deal on Greenland, and if we don't, maybe I will.
Greenland is, of course, not for sale.
Yep. There is our orange dictator.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Once again, threatening... honestly, I'm getting very sick of this shit. Threatening our supposed allies over territory grabs. He's like, just give me the nation of Greenland. Just do it. Do it. Give it to me. Do it. Something truly sick about this man.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
I truly do believe that he sees himself as like an Alexander the Great, as like like a Genghis Khan, you know. He literally compared himself to Lenin earlier today. Well, not today, but like on the stream we listened to him compare himself to Lenin, which of course we all know is how you say it. The great Lenin. I'm just like him.
A communist.
Yeah, he's like the orange Napoleon, the geriatric orange Napoleon. Oh God! Wow. This has been going on for quite a while. 7 hours long. If you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways that we have available to you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Now, we have lots more to talk about here than Europe. Of course, we have the war in the Middle East. Still going and going stronger than ever. In all the worst possible ways, it would seem. Alright, not quite. But Israel's even saying they'd love to get involved again in murdering Iranians whenever we are into that. Last I checked. Now, before we get to all the things that have been happening with regards to diplomacy and strikes, the Strait of Hormuz, and everything else, we should talk quickly about the website which exposed some disturbing facts. Israel was not a fan.
All right, y'all, I got to share this with you, but this is incredible. So we have a new effort to catalog and document all of the various war crimes committed by Israel. Because as you know, there's been this effort that's underway to try to purge the internet of all of the evidence of genocide committed by Israel. It's been an all systems go effort. The Zionist lobby is going at it hardcore. They want to erase all the videos of innocent people being bombed and kids being shot and starvation and all these atrocities. And so you've had to have good people come together to try to save all this stuff and document it. So history is very clear on what went down in Gaza. And we know that this was a new Holocaust. Okay. So let's take a look at this. This is actually super important. Here we go.
A digital archive documenting Israel's war crimes and genocide in Gaza has officially been launched. And I can't show the videos here because they are far too graphic, but there are tens of thousands of pieces of video evidence of Israeli war crimes in Gaza. ArchiveGenocide.com went live this week with nearly 65,000 videos, 18,000 photos, all with geolocation data and victim information.
That is a disturbing amount of evidence. That is a disturbing amount of evidence. I knew that it was a lot, but the fact that they've been able to compile that much, it's quite overwhelming.
Showcase Israel's war crimes in Gaza all in one place that is easily accessible for journalists, content creators, or people just looking to gain information about the genocide in Gaza.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I would have found this without Kyle necessarily, or maybe I would have eventually, but holy fuck. This one was, blew my mind. And the fact is like, this is the sort of thing that should lead to charges. Whether or not it will, I don't know. But like this kind of repository of verified international crimes are the sort of thing that I think the International Criminal Court, right, the ICJ, might take interest in. You would think they would take, not that they, haven't already here, but it's an embarrassment of information. Like it's just in its size, it's incredible. Those numbers are just mind-boggling. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Something's wrong. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, I'll be right back. Since it is the weekending report, we're going to talk about at least a thing or two per day here that was going on throughout the week. It was a crazy week. I know it's Saturday, but yesterday we did a different kind of stream. Yeah, so 4 days ago, Monday, the United States unleashed a series of strikes on Iran. CENTCOM confirming. Here's Al Jazeera from 4 days ago.
We're just going to go back to that breaking news story that the U.S. military has just confirmed that it's begun launching a series of powerful strikes on southern Iran. According to this statement from the U.S. military CENTCOM, they're saying that these strikes are to impose costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, because they're also saying that this is in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Both Saudi Arabia and Qatar have accused Iran of attacking their vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. And what we're now hearing from the U.S. military CENTCOM, they are now releasing the statement saying that they have begun a series of attacks on southern Iran. Let's bring in Tawhid Asadi, who's live for us in Tehran. Tawhid, what more do you know about these strikes now on Iran? What are they targeting?
Well, actually, officially speaking, at least from the military officials of the country, so far we don't have any confirmation regarding that, but it's still, we've got the state TV just saying that sounds of explosion have been heard at least in 2 locations, and according to the state TV IRIB, 6 explosions have been heard in the island of Qeshm. And for your information, Qeshm is the largest island in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, with a very geostrategic significance when it comes to Iran's control and authority over the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the state TV says that at least 7 explosions have been heard in the areas close to Sirik port.
Yep. Not long after, Iran responded with strikes of its own. Here's France 24 English. 1 day later.
Immediately, if not sooner.
These images show the latest breach of the ceasefire between the US and Iran. US Central Command claims to have hit over 80 targets across Iran, saying that the retaliatory strikes focused on air defense systems, radars, and the small boats used by Iran's Revolutionary Guards.
US Central Command forces have begun launching a series of powerful strikes against Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping crewed by innocent civilians in an international waterway.
Iran's state media reported explosions in the southern city of Bandar Abbas, where this video was said to be taken, as well as Qeshm Island and Sirik. The attacks came after the US says Tehran targeted 3 commercial tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Wanting to maintain its hold over the waterway, Iran has expressed anger that some vessels are now taking a route which passes closer to Oman. Iranian officials have replied defiantly. The Speaker of Iran's parliament tweeted that the era of bullying and extortion is over. It leads nowhere. We don't fold. In another measure against Iran, the US also revoked a license that temporarily allowed the sale of Iranian oil.
Yeah, all of the things from the MOU basically gone back on, violated, rescinded, and or scuttled this week. Truly sort of confirming what I've been saying this whole time, that it was always a memorandum of misunderstanding. And Trump confirming that at the NATO summit here in Ankara. Sat next to Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General.
Ceasefire over. Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Yeah, Donald Trump confirming that the ceasefire was over, that the memorandum of understanding was over. And then reiterating that point by proceeding to threaten to eliminate, destroy civilian infrastructure.
President Trump, what is the effectiveness of last night's attack? What message does that send to what's left of the Iranian
Which
troops?
attack are you talking about?
The attack that you guys had on Iran last night.
I think it has a tremendous impact. Look, we're not attacking at the highest level. The highest level are the bridges, which we can knock down. I would say in one day we knocked down every single bridge
When he says,
in Iran. There's not a thing they can do about it.
Now, like when he says the highest level, it sounds like he's saying war crimes. Am I the only one who hears that? The highest level, we haven't hit the bridges, we haven't hit the schools, power plants, although we have hit schools. But that was just earlier. We took a break from schools, I think, for a little while.
They're electric manufacturing facilities, right? They're electric plants where they make their electricity in there. We will, if we have to, we'll take them out. I don't want to do that, but if we have to, we'll take them out. They have desalinization plants. We'll take them out if we have to. I hate to do that.
Take those.
That's
I hate
probably
it.
the one I would like not to do least. We attacked Carg Island last night. We knocked out a piece. I said, don't touch the oil, because maybe we'll take over Carg Island. You know, we may take over Carg Island. There's not a thing they can do about it.
So he goes from talking about war crimes to just straight up pirateering. He's like, and when we're done with the war crimes, we're just gonna steal the oil. We're gonna be like pirates of the Strait of Hormuz. And we're gonna come in there and we're gonna take it. It's a fucking sick, sick man.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Same day, Iran issued a warning to countries supporting the United States. Iran.
قرارگاه مرکزی حضرت خاتم الانبیا در بیانیه‌ای با
I almost forgot.
روز ارتش تروریست آمریکا
Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters in a statement referring to today's malicious acts by the terrorist U.S. military in attacking parts of the country's south, warned any point of origin providing support to the aggressor, U.S. military for aggression against the sovereignty and territory of Islamic Iran will be a legitimate target for the armed forces. So, yeah. A lot of threats, a lot of strikes happening this week. And apparently Iran launched strikes directly after that at multiple U.S. targets in the Gulf. The United States, later that evening, launching more strikes of its own. Do you see what I mean about this week? We have gone practically right back to like the middle of Operation Epstein Fury. The only piece missing, which as I mentioned before, is only one orange ask away.
Cyclone Cheeto.
And that would be Israel engaging with Iran again.
Well, we begin with some breaking news that's coming out of Iran, and it is coming from state media as they report explosions have been heard in Bandar Abbas. Of course, Bandar Abbas is in the south of the country and was under attack last night as well. It does come just hours after President Trump said he would likely hit Iran again on Wednesday night. That is this evening. Let's get straight to White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from Washington, D.C. What are you hearing from there, Kimberly?
The White House has said nothing about any sort of strikes or military action. In fact, there's been no operational announcement from the White House, nor has there been one from the Pentagon. Certainly, we know that the U.S. president in Ankara said that he believes that negotiations are over and that he does not want to deal with Iran anymore. But as for beyond that, intimating that there were intricate operational plans that were set to ensue, the U.S. president only gave a deliberately ambiguous sense of what could come. He said that there was the possibility of strikes on Iran, that it could happen on the eve of Wednesday going into Thursday morning. He said that we intend to hit them hard again tonight, and he stopped short of saying, though, whether or not he had already authorized such strikes. But what I can tell you from my experience covering these sorts of operations is that they are already in the works, and there is a fair amount of planning that needs to take place in advance, hours in advance. So even as the U.S. president was indicating that he had not yet ordered the operation, it's likely that he already had.
Exactly. Shock of shocks, Donald Trump lied to the faces of reporters on whether or not he had already ordered strikes on Iran. Those strikes were seen in Bandar al-Abbas not long after. We have a demented idiot.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, shit. The volume was low because of the fucking stupid, no good fucking subtitles. God damn it. I'm not going back. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Not gonna do it. It would not be prudent at this juncture. I'm sorry, though. I am very sorry. I do apologize, and I have solved it. Unfortunately, I don't have a secondary... Like, I somehow need, like, a second light. I have the on-air light, which has been working like a dream, I would point out, lately. I haven't been muting myself very much. Anybody notice that? But I think I need a second light to let me know when I have... When I'm... to remember to turn my volume back up after subtitles, some other system. Maybe like a little mini stoplight. That'd be perfect. Like a mini stoplight, and depending on the level, the clip audio is, I could put it like red, yellow, green. Then I'll know. Now I'm thinking ideas over here. Thinking ideas and thoughts. Grand Theft Autobot saying that the volume was actually fine. Go fuck yourself, apparently. Wow. 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 Oh, yes. Here we go. Now, this is a fascinating story, and I got to make sure I try and cover this without getting myself into any hot water. But this is absolutely, I think, an important dynamic that we have to discuss. And I don't know if you remember this, but we watched recently, the other day, at the funeral. There was a week-long funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, where millions came to pay respects. But at these mass gatherings, there were people carrying signs threatening the president.
What?
It's true.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And it would seem that the president must have seen some of that and been rather concerned. Otherwise, why did this happen?
I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with it?
Well, I speak about it a lot because, you know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm #1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm #1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job.
Not a big deal.
I hope better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and
hot.
really, really successful. But
So hot.
I mention it only because
I only bring it up it's like you know, because of how great we're doing.
So hot right now.
He's fucking he is shitting his diaper right now.
country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out.
It was on the list. It was on the list.
#1.
Iran said America is too hot. They said it. They said, we have to take out the president because America is much, much too hot. Everybody's saying it. Oh, my God.
This is ridiculous.
I like being #1 on TikTok better, but I'm #1 on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Yes, good question.
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we're
going to do the normal methods, you know? Okay? That plane is going to Europe, a different place than I am going. Well, that makes perfect sense. It's going to a different place, says the president. What's that? It didn't go to a different place?
What you talking about?
I think this is the right clip. CNN. 2 days ago. Perhaps we can unpack that claim.
President Trump has made no secret of how much he loves his new jumbo jet that was gifted to him by the Qatari government. So why is he now taking the old version of Air Force One again? That's the question that a lot of reporters are asking today, especially after the president flew on the new plane to the NATO summit in Turkey, but flew back from Turkey on the NATO summit on the old version of Air Force One. The president said that the new Qatari jet was being sent ahead of time to a military base in the United Kingdom so members of the United States military could tour it and see just exactly what it looks like on the inside.
Just a generous, beneficent leader, okay? He just wants the troops to see this great, beautiful gift. Everybody's saying it, okay? It's a great and fantastic display of corruption, which people enjoy. I think they enjoy it, and I don't want to be greedy, okay? I enjoy it all the time. They'll never get to see it again because it's going to go in my library when we're done. I don't know how that's going to work, but it's not America's, it's mine. I'm very generously letting them see it.
Aren't I a good guy?
We saw President Trump landing at that same military base where he walked from the old Air Force One to the new Air Force One. You can tell a difference in the old color scheme on that plane versus...
Huh? Huh? What just happened? What I thought was for the troops. Now it's a flying hotel? The interior is much nicer, but the other one is much safer. That's why I'm using both. This can't possibly be good for the, like, I mean, first off, why? Think about how much extra expense in, like, carbon emissions and whatever else are being expended as a result of this. Double Air Force One trips around the world so that Trump can use the new one as a hotel and the other one as a flying fortress. It's not for the troops. Look at him. Look at him sauntering off to the new one. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. I can't imagine anything more ridiculous than this. Honestly. What a waste. What a fucking waste.
New red, white, and blue one that he put on the new Qatari plane. Now, the White House said that this was because the president wanted members of the military to be able to see it for themselves, but the president himself was also asked whether or not it had to do with any security issues or concerns about his own personal safety. This is what he told reporters.
I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One.
Hold on, we already heard this clip. We heard more of it. That's why I just listened to it first because I wanted to hear the whole thing.
Tonight, the New York Times is reporting that a security precaution is what led to the resumption of hostility, that related to the resumption of hostilities, I should say, with Iran, is what led to the president's plane change that happened today. Sources are telling the Times in this new report that the new plane does not have all the features of the old Air Force One. My source tonight is Mark Kansian, a retired Marine Corps colonel who oversaw the Air Force One replacement program.
Anyway, I listened to this whole thing, and as it turns out, it cost a fuck ton of money to equip a Boeing 777 or whatever this is into like a military plane and like fix it with countermeasures and the necessary radar equipment and shit. Like, I'm pretty sure like Air Force One has its own missiles.
Well, late tonight, the president posted this photo to social media saying, quote, "We just landed and met up with our new Air Force One, which was sent earlier to RAF Mildenhall so we could show the wonderful service members as per the entire base's request." Joining me for more on this is former Secret Service agent and CNN law enforcement analyst Jonathan Wackrow. Does this make any sense to you at all that the president would not fly on the brand new plane, which he is very pleased with and has been hotly anticipating, because he wanted to send it to an Air Force base in the UK because the entire base really wanted to see it and tour it?
Well, Anderson, good night, good evening. And my read on this is that the switch was likely driven by an operational confidence in the new aircraft against the backdrop of these increased hostilities between the U.S. and Iran. So for decision makers, the question became, which aircraft gives the president the most secure, the most reliable, and resilient platform while they're overseas? And there is a significant distinction between these two Air Force One aircraft. The legacy aircraft, which is the traditional baby blue color, that was purpose-built from the ground up as a presidential mission aircraft. It has advanced capabilities. It was built from the ground up having the secure communications. You referenced the in-flight refueling capability, but it also has advanced medical suite, basically an operating room. It has hardened electronics and really the ability to support the president during any type of crisis, especially overseas. So when you talk about where he is right now in the world, this aircraft becomes part of the national security infrastructure. So the decision to switch back to the original VC-25A aircraft with...
You know what this gives me the vibes of? This... This gives me the vibes of 4-inch, whatever, 3-inch thick bulletproof glass at Charlie Kirk's funeral, right? Like this is one of those things that make it very clear that Trump is scared of something. Like it's a weird thing. It's a very clear and deliberate choice that's being made. And it seems to me that the only reason to do that is because he's scared.
Kingdom.
The president claims that he sent the Qatari gifted jet to Mildenhall Air Force Base in the UK
To honor our brave men and women of the military, we are sending the brand new and truly spectacular Air Force One to Mildenhall Air Force Base in the United Kingdom. Give them a great chance to tour the aircraft. Everybody's so excited, and we thought that they should be the first. For old time's sake, we'll be taking the former... For old time's sake, just for shits and gigs, we'll be taking the former Air Force One from Turkey to Mildenhall. A short trip that is totally worth doing in order to give our great military heroes a chance to appreciate our beautiful new addition to the Air Force fleet. President Donald Trump. This sentence is hilarious to me. This is cope. For old time's sake. This is narrative building right here. Old time's sake, no reason, just doing it for just a good guy. And I like the old plane. Yeah, I like vintage sometimes.
Aren't I a good guy?
No good reason. Just like, why not? Sometimes you drive around the new car all the time, and then you look back in the garage and you say, what happened to Old Blue? We should take Old Blue out for a ride. A beautiful, very, very safe interior. Sorry, I gotta just get ahead of this here. I just love that, like tiny, like little. It's just no reason, just for old time's sake. Like asking for a friend, and that's the vibes of that. Just asking for a friend. Hey doc, is it normal when just asking for a friend? Old time's sake. Totally fine. Not a big deal.
A security concern?
No. Why would they?
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because
He's so bad at pretending to be like he's such a fake strong man. Like it's so funny, especially when he's clearly scared. Like what? Oh yeah, actually, wait, no. Yes, there is a reason. Hold on.
with a lot of questions.
So you're saying there wasn't a security concern?
No. Why would they?
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because
yes.
You're
sleep.
Probably on a dangerous sleep because of the sleaze bags that we have.
A little dangerous. The sleaze bags are out there.
Was possibly thinking.
Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it.
So we're bringing in Becca Wasser, defense lead at Bloomberg Economics. Becca, we've talked about this plane in the past, what it would cost to retrofit it, and now we are here, right, in the moment when it has to travel internationally. And I want you to help clarify a thing. I mean, sometimes the flight attendant tells you to put the shades down because of the sun. So what do you hear between this conversation of, is it a security concern or something else?
Listen, I think what's happening here is the efforts to try and retrofit this aircraft so quickly means that there are some gaps in what it needs to be a secure Air Force One for an international visit. And what I'm hearing between all of this is really the lack of three things that caused him to fly home on the older Air Force One. And it's about security, it's about communications, and it's about survivability. So if, there was this rush to try and get the Qatari aircraft to be his Air Force One, that means that it's probably lacking some of its missile detection and countermeasures that it likely needs. Additionally, it probably doesn't have the full secure communications network that President Trump would also need to essentially prosecute a war from afar with some of the strikes on Iran that we've seen in the past 2 days. And then lastly, it probably lacks some of the basic survivability that it would need. Some of those older Air Force One airplanes really were built to be survivable under even the worst things like being able to survive a potential nuclear blast. And it is very clear that the Qatari jet definitely lacks that.
Yeah, and I don't think that we need to equip a jet that's literally not like the government's with missile detection systems and whatever the fuck else is on Air Force One. Like, unless it's a government vehicle, it shouldn't be. And it's honestly disturbing to think that Trump might be the owner of. Are you hearing what we're saying? Like a villain, like a literal fucking Bond villain might, like, even if he lives, to leave the presidency, he's an old man, he might not, and he seems to be scared himself about, survivability right now. But if he were to, he might potentially be leaving with a fucking military-equipped fucking 747. Are you kidding me? Or whatever it is, Dreamliner, I think it is. Can you imagine anything more deranged? The guy, you can't tell me that isn't like just a horrifying thought to think. Some deranged billionaire oligarch criminal. I just can't imagine. I just can't, like we have a Second Amendment problem, but can you imagine like a military equipped? It is beyond me. It is like just thinking about him having that is just everything about it is wrong. Like it breaks the brain. It truly does. It penetrates through the tinfoil and breaks the brain, that thought.
A new Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. According to the Wall Street Journal, with new reporting this hour, Israel shared new intelligence with the U.S., which suggests Iran was plotting a new plan to kill President Trump. Now, Israel is not commenting thus far, but President Trump did bring this topic up multiple times yesterday. It was clearly on his mind. He talked about how his life could be at risk and mentioned specifically that he is Iran's top target.
They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw a thing this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists.
Wait, can you imagine? Like the same guy?
Iran. They're lovely people.
Like the same guy who posted AI slot videos of him in a fighter jet pooping on protesters, potentially owning a private militarily equipped Boeing plane with the top of the line equipment that is described as what did you say, a nuclear bunker in the sky? Like, are you kidding me? Fuck you. That honestly, that should not be. How can that be allowed to stand?
He'd kill Trump. Maggie, Trump has talked often about Iran targeting him. Yesterday, he talked about it repeatedly. And now, of course, the reporting is that there had been a specific warning from Israel about a plot yesterday. What do you think, knowing Trump, his response will be in the context of a war where a ceasefire is already technically off right now?
It's hard to say, Aaron, and I don't have any independent reporting about this latest threat, but it is correct, as you say. He has been under threat before from Iran for a very long time, going back to 2020. It is not a surprise. It may or may not have something to do with why there was the switch on the plane that he took to fly out of Turkey yesterday to leave the G7. He ended up going back to the old Air Force One, and obviously there's more to learn here. Whether it is going to make him make a different decision in terms of Iran, he has been more hawkish on Iran this entire time than most of his team. We get into that in detail in the book, and we explain how it was really always there to see if his advisors wanted to. Throughout term one, he was that way, even before he ordered the strike on General Soleimani, which is part of why he is a top target for Iran now. But his choices really, unless he wants to engage in a massive escalation, Aaron, are pretty limited. The U.S. munitions are depleted after this war. He does not want to send in boots on the ground. I think he would do that as a very last resort. So we'll see.
Yeah. Jonathan, you do write in the book about how Trump really fused the assassination attempt at Butler with a Revolutionary Guard plot from Iran to kill him and other American politicians. That to him, as you report, that he saw this as one threat. How consumed is he, Jonathan, by threats against his life?
Well, you're exactly right. One element that people, I think, underestimate or understate is how much Trump's feelings about Iran intensified and became more personal in the interregnum period when he was out of office. He was briefed by the FBI that Iran was trying to kill him. Iran hacked into the emails of Susie Wiles during the campaign. There was this sort of atmosphere of threat that was hanging over the campaign. Wherever they went, they switched planes at one time. And Trump has traveled far less this term than he has in the first term. He would not articulate this because it would be a sign of weakness, but there are advisors around him who believe that part of the reason for his much more homebound presidency this time around is fear of assassination, which is understandable given what he went through during the campaign.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is really fascinating reporting.
Wow. Donald Trump, the emperor who was afraid. The emperor with no courage, Donald Trump. I would seem, according to the New York Times, that Israel may be behind some of this fear, telling Donald Trump that Iran is coming for him.
Office for a variety of reasons. He was wowed by this new plane, as we write the plan.
What more are you learning about this new intelligence that Israel shared with the U.S. about an Iranian plan to assassinate President Trump?
Yeah, so what we know is that Israel recently shared this fresh intelligence. It says that it indicates that there was a plan that Iran was contemplating to kill Trump. And this would help to explain some of his behavior. And I think some of the statements that you guys played, we also saw, the chants at the funeral. And what's important to note is that these two men have been speaking, very frequently during the war. And they had late night phone calls, and they would talk about intelligence and targets, and the relationship recently soured.
So Trump did seem to, as you point out, right? He brought this up. I mean, there were many times that he talked about being Iran's top target yesterday. Do you know anything about the timing here? I mean, it all just seemed to be so intense in terms of his references just yesterday.
Yeah, I think this helps explain some of those statements. This intelligence was shared very recently, and we think that that's why he was making some of those statements. And this was obviously a concern to him. He has been a target of Iran in the past, but this has, been on his mind, and it's come up again and again.
Anat, do you know anything about, did they share anything about the method or how far along this plan was? Or obviously there was the development yesterday where people who were on board the old Air Force One reporters were told that they had to put down their window shades. The president said that he had not been told that by Secret Service. But do you know anything about the method?
Okay, we don't need more of that, but it's a fascinating little detail. Donald Trump, Bibi having late night combos where apparently Bibi is saying, "They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Iran, they want you. They want to kill you." Like, I mean, like what a fucking stupid timeline we're living in right now. And he's of course he believes it. But how much threat is he actually under? Flying between Turkey and the United Kingdom. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I think it's a little bit of paranoia, if you ask me. Paid for by the people. Exactly, J-Bo. Paid for by the people. All those upgrades to the plane that he might leave with are being paid for by the people. That's the part that is so fucking crazy. Now, apparently, Donald Trump is taking this assassination plot very seriously.
Columbia_9 just cheered 100 bits. Well, Trump, this is some advice. Play with fire and you will end up burning down the house. Just saying.
So, I lost my thought process because of that very generous donation from Columbia Rican. Thank you for the bits. Oh, right. So, right. It would seem Donald Trump is taking this supposed plot very seriously, claiming that he's left instructions if something were to happen to him.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I wonder what that could be.
President Trump was asked by the New York Post today about reporting that Iran had recently devised a new plot to assassinate him, according to Israeli intelligence. He said, and I quote, "I've been on their list for a long time. That's what we're dealing with." He went on to say, "The only thing is I've left instructions if anything happens to just literally bomb them at levels that they've never seen before."
This guy is a genocidal maniac. How many times has he threatened like some kind of like vaguely war crime-ish and or like just directly naming war crimes? Because, I mean, just follow me here. You bomb Iran at levels they've never seen before, and we've already, at least in my opinion, committed dozens of war crimes there. Like, what does that mean? What is it, right? By the transitive property, you would think there's more crimes to come. And by the way, Minnie, thank you for the bits over on Twitch. Every bit counts.
Now, we're learning more about that alleged assassination plot. According to an Israeli source, it involved this man, the new commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, who was part of a group advocating for such a plan. Israeli intelligence told the Trump administration it reflected a desire among elements of Tehran's hardline leadership to target President Trump rather than a specific detailed plan to carry out such an operation. That's according to the Israeli source and a U.S. official.
In his first message since the funeral of his father and predecessor, Iran's supreme leader vowed revenge in a written statement attributed to him on state media. And meanwhile, President Trump posted late Friday evening that missiles are locked and loaded, ready to strike Iran should Tehran try to kill him. Trump said Iran has wanted him dead for years, adding that if anything were to happen to him, the United States should literally bomb them at levels they've never seen before. Joining me now is senior military analyst for CNN and former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, Admiral James Stavridis.
Thanks, pal. Well, there you have it. Donald Trump leaving a horrifying will, one which includes the gift of war crimes, destruction, whatever else in Iran.
In New York Times, White House correspondent Maggie Haberman, she's co-author of the new bestseller, Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. Maggie, thank you so much for being here. This seems like a good week to have this conversation between the inflection point ending the ceasefire, and then this moment of this reporting we're getting now of a potential assassination attempt, information shared by Israel. This is a president who has survived assassination attempts. Does this kind of concern loom large for him?
Well, there's no question that among the reasons that the president and his team were really radicalized in the interregnum period before he came back to office, and we write about this in the book, were the assassination attempts that he faced. In particular, Butler happened around the time that someone had been charged with being part of a murder for hire plot involving or set up by Iranian officials, allegedly. And in his mind, and in the campaign's mind at the time, it all became one thing. And so there's no question that the fact that this new information about a potential plot is going to loom large for this team. It is going to raise new concerns. You are already seeing a president who does not travel outside the White House that much. Part of it is that, he retaliates at the beginning of the term, I'm done campaigning, but part of it is legitimate security concerns.
And out front now, Fareed Zakaria, host of Fareed Zakaria GPS. So, Fareed,
Okay, that's it on the CNN clips. With mostly CNN talking about this assassination plot. Oh, quite an interesting wrinkle in this situation. Fascinating week. We're making serious progress through the list. Let's get back to talking about the war itself. Not the plots against the president. Al Jazeera English here from 2 days ago. Claiming, this one I found hilarious, honestly. Like, the title of this is genuinely funny to me. U.S.-Iran MOU on life support. Oh, is it life support now? Are you sure it's not just done? There's following this analogy. If the MOU is something that could receive life support, it was on life support back weeks ago, many weeks ago. All right, well, no, not weeks ago. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the other ceasefire. The MOU was, what was that? Was that last week? 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago, right? Still weeks. And the point is that thing was on life support. Like this, the second people got to the goddamn meet in Switzerland, and they're like the power got shut off to the hospital like days into it. That MOU was dead.
Right, let's bring in Alex Alferez. He's a military and defence analyst joining us from London. Alex, thanks for your time. How far backwards do you think we've gone?
Well, I think we're now in an extremely dangerous situation. Now, the MOU may not be dead, so to speak, but it certainly is on life support. And what it will take to get out of crisis instability situation now with 4 rounds of escalation is going to be restraint. It's going to be restraint on both sides. And it doesn't look as though either side is willing to exercise that restraint, because the political issue pertaining to the status of the strait is still extremely in doubt. I think the United States find it intolerable that Iran...
You remember this moment? This feels like so long ago. This was months ago. This was literally months ago. This signing in France. When was this? Was this April? It's fucking July right now.
Will exercise control.
Was it June? It was June. Maybe it was June. It's still like, it was like a month ago that he signed that thing. There's been zero peace since then.
Over the strait, and Iran finds it intolerable that an alternative mechanism with regards to the control of the strait, without them being the predominant actor in that mechanism, is also equally intolerable. So I think we're in a really dangerous situation here, and the question is whether Iran now will retaliate, because if they do, then we're back in this sort of cycle of perpetual conflict again.
Yeah, so if we have intolerance on one side for the situation, and you're saying we need restraint on the other side, in a tug of war, what is the motivation, or what is going to be pulling us further towards the restraint rather than this intolerable situation that either side feels that they're in?
Well, I think for Iran, again, I think this is a deal breaker for them. I think they are probably willing to return to large-scale conflict if it means that they can continue to exercise control over the Strait of Hormuz, because it's two things. It's one...
Yeah, suffice to say, this memorandum had no fucking legs, never had a chance. And it was made very clear this week that it is fully done. Because shortly after that little piece came out from Al Jazeera, the United States struck 90 plus coastal targets in Iran. This was on Thursday.
A fresh round of strikes from the United States. This is new video just coming in to the Situation Room from the area of the coastal Iran. The U.S. Military Central Command saying it has struck 90 Iranian targets to keep the Strait of Hormuz open to shipping. The targets run the gamut, among them air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile and drone storage sites, naval capabilities, and military infrastructure along Iran's coastline. And Iran immediately responded by targeting U.S. military bases in Kuwait and Bahrain for the second night in a row. Iran's army says it had targeted a U.S. military site in Qatar, the first time Tehran has acknowledged targeting that Gulf Arab nation. And Jordan now says it successfully intercepted 8 Iranian missiles earlier this morning. Right now, I want to go live to CNN's Elena Treen over at the White House. Elena, what is the president saying?
Oh, for fuck's sake. This thing is just cooked. 25th Amendment. Get this guy out of here. You take back Congress. Now, just to get a sense of what it's like, let's go here to CNN. Pamela Brown. On a literal aircraft carrier.
They have been in this conflict and engaged in some way for 5.5 months now, or been ready to jump back in to go to war. I can tell you today, given the fact that there were overnight strikes on Iran just these last operations are taking on a new meaning. I asked the admiral who oversees the ship as well as the destroyers if there is a heightened threat alert. He said, look, you know, we are always looking threat, and that destroyer right
there. I'm not gonna lie, I love it every time a plane comes in and just completely obliterates the audio and prevents you from hearing anything she's saying.
The president today said that there have been many attacks against the Abraham Lincoln. I wonder what you can tell us about the attacks you have fended off, what you've seen.
Since we've gotten here, clearly during Epic Fury, the Iranians were looking for opportunities to attack this ship. I think we're very well defended. They don't get close.
Today they targeted military bases. Have you seen the threats against the Abraham Lincoln go down in recent weeks and months, and like more toward the land?
Yeah, I think it's cyclical, and you'd have to.
Oh, it's cyclical. What the fuck does that mean?
Of the USS Abraham Lincoln here.
Look at fucking Pamela over here. What in the actual shit? She's got the helmet and the goggles and the headphones now. Look at her go. Look at her go. She is journalisming so hard over here.
Let's go live right now to CNN's Pamela Brown aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea, where the service members are on high alert right now. Pamela, walk us through what you're learning.
Yes, Pamela. Tell us.
That's right, Walt. The captain of this ship, Dan Keeler, told everyone on board on the loudspeaker that, quote, things are heating up here. We are near the Iranian coastline, near the Strait of Hormuz, and given the escalating tensions, everyone here has a different posture. The captain of the ship said that they have been directed by the administration to have a high state of readiness. He emphasized that that is always the case on this ship. They are always ready to go. But given what's happened over these last couple of nights, there certainly is a different feeling here on this ship.
Yeah, it's a different feeling on the ship, my God.
Oh, well, this ship has been a target of the Iranians over the last several months, really since the beginning of the war. And there have been fighter jets and other capabilities like the warships.
Well, let me just set the stage. First of all, you're seeing...
Okay, I think we got enough of that. This is aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, where the United States is waging an illegal war on the country of Iran. Brought to you by CNN. Now, reported explosions across Iran on Thursday, but the United States claiming no responsibility. Iran launching retaliatory attacks on the U.S. across the Gulf. Following those strikes, here's that. Yup. Really just sort of really unfortunate level of escalation going on throughout the week. There was more to that strike, but there's just more of the same. Just like a bunch of fucking missiles Iran launched. Like in that one clip, it's got to be like a dozen. But yesterday, Donald Trump said everything's looking very good.
We went back and took a look, of course, at what President Trump himself has said over the period of days that David was describing. I want to play for you what that has sounded like over the course of the last several months. Let's watch.
They want to make a deal.
Well, they want to make a deal so badly.
They want to make a deal so badly. I do see a deal in Iran. It's looking very good that we're going to make a deal. This process should go very quickly. We're going to end that war very quickly. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal. And they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. We have our deal done with Iran, and it should be successful. We're making an amazing deal with Iran. They want to make a deal with us very badly. They're dying to make a deal. They're giving us a lot. They want to make a deal so badly.
Oh my God, he does not quit. No matter how like ridiculous it gets, he will just keep saying the same things. It's incredible. Like,
Jonah Goldberg, on that note, I mean,
It
what kind of deal
really-
has the U.S. gotten out of this?
None. We no deal. We have no deal, dude. Oh my God. It's just like the timeline is wild. Just like going back through it. It's just like over and over and over again. All the way back to March. They want a deal. Okay? Look, listen. We're doing great. Everything's going great. He just keeps doing it. He just keeps saying everything is going great. Don't worry. Seriously. Couldn't be going better. Could not be better. Everybody's saying it. Not sometimes no deal is actually the best deal. That's the art of the deal. The art of the no deal. That's book number 2 coming out next year. $89.95. We'll be selling gold leaf hardcovers for $730. That's a steal, okay? You might want to think about saving up for that one, all right? That other one, a little cheap. Trump is truly waging an art of the no deal, the no achievement, the no success, no reason war for quite some time. And it turns out, according to satellite images found by CNN, Iran seems to be rebuilding its nuclear and also missile sites, not to be confused with nuclear missile sites, which they never had and still don't have.
This image, one of several shared exclusively with CNN, may show signs of Iran attempting to rebuild its nuclear facilities. This is one of several locations across the country where we've identified recent activity, both at nuclear and missile sites. The activity at nuclear sites in particular raises questions as to whether Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding it signed with the US in late June, even before President Trump seemed to signal its end by launching fresh strikes.
I don't give a fuck about what CNN wants to say about the timing. The United States has violated every single aspect of this fucking deal. What is interesting to me is that Trump keeps saying that we've completely decimated all of everything in Iran. Nothing left to decimate. Apparently, Iran seems to be rebuilding during this ceasefire. Anyway, I don't need to listen to all this fucking CNN propaganda. I just wanted that quick clip of this here because that, to me, is somewhat interesting. It seems like truly nothing has been achieved with this war. Iran's going right back to where they were at. Still, once again, not having a nuclear weapon and or nuclear weapons program. But they do have weapons programs and nuclear programs. Those seem to be going, continuing, at least. Which is, once again, the same, is like that, the existence of those two things are the very premise that was used for this invasion. They were imminently approaching having potentially a nuclear weapon. A WMD, I believe they call them.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on
have held talks in Muscat. Iran's top
Shame on
negotiator,
you.
Abbas Araghchi, says they discussed the security situation in the
Fool me,
Strait
we can't
of
get fooled
Hormuz.
again.
Also on the agenda, well, what have held talks in Muscat. Iran's top negotiator, Abbas
Sorry, I
Araghchi,
forgot to...
says they discussed the security...
I forgot to say what I was going to say about this one. Which one is this? Okay, yeah. Actually, this one does need a little bit of... And I actually don't think we need this whole thing either. Where's I wanted this one? This is interesting because Iran and Oman are, as I've mentioned, the two owners of the territorial waters that make up the Strait of Hormuz. And they, over the last, like, less than 24 hours, apparently met representatives from both countries discussing the potential for smooth transit in the strait. I'm sure there's no way that that doesn't somehow immediately get ruined.
Immediately, if not sooner.
have held talks in Muscat. Iran's top negotiator, Abbas Araghchi, says they discussed the security situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Also on the agenda were what are being called appropriate mechanisms for ships to safely pass through the strait in accordance with a memorandum of understanding signed almost a month ago. The Omani foreign minister has repeated his support for diplomatic efforts to prevent further escalation. Rasul Sadr has the latest from the Iranian capital, Tehran.
After days of escalation between Iran and the United States, the mediators are intensifying their diplomatic efforts. A Qatari delegation on Friday visited Tehran, trying to convince both parties to return to the negotiating table. On Saturday, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi traveled to Muscat, the capital of Oman, to meet his Omani counterpart, and the meetings have lasted 4 hours. So they have focused particularly on the Strait of Hormuz and how to establish an appropriate mechanism to manage the maritime traffic through this critical choke point. Oman has drafted a proposal, and that is suggesting 2 separately controlled routes.
Interesting. Well, that would certainly help with traffic in the strait. Wait, whoopsies. That's that. United States, did some things that led the IRGC to declare the whole strait closed within, I don't know, like an hour.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I want to bring you some breaking news out of Iran. IRGC, that is the Revolutionary Guards of Iran, has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed until further notice.
God damn it. What a stupid fucking week. That posted 1 hour later. Yeah, I refuse to listen to the rest of this right now. We're keeping on. United States angry that Iran closed the strait right before the stream started, decided to launch a massive strike on a bunch of Iranian cities. Not military targets, but just the cities. Why not?
understanding signed last month at risk. Now, this is how events unfolded. It began on Monday when the Revolutionary Guard struck 3 commercial vessels off the coast of Oman. The following day, the United States said it carried out retaliatory strikes on Iranian military targets. Tehran responded with missile and drone attacks on U.S. bases across the Gulf. On Wednesday, President Trump told reporters the ceasefire was over. This announcement rattled markets and oil prices went up. Overnight, Iran's Revolutionary Guard announced the closure of the Strait of Hormuz until further notice. That after attacking a vessel using what it called an unapproved route. I'm joined now by Ian Ralby. He's a senior fellow at the Center for Maritime Strategy and president of Auxilium Worldwide, and he joins us live from Miami. Thank you, Ian, for joining us. Well, what are you making of this? And really, ultimately, we've got the UK Maritime Authority saying that this Cyprus-flagged vessel...
Wait, hold on. I forgot. This was like the first report. This is like, I think this happened like live while they were talking. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong about this? Nope. Here it is.
Also succeed because it's made some pretty bold statements that it has not yet been able to achieve when it comes to opening up that waterway and allowing for freedom of navigation to resume. The other thing is that many of the Gulf states are now getting into a critical point. We were close to running out of strategic reserves when the MOU was signed, and now we're back to oil not flowing. That is not good news.
Ian, hold that thought. If you are just joining us, it's just gone past midnight GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. The U.S. Central Command says it's launched a new round of strikes on the south of Iran. Iranian state television saying explosions have been reported in 2 cities along the coast. In fact, now 4 cities. Iranian media saying a number of locations, including Bandar Abbas, Sirik, Qesem Island, Bushehr and Asuleya, have been hit. It's unclear what was targeted and if there have been any casualties. CENTCOM, that's the U.S. Central Command, says its forces have launched strikes against Iran in response to an attack on a Cyprus-flagged container ship in the Strait. Now, in a statement, CENTCOM saying this: a civilian crew member is missing and the vessel is unable to continue the journey due to an onboard fire and significant engine room damage. Iran was provided yet another opportunity to demonstrate adherence to the Memorandum of Understanding after being held accountable for earlier attacks on commercial vessels, but has again failed. That is CENTCOM. In response, they go on to say the U.S. is imposing a heavy cost by continuing to degrade Iran's ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial ships freely transiting the strait. The strikes are being carried out at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief. Now, the gleaned since we last talked.
All the message from the Iranian side in that regard, as you mentioned, is quite clear. They're trying to say that the control and authority over the Strait of Hormuz is for the Iranians, and that is in line with the several different statements that we have been hearing and receiving from the Iranian side, the latest of which I can refer to the statement by the naval forces of the Revolutionary Guards in an announcement coming out to say that due to the insecurity caused by foreign intervention, the country has decided to close the Strait of Hormuz, as you mentioned, until further notice.
This whole thing is just unraveled in epic fashion. Am I not doing breaks anymore? We're doing breaks. I have been doing less breaks, though, lately, like one a stream and then after stream, because I've just been, as someone pointed out, overwhelmed with a fuck ton of things to cover every day. But I do want to get back to having more breaks for people and for myself. But it's been kind of the era of clusterfucking. You know, like, what can I say? All right, we're almost done with the stream. We got like 2 more stories left. 2 more stories left. This one is back in the West Bank, where one American got the wake-up call when confronted by a bunch of teenage machine gun-toting Israeli settlers.
Being in the West Bank and in Israel is the first time that I have really been acutely aware of being brown. I feel like people have seen me first as brown, second as an American congressman, and third as an American citizen. I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding, having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans, no respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus, and laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned. It is the arrogance of power, of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity, and has created a toxic culture of oppression.
Yeah, let's unpack this a little bit more with our second to last clip of the night. Great job to everybody for making it this far. Lucky for you, we still have more streamed than that sounds like. Let's see. Who is this guy?
Freedom! A communist.
Hassan Parker. Ah, yes. Freedom-loving communist Hassan Parker.
He is putting his body on the line and shedding light on the some of the worst injustices that are taking place with our tax dollars right now. And as an American elected representative, him doing that is very important. I will not be having any Rokana slander.
Thanks for the gift sub, Sudden Apollo. DeWitt, the recipient of that generosity.
Timeline, at least for this duration, you know? Who knows where that Rokana cycle might take us, but so far, this is very good. We'll talk about Rokana. We'll start with Rokana here. Representative Rokana detained by Israeli settlers in the West Bank.
Rokana visited Turmus Aya in the occupied West Bank, a village with thousands of Palestinian Americans who have come under repeated attacks by Jewish settlers. Kana says he became a target as well, detained by settlers and the Israeli military for more than an hour, according to Reuters.
By the way, insane. I mean, this is expected, but it's insane. And we've entered new territory where you don't even have the Israeli military, but...
Yeah, no, Hassan's absolutely right about that, but, like, is the reason for why, right? Because, you know, usually Americans... especially like American government officials can walk around with impunity in the same way settlers can in Israel and wherever the fuck they want. But Rokana shows up here, he gets detained by settlers, giggling, machine gun toting settlers. And all of a sudden, you're like, wait, what? Who? This is pretty fucking crazy. I mean, and honestly, U.S. tax dollars are paying for that.
Actual hilltop youths detaining not just American citizens, but now American representatives, okay? Elected members of Congress. In a normal planet, in a normal universe, we lived in a normal universe, this would be considered an international crisis. What the hell is going on? In Israel, it's, you know, a Tuesday. Yeah. Shout out to Cam Kasky, Jasper Nathaniel, and also Rokana for, you know, doing this. Respect. Also, Ugopnik, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. I don't know what else to say about this other than the fact that this cannot go on. Okay? This is insane. It's complete insanity. What can you say?
I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF...
Here's the funny part about this, or like the ironic part about this. Are you ready? Most of these settlers, a lot of these settlers, maybe not these guys, but a lot of these settlers are American citizens. If they were to do this in the United States of America to Ro Khanna, they would be in perma jail. They would be under the jail.
Right.
Can you imagine if a bunch of masked thugs, not the ICE agents, but if a bunch of masked thugs that have no law enforcement capabilities whatsoever were to do an armed insurrection, a bunch of hogs came up to Ro Khanna and were like, get in the car, we're detaining you.
Holy Toledo.
They would be in prison. Even with our current system, even with this administration, they would be in prison. I'm sorry, guys. I know we say like, no, not under this admin. If they were ICE, they wouldn't. ICE does this all the time. Okay? But these are random people. They have no law enforcement capabilities. They just have guns that we gave them, ironically enough. Itamar Ben-Gvir gave them our guns that we shipped over there so they could form a militia.
Is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
Khanna is on a 3-day trip to the West Bank as he weighs a potential presidential run in 2028. Support for Israel in the U.S. has fallen significantly, especially among Democrats, where a progressive young wing of the party has been highly critical of Israel.
I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding. Having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans. No respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus. And laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned.
Khanna says the issue of Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank will be a moral test for his party.
It is the arrogance of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity.
Ro Khanna is reaching GOAT status at alarming levels, by the way. I'll say it. Ro Khanna is straight up reaching GOAT status slowly but surely at first, and now just I don't know. It's completely out of control.
And it's created a toxic culture of oppression.
Like, think about this, man. This is Ro Khanna, the same Ro Khanna, and yet so different. The same Ro Khanna that I had a conversation at the DNC. Remember? I had a talk with him at the DNC. It was public. You can go and watch it. Then another talk here at my house during Christmas time, right around the Epstein files release. It's called opportunism, brother. There's opportunism. And then there's straight up going to the West Bank and then getting detained by not just the Israeli occupying forces, but also by West Bank settlers. You know, like, please, this is a level beyond. Okay, this is not performative. And if this is performative, I want this kind of performance from
exactly. Yeah, if this is performative, great performance, Ro. This is exactly the kind of performances that we need, because the fact is like, narrative wise, like just alone, it's super valuable, right? For him to put himself in this position, whether he did it intentionally to be able to make the point, I don't know. It almost feels like he did, and honestly, once again, I support it. Okay, hold on. I'm just skipping way ahead in this video. We can't watch it. Anybody who thought we were going to watch an hour-long clip from Hassan, what are you thinking? Crazy. You're crazy. You is crazy.
To go in and stop and restrict the travel of an American congressperson in illegally occupied territory that they illegally occupy with their weapons that they get from the American taxpayers. That you know, Ro Khanna at a certain point in his life has actually signed off on, ironically enough, when he was writing off aid packages to Israel.
Yeah.
What a change of pace for Ro Khanna. Should there be checkpoints, security measures in a perfect world? No, but with the threat of terror, what do you mean checkpoints and security measures? Dog, it's illegal. You are illegally occupying this territory. You don't get to put security checkpoints. This is like going to Russian-occupied Donbass and being like, well, there has to be security checkpoints because after Russia invaded the country and occupied it and annexed the territory, they have to make sure that it's like...
yeah, they just got to keep the Donbass safe. They just got to keep... They're just making them... I almost said America. They're making the Crimea safe again, okay? Look, listen. These are safeness checkpoints.
Secure. The fuck do you mean? Bitch, it's not your land to secure. What do you mean secure? Your presence is not security. Your presence is insecurity. Anyway, but people claiming he was held hostage are minimizing the term and making a mockery of all of it. I work with Israeli... Oh, and then here come the tears. You can't have a Hosbarist write any long screed without hearing about the feelings, okay? We have to hear about my feelings. You're engaging in minimization. You're minimizing my beautiful hostages by talking about you getting detained. How dare you say detainment? The real detainment is my feelings, my feelings, my feelings. Me. My feelings. Come on. Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings, bitch. Yeah, hostage taking. Dude, that's like a sketch at this point. You know what I mean? Imagine there's a bank robbery going on and one of the tellers is held hostage. Hen Mazik comes on the scene and goes, "Hold on. Only Hamas can take hostages of Israeli Jews. Everybody else, you can't use that term. It hurts my feelings to hear. It hurts my feelings to hear you say that this person was taken hostage."
Hearing about hostage situations can hurt feelings. I don't know if everybody's realizing just how traumatic it can be. Facts are traumatic sometimes.
It's science.
To be presented with things, inconvenient facts or whatever, that can be very uncomfortable. And discomfort can lead to other things that are bad. And nobody wants that.
Time, okay? Shut the fuck up. Every person plays a different role in this. Be a little bit more understanding of people going through their own personal journey. Okay? They're like Catholic religious converts. I know. It's so crazy. So many people fucking wear their reluctance to identify where people are at on their sleeve as a marker for their purity. Calm down, okay? There is no time. Yeah, I know, dumbass. That's precisely the reason why I do the things that I'm doing, to bring as many people into the fold as possible, because I understand the urgency. Hello. Those who understand the urgency take whatever steps necessary to get people to come to the recognition of reality, the reality for the Palestinians. You understand that, right?
Yeah. San sees the urgency in this. I just realized that these are prescription glasses. For some reason, I thought these were just sweet spectacles, whatever you want to fucking call it, like with a little bit of a tint to them. I think those are actual prescriptions. You see, how it bends the light behind them? I never noticed that. Hassan's getting old.
I'm staying in the race. Aww.
All right, people. Final clip of the night. China hasn't just been successfully launching and landing rockets for its space program. Nay. In fact, they've also been testing other kinds of missiles. On Tuesday, China's military launched the test missile fired into the Pacific. Here's South China Morning Post from... Did I say that already? From Tuesday? I can't remember. What is happening here? Why does this look like this? Oh, there we go. China's PLA test fired a missile into the Pacific on Monday. It is the first known test launch of a missile from a Chinese nuclear submarine. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said it was a routine military exercise. It was not directed at any specific country or target, and relevant countries were notified in advance. And it was conducted in accordance with international law. We hope relevant countries will not overinterpret the exercise, but the test has drawn criticism and concern. This is maybe the most laughable. This is from the U.S. State Department, July 6th, 5 days ago, at a time when the United States is working harder than ever. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, we're working hard. Brace yourself, spaceman. At a time when the United States is working harder than ever to prevent nuclear proliferation, China is doing the opposite. Beijing's rapid and opaque nuclear weapons buildup is of great concern to this region and the world. Thomas Piggott, the U.S. State Department. I love how his name is one letter away from Thomas Bigot. Thomas Bigot over here at the U.S. State Department saying some very dumb things about America and what it is America's up to. What are we doing to prevent nuclear proliferation again? Have we asked Israel at least the bare minimum, like just like come clean about its nuclear weapons? We all know they have them. Oh, look at us working so super hard, harder than ever, says Thomas Piggott. Incredible, thank you, Thomas. Great job. We're doing a really good job. Okay, and look at China not doing a good job. Oh, not just America, though. No. Japan had mean and nasty words for China. So did Mark Rutte, the UN Secretary General.
I was just texting this afternoon with the Japanese defense minister about this latest development. And I think it is evidence of the fact that we cannot be naive about China. And you know this. And this is why we have this close cooperation. Because these theaters are getting more and more intertwined, connected. What happens in the Pacific is relevant to what is happening in the transatlantic. And we see it also in the war with Ukraine, where China, North Korea, and Iran are key enablers.
I feel like these guys are like sniffing their own China hawkery farts so hard they're gonna like just usher us into a full-on, just like a all-out World War III. Not just like sort of a bunch of proxy fights and whatever else, people funding, whatever, this and that. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, like, you know, these statements are like, feel a bit inflammatory. I'm not sure it's going to necessarily lead to anything. It's just, I think the most laughable out of all of this is for the United States to be claiming that we're doing any efforts in peace, which is effectively what that is. They didn't use the word peace because they know how laughable that would be, which is why they said nuclear proliferation. But like, the whole thing is laughable. We're not talking about denuclearizing ourselves or anybody that we like. We're just angry that some people that we don't like happen to have nuclear weapons. I do think all of us need to chill the fuck out. Maybe less weapon testing, more, you know, positive things. Hugs, first idea. But in lieu of hugs, we could be working on saving the planet, climate change, things like that come to mind first and foremost. Something that is rapidly causing us a great deal of problems. Just thinking out loud. Anyway, that was the week. And tomorrow we start a new one. Sunday Fun Day will be hopefully happening. Fingers crossed. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Bowen Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchbeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Zigs, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, and Tracy Eva. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
to play stupid games, you get stupid prizes.
Why did she say those things?
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Organizing a hetero awesome fest.
Give me a joke.